What's going on, everyone? Welcome, Urbanauts. Welcome to a Friday night stream. It's Friday night, and we are midway through the month of January, 5 days from the beginning of the return towards sanity in the United States. I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to our Friday stream of this game, Sorcery Part 3, as we continue with Sorcery 3, The Seven Serpents, where chat makes the decisions. And I have a surprise for you folks today, too, but I'll show you that in just a moment. Before I get there, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow us here on the channel. That is always appreciated. And it's also appreciated if you can check out our YouTube, !ArvTube, which is the YouTube channel for the stream, where you can check out past broadcasts of the stream. And I would love it if people could subscribe to me over there, because it's free to do so. But I'm trying to get up to 1,000 viewers over there, because it will allow me, or 1,000 subscribers, because it will allow me to monetize that channel and will provide an off-ramp if there happens to be a point in the future where Twitch has some issues and we need to stream from another platform. I don't expect that to happen, but just in case, it would be useful to have that. So we have had some people who've jumped on board. I think we're at about 675 subs now, but I'm just letting people know it is free to do it, but it would definitely be a help if you're able to jump over there and subscribe if you have a YouTube or Google account or something similar. !ArvCord is the Discord channel. You will notice that the Discord channel has been completely reworked and recategorized. We have a couple more changes to make, but the incredible hard work of Terry Toons and Elv have done an amazing job with it, and I'm really happy with how it looks, and it's super cool and awesome, and they totally did it, and it's all on them. So they did a great job, and I'm very happy with how it's looking. And there's also going to be some changes as well in terms of the announcements that will go live. We're going to be creating a separate channel, one channel for announcements that are like general announcements about like my life and about announcements in the Discord that are not relating specifically to going live. And then we will have a going live channel, like I'm going live now, because that's going to make a big difference. Yeah, I know. I saw that picture of Terry in the creative channel with her antlers and flowers. Very cool. Terry's infinite creativity continues when it comes to the fine arts, etc. But in any case, any support that people could give over there would be appreciated. You definitely give them some love. And yeah, Discord would be awesome if you were able to jump over and join the 200 and I think we're closing in on 220 members on that Discord server. So please go over there and hang out with us over there, because that is always appreciated. !Arv Tweets is my Twitter, where I always will tweet when I'm going live or when other things are going on with streaming, gaming, teaching, writing, music, family, and even some politics here and there as well. They're great for carving when you shed them every year. Yeah, she was talking about how sewing with antlers was difficult, and I'm like, I had never thought about that, to be honest with you. So anyway, yes, so Arv Tweets is my Twitter, so please follow me over there. That is appreciated. And the website for all of this is arvineleron.com. I am actively seeking out a new webmaster. I want to make some changes in the Arvin Eleron website. I have to delete some things and move some things around, and I'm struggling doing that. So I need an actual webmaster. So I'm actively looking. If anybody knows anyone who is interested in doing webmastering for an extraordinarily small set of websites, please let me know via Discord, because I really am looking for people to do that, because I need that, and I really do not have time to do it myself, and I really want to be able to. It's obviously, it would be paid, not paid much though, that's the problem, but I would at least love to talk with someone and get some suggestions and ideas, and hopefully get a webmaster back on board. That was what, of course, Kilobyte used to manage the websites, and of course is sadly no longer with us, and so I am looking for someone else to manage that. So if anyone knows, please let me know about that. What's up, Wenchkin? Good to see you. So that is our website, arvineleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for Infinity and Beyond, where you can get stuff for Adventures of Middle-earth, and soon where you can get Esper Genesis stuff as well. Hello, Master Tool. What's up? Hi, Triffid. Hello, Rudenel, by the way. And of course, Echo. So there's that. So we've got that going on. That is always appreciated if people jump over and get some merchandise there. !Arv is the Patreon, sitting 21 patrons, 187 per month. Looking to build that up as well. And again, that will also help put more money into the channel, including one of the surprises that you're about to see in just a moment, into the channel and into my writing. So all of that is appreciated, and you can get good stuff for yourself, including epic backgrounds, character backgrounds, and and getting epic poems written about you and copy of one of my band's albums and different stuff like that. All of those are options if you're able to jump on board and support us with the Patreon. And of course, the channel will get some things as well. And last but certainly not least, of course, that sub button right above or below the video window. I don't know where it is right now, but the sub button, which allows you to get those custom sub badges and emotes, plus, along with the Patreon, get inspirations to help the players. So that's always good as well. On the publishing side, Icarus for details about my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. More details about that coming soon. Oh my God, our Polar! Our Polar is back, pulling out that resub. What's up, Polar? Good to see you, man. Always a pleasure. I hope everything is well with you, man. Good to see you. Happy New Year. I think I've seen you before that, though. I'm pretty sure you were on a week or so ago. So I think I don't have to wish you Happy New Year again, but I'll do it anyway. So, but thank you again, Polar. I appreciate it. Exclamation point Icarus, my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Very excited for more details about that series in the future. And I'm also excited about what's coming up with the Greyshade Kickstarter. And that will be contributed to, as it turns out, there may be some contributions happening from some people who are connected to Athos Arts. More about that as we get more details coming soon. And then speaking of that, exclamation point for library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, which is sitting in customs and has been there for like 30 days. And we really, I want the thing out there so we can get it shipped, but there's just such a huge backlog because of the pandemic and everything that's delaying that too. We really, 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 really want those hardcovers out to you, and they're printed and done, but it's just getting them through customs. So anyway, the pandemic. Anyway, that is Tales and Tomes from Forbidden Library. You can still see the digital version, which has been up on Drive-Thru-RPG for months, and that would be definitely awesome if you could jump on board and support us over there. That is from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which will also be contributing to exclamation point Greyshade KS, my Greyshade Kickstarter, which is going to be going live sometime next month. I don't know if it's going to be early February. It may be a week or two delayed from that, but it's going to be sometime within the next couple of weeks. Next few weeks, I should say, is when that's going to be going live, and I will have more announcements about that coming soon. Very excited about the Greyshade Kickstarter, probably the biggest that I've ever done. A set of books from that. There is an tabletop RPG being done by Alligator Alley from that. There is an audiobook being done by one Mr. Trendane Sparks that's going to be part of that. There is, of course, a board game designed by Dylan Bertolo, who did the Sprawl Ops game for Catalyst on Kickstarter, which made over $100,000. He did an amazing job on that board game, which I've had the chance to play. And so, yeah, it's basically a big, almost an IP launch, you might almost call it. And so very exciting, and more details are going to be coming soon on this channel and elsewhere. And then we've got exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Extremely important that we affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. As of right now, we need to know about that. I don't actually know, Hillness, although I'm not 100% positive, but I remember I think it's out already, right? Yeah. It's out already, I believe. And I think he's been doing pretty well with the Shadowrun folks from what I can tell. But anyway, Dylan's a talented designer and did a really good job with this game design, and I can't wait to share it with all of you. So exclamation point BLM, as I said, Black Lives Matter, extremely important. And exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, which is also extremely important. Obviously, this has been a very, very difficult year. So reaching out to others, both to help them when they need help, and also to be helped when you need help. These are all important things that we need to have. So with that said, I do, as I said, have a surprise for all of you. So I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to get rid of that. And let me just make sure that we've got this going on. All right, I want to make sure that I have this right. So just bear with me 1 second. Bear with me 1 second so I can make sure this is correct. There we go. There's that. Okay. Now, you may remember having seen me before using my webcam, which looks like this. Hello, everyone. You may remember having seen me before on the webcam that you are familiar with. It is my C922. It did yeoman service for me. It will continue to do work for me when I'm doing Zoom calls with 2 different groups. So I've got the camera for all of you, and then I've got the webcam for Zoom. So it's going to continue to be able to do that when time goes on. But what I'm extremely excited to announce is that I have got this from what you see now to this. This, ladies and gentlemen, is my new camera. It is a new camera, which I am very excited about, as you might expect. This is an M200. It is a Canon M200. This is by far the best webcam, the best camera that I've ever owned of any kind. And yeah, there was an opportunity that came that I had been looking for, that there was a deal basically that popped up. And so I took a look into it, and I've been thinking about it for a while. Remember that I got an AverMedia Live Gamer Duo, which, and I got that one for a reason. It has two HDMI inputs. One of the HDMI inputs is what the second PC, or what the PlayStation 4, or what my Retron, or what my Wii U, like anything that uses an HDMI out goes into that, and I changed that as necessary. But the big thing about the Live Gamer Duo is that it has a second HDMI port. And so what I decided to do was I looked into this quite a bit. I thought about different possibilities and about ways to make this happen. And so what I ultimately decided was this. So yeah, going from something like, beg your pardon, give me 1 second. So going from this to this is kind of a big difference. And the other thing is that it gives you this awesome bokeh effect. Like, so it's able to give you this thing where you can zoom in. Thank you very much. So you can zoom in like this, right? Too close. Too close. Closer to me than you've ever wanted to be. And like that. Yeah, exactly, Rogan. And also just the smoothness of it. Like if you look at, for example, let me pop this back over. So if you look at this, right? Look at my hand. Right? And I'm doing this. First of all, I'm washed out, but I could adjust that, right? So you can see blah, 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 right? Now, notice this. I mean, it's not even close, right? It's great. And actually what it does is it also puts a premium on lighting. So I needed to fiddle with colors a lot, because figuring out the colors like this, I had to set it up so that now everything looks like it should. Like this, and also I'm going to show you something else cool about this, but this. Oh, there we go. Sorry. That right there, right? That is what that color looks like. That's what that color looks like. Right? And it goes back into zoom. That is what that color looks like. This, it's like, what? Zoom. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So that is what that color looks like, right? It's a little washed out because it's right in the middle of the light. But the point is these colors all look the way they're supposed to. This red looks red, but it doesn't look like, I don't have to oversaturate it to get it to actually pop out at all. So this is what this color looks like. And this shirt, this is like totally what this shirt looks like. So it's a realistic color. And the main reason is that the sensor that the M200 has is just vastly superior to what the webcams have. It's nothing against, it's like, these are good webcams, but the reality is I've been looking into the possibility of different options. One of the best webcams out there at the moment is an AverMedia PW513, which is something like $240, but even that's not as good. It doesn't have the color, the colors don't look like this. It's not as smooth. It doesn't have the incredible, like, the thing that really gets me about it is it feels like I'm talking to you when I'm in here, and then when you have the classic like zoom in dramatic moment, right, where I'm just like, here's what you must realize. It doesn't have that blurred thing behind you so that you're just sort of staring at the person and being compelled by what they look at. So it's pretty, I'm pretty excited that I get a chance to have that. Also, yes, thank you. The other thing is if I zoom this all the way out, which is pretty much, it's all zoomed all the way out now, like when little Larv is sitting here, you're going to be able to see her now because the field of view is so much larger. Like, and I'm just using the kit lens. One of the nice things about this is that later on, I can build money in the Patreon and I can get a couple of other lenses to make the effect even more impressive, right? Like doing something along those lines. Yeah, there's no way to do that right now, Rogan. There is I do have the ability to control this a little bit with the smartphone. They have a Canon app that you can use with it. But the thing is, I have to be careful because the thing that this has, that not all cameras have, is it has what is called a clean HDMI. So what that means is that I can actually see on the camera, like right on the little view screen, the screen is flipped up, and I can see right now. In fact, I'll even show you for ultimate weirdness. I'm going to turn this off for a second. So I will show you what this looks like. All right, go up like that. Okay. So there we go. There's the camera, right? So on the screen, which just went off, of course. Wait a second. Okay, because the LED goes off to save power, but to save to lower heat. But anyway, you can see the screen right there. It's obviously super, super. Let me turn off the light. There, that's better. So you can see that right there, right? That's me on this screen talking right now, and I can see that sitting right above the camera, right? So I can see how I'm framed or whatever. But the lens, a lot of the sort of effect of the camera is based upon the lens and how the lens ultimately looks, and that's what makes sort of a big difference with this. And so the cable does? No, it's not. It has a special cable in the bottom, two cables actually. One of them is it uses a little thing called a dummy battery, which is like all right, so you see this here, we have a Canon battery, right? Canon battery pack. Here we have a Canon battery. This is normally what these things come with. You charge it up, you fire it up, and this is what you use to take photos, to take video, whatever the case may be, right? But the thing about the thing about these batteries is that they can't. My head's spinning. I'm suing for neck spasms. Yeah. Oh, and actually, Prince Justin, I should say, I did think about a little bit about showing this camera and feeling like Prince Justin is secretly laughing like, oh, listen, that camera is such entry-level. Let me tell you what the best, because Prince Justin is an actual photographer, and I certainly am not that. I thought about Prince Justin and about Rock God as my two photographer, top-notch people, but I hope you will appreciate the fact that this is better than the webcam I was using. Anyway, this thing is great, but you're going to run out, and Rob, of course. But see, Rob does a bunch of stuff with videography as well, and his setup is like, yeah, Rob's setup is definitely one of the things that I always appreciate in terms of his setup and the way this all looks. So for sure. What's up, Iscariot? But it was a little different because I'm thinking just about still photos, which Rob doesn't do as much of. That was all. But in any case, so this thing is, yeah, that's the thing. I figured you would know about that. Right. And I know he's finally finished the move. Okay. Because he and I had chatted a little bit earlier this week. What is time even earlier this week, and we talked a little bit about it. But so anyway, this thing is great, except that it runs out of juice, and you can't charge it obviously when it's sitting in the camera. You can only charge it in a charger. So what you do instead is you have a little thing which looks exactly like this, but it has essentially, this part has been made into a place where a power cord goes, and that power cord is plugged into just a simple AC, power brick basically, that goes down below and is plugged in, and then it can run essentially forever. Now the thing that's the key to this is Canon has a webcam utility which allows people, and there was big excitement when it came out because everyone's like, oh yeah, because you can use it without needing a capture card. Well, the problem with that is that it means you're doing it through USB, which means A, you're not going to get the same kind of video quality because it's not coming through HDMI. B, it means heat. And these cameras, and in fact, all cameras like this, have a tendency to overheat, especially when they're trying to kick out video to a computer. Well, if I'm streaming, it doesn't help me if a camera lasts for a half hour and then goes off, right? That doesn't help me. I need a camera. I'm going to have to get used to looking up at the camera and not at my webcam. So that doesn't help me. What I need is something which is going to be able to give me something which allows me to stream 4 hours at a time, 5 hours. Obviously, we've done streams in here on occasion for ArvCon and the like, which is like 10, 11 hours. I need this thing to be able to go, right? And so the thing about this is that all this is doing is just taking lens to sensor, and that image is what's being fed through HDMI, and it's not doing anything else. Like, I shut off the wireless. It doesn't need wireless because I'm not using the control for it. It's not taking pictures and saving them to an SD card. It's not doing anything except kicking out an image through a cable, which is micro HDMI to regular HDMI, right into my Live Gamer Duo. So now, the only thing I'm worried about, the only thing I don't know, is that so far I've run this on a couple of occasions. When I did a Speculate recording last night for Patreon viewers. That lasted about 3 hours. I've done another one that was about 2.5 hours where I was just doing a test and I was doing work and I just left it on. So this is going to be the first real acid test. Can it do this for the 4, 5, 6 hours that I needed to do it without having anything? And that'll be important. When I pull the dummy battery out after those 3 hours, it was warm, but definitely not hot at all. It was not overheating in the least, in terms of the obvious stuff, but who knows? A camera sensor can sometimes be a lot more sensitive to that anyway. So I finally decided to kind of make the sort of take the plunge, because the only other thing really that I need that is needed at this point, the things now is just I might get another lens or two for an even wider angle, or just 1 or 2 I might get, and the only other thing is that's basically it. Then I just, as necessary, upgrade graphics cards here and there when necessary or whatever, but that's it. Other than that, I'm set. I have the 3 monitors I want. I have the light paneling I want. Obviously, there is the potential that another light may or may not be necessary when I get to the new place. I don't know how that's all going to go down. I have the I have the keyboard that I want, the mouse that Dragon Spear was nice enough to get me. I have that. I have the capture card that I have has just been absolutely tremendous. I'm so happy with the Live Gamer Duo. I have everything. Like, I got everything I need. So, like, yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is, even for this will be better than my webcam, but that is one thing I was thinking about. And actually, I may even, if Prince Justin doesn't mind, I may even drop, Prince Justin, I might drop you like just a Twitter message, and I might do the same thing for Rockod when he comes in, and Rob, about the possibility of a cheap wide angle, because this is basically, like, I can also do vlogging on this. And I can see cases where I might do that, because I just need to take it off my tripod and then put the battery in and I'm good to go, because I have an SD card in there already, so it's all good. I could do that, but the basic use case for this is what I'm doing right now. I will be able to do like YouTube videos with this, certainly, and obviously I can do live streaming. This is what I'm going to be doing, is live streaming. And so, this is the use case for it. And it was at it was a pretty reasonable price, and it pretty much drained my Patreon, I should say. It drained the money that I got from Patreon and Twitch, but this is exactly what it's for, right? Patreon and Twitch is exactly to do this. And again, you guys can see what I mean when I'm talking about the difference between this and this. I mean, and there's like, this image is fine, but come on. Right? And like, so that's what the Patreon was for. It's to support me in my writing, for which I'm enormously grateful. It's to support me in doing the shows that we do here. And it's to support me in putting money back into the stream to make it that much more pleasant for all of you. So for D&D streams, for you seeing my face all the time on the camera, whenever I happen to do my little Arv rants, not that I ever do any of those, like whenever I'm doing any of that, that's what this is for. And so, this lens is 15 to 45. The aperture goes to 3.5. I know it's f3.5, and right now the ISO is 5,000. It's not right now. This is on 4.5, and the ISO is 5,000. If I cut this back, in fact, it looks like I can't go any further than that. I wonder if that's because of the ISO or not. I'm not entirely sure why that is. It's 15 to 45. Yeah. So, but I love, and I have to admit, like, I geek out about this all the time. This thing, the blur in the background, I don't care if it's a gimmick. I think it looks awesome. Like, and you notice it's focusing on my face. Like the mic is here, but it's not focusing on that. And the reason why is because Canon in particular is known for being really good on focus because it has two focuses, or foci. It's got the face tracking. I'm in, blah, 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 blah. See, I'm over here. See, I'm over here. I'm here. I'm back here. But it's also got eye tracking. So it means that it can track your eye and your face at the same time. And it just looks awesome. Like, I don't know. And you can get an extreme version of this. Like, now it doesn't know what to look at. There we go. You can get an extreme version of this where it's like really, really, all around. That's a little too close. That's a little freaky. And it's really blurred. Or you can go all the way back out to that. So that's the kit. I mean, this is the kit lens. This is the lens that came with it. So, your webcam can do eye tracking too. I'm sure it can, Dragon, but no webcam ever made is going to be able to match a mirrorless camera. Can't do it because the sensor isn't big enough. The real reason this is able to do this is because it's got a better sensor, and the webcams just can't match up. Again, C922 is very, very good. And it's funny because I've gone from, let me activate this for a minute. Okay. I've gone from this camera. So I've gone from this. Nope, wrong one. Sorry. Let me zoom this up for a minute. Okay. So I've gone from this. That's the C920 that I used for years. To this. Oops, sorry. Wrong one. I've gone from this C920, I used it for years, to this, which is the C922, which I've used for the last 2 years, to that. So it's a big, big difference. I have a mirror with LED light next to my webcam. So listen, I mean, I don't know, like I've just been really, really impressed. And it's the kind of thing where I felt like, I've been streaming for a long time. I have been streaming for, 8 years. It's going to be 9 years that I will have been streaming, which is unbelievable. But I will have been streaming for 9 years in April. And, so that's my thought about it. That's cool. Logitech StreamCam's a good webcam. And I don't think, this is the deal with that. Right. I mean, sure. Listen, and that's the thing too, of course. Like, but that's the thing. Even phones have limitations, but even the phones are going to be better than your typical webcam because of what it's designed to do. Eventually, here's the thing. If you make a webcam with a big sensor that is designed to go into HDMI, then you're making a camera. So like if you make a camera, then it will be as good as a camera, right? But one of the things about webcams is that you just put them in and you start them up and they just fire up and they work. And they work with USB. Like, I'm not going to be able to use this. I do have my Cam Link, so I could theoretically bring this on the road with me. Not my Cam Link, but that little thing that I used when I was a few weeks ago when I was streaming with my PS4 from the closet. Remember when we were down up in the area where we were looking for a house? I do have that, which is HDMI. So theoretically, I could do, this into that, into the laptop. But even if I wanted to bring that stuff with me, and I probably wouldn't do that unless I was going to be away for a long time, like if I was going to Seattle for a couple of months or something. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't do that. But even if I were to do that, it's still going to be going into USB. And so there's still a bottleneck, and it's still not going to be quite as much quality as going HDMI into an HDMI, which is going into a internal PCIe card, which is what this AverMedia Live Gamer is. And that's what really got me thinking about it, was the fact that, this bypasses so many issues that would exist as well. So that's the thing. Like, and by the way, there are other cameras which, like regular cameras, which are better than this. This is not, there are cameras out there for $10,000-$15,000. I mean, there are multiple cameras out there which are way beyond my budget or use case, like really way beyond it. One of the things that's nice about this is the fact that it has a detachable lens system, and it even has an adapter so that right now it's compatible with like 5 or 6 different, I guess 4 or 5 different lenses, but you could get an adapter to make it then compatible with like 7 or 8 other lenses. So like you basically, I'd average to like 13 or 14 lenses, like way, way more. Yes, I have been, Rogan, and I apologize, but actually I don't, because I'm excited about this camera and I'm excited to share it with all of you. So sorry, you're gonna have to put up with it, man. That's the deal. So it's like 15,000. Yes. And it's true that Thunderbolt does play into this a little bit, Arudinel. And I think I told you this, Arudinel, but I wanted to thank you again for the recommendation on the Thunderbolt cable, because that longer Thunderbolt cable, which I did get a few weeks ago, really did help. It just, all it does is just make it longer, and it made it possible for me to have more flexibility with the space. So thank you, because that was cool. But anyway, this is like, I am super, super pleased that this one is working the way it is, because it's, now again, acid test, right? If we get to the end of this stream, if it shuts off an hour and a half in, then I've still got problems. I still have things to work through. But if it gets through, I feel like the guy in, for those of you who've seen the original Star Trek episode of The Ultimate Computer, at the beginning of it, the guy tells Kirk, if this performs as well in the field as it did in simulations, it will mean a revolution in space travel greater than warp drive, or as great as warp drive or something. So like if this proceeds as well in the field as well as it did in experiments. So we'll see. But it's we'll see if that actually happens. But that's, yeah. So again, I'm very pleased with it. I'm excited to be able to debut it. This is my little surprise. If you're going to be looking at me many hours this year to come, then I hope we'll be able to make it enjoyable. And last note I'll make, by the way, about that is that I got Twitch's summary. Twitch did this summary of which most people got, about how much they both watched streams and how much they streamed this year. So I wanted to share this with all of you. You just sent this to me? Ask me how I know. Oh, nice. I just got a DM. I'm gonna have to check that out later. This for the Canon M200 though. Is that the one that you're talking about? Or are you talking about a wide angle lens that you've used before on your cameras, whatever they are, Prince Justin? So wait a second. Where am I? Okay. Where was the thing? Oh, I must have put it in there. Just buying lenses in general. Okay. Yeah, not my 2020 recap. I don't want that. I don't want the Twitch 2020 recap. I want the Twitch. There we go. My streaming recap. Here we go. So here were the things. You were number one reports. Exactly. So here were the things that did this, folks, chat. In 2020, 20,097 hours were watched of my channel. Combined among all of you, 20,097 hours. 16,423 unique viewership in 2020. 430 unique followers. Very awesome. Our biggest hype train was 111%. Total accumulated channel points was 6,098,960. I know. No, I'm getting to you, Rudnell. Top redeemer of channel points. All right, chat. I'm curious. Who do you think was the top redeemer of channel points? Yes. Arudno was the top redeemer of channel points with 311,990 points redeemed. That is a lot of channel points. Thank you, my friend. 311,990. You might be top 5. I didn't see that. All I saw was this number of points. I wonder if it even has that. Does it even have the channel points? It doesn't even have the top ones like that. So yeah. Most used emotes. Now this is interesting. So I'm curious what you think. I will tell you right now, I'm going to take one out of it because you wouldn't get it. The emote LUL, L-U-L, was used 2,725 times in our channel. That was the third most popular emote in our channel. The top 2 used emotes, though, were both Arvin E emotes. Which do you think were the number 1 and 2 emotes in our channel in 2020? Arvin E what? When there were 2 of them. What were the top 2 emotes, both Arvin E? It was not Kappa. Okay, so Arvany Roar. These were both Arvany. They were not the haha ball. Okay, so we have a vote for Arvany Roar and we have a vote for Arvany Hype. Arvany Smug, which happens to be my personal favorite. Yes, so number 2 was Arvany Roar. 3,649 times that emote was used. But the number 1 emote in the channel was Arvany Hype, which was used 8,318 times. Now, I love some of the others. Arvany Love is great. I still think Arvany Woe is cool. Arvany What? Let's not forget. Let's give some love to Arvany What? Let's get some love to that. But yeah, Arvany Hype. That is the one. And I think Echo may have had something to do for that. But anyway, those were the top 3 emotes used in the channel. I broadcasted for 1,025 hours. Wow, 1,025 hours in 2020. Top categories. The third top category was Kingdoms of Amalur. This is not, I don't think, going to be too difficult. What do you think were my top 2 categories broadcast? What's up, Esterma? It was not Final Fantasy VII Remake, although that was definitely a good one. But nope, top 2, cooking, streaming, and they were fairly close to each other. Well, sort of close. Nope, not talk show. Not talk show. Yeah, just chatting? No, not just chatting. Nope. No, Sorcery wasn't. We only played. We didn't even play Sorcery last year, actually, Echo. Yep. Tabletop. So Dungeons and Dragons was number 2, 228 hours. Tabletop RPGs was number 1, 278 hours. And I'll tell you right now, I am probably going to be switching into Dungeons and Dragons when I broadcast tabletop, because I'm getting a little tired of having tabletop be, because I tried to be a good soldier on this, and I tried to, because everyone was like, okay, don't just put it on Dungeons and Dragons, please put it in tabletop if it's not Dungeons and Dragons. And not talking about Twitch didn't do this, but sort of the tabletop community was like, oh, we need to get away from the monolith that is Dungeons and Dragons. And then people didn't show up as much as they did if you put in the D&D category. If I put any of my tabletop stuff in the D&D category, I immediately get like an average 5 to 10 more viewers immediately, just because the category switch. So I'm not going to be the guinea pig anymore. At some point, there will be enough promotion done by Twitch and others so that tabletop will be a category at the same level of something like D&D. But until that happens, I'm not doing that. I'm going to stick with D&D. So you will see, I predict in 2022, when they look back at 2021, that D&D will be the one that was the biggest one. But anyway, those were the top 2. So that was the summary, folks. And I want to thank all of you. I mean, 20,097 hours, 16,423 unique viewership, 430 unique followers. That is amazing. Plus the emote usage, the channel points. So thank you all for being a part of 2020. And I like that Twitch did that. That was a cool little summary for me to get a chance to see. And I wanted to share it with all of you. So with that said, though, tonight, schedule-wise, here's what we got going on. We are back to Sorcery tonight. We're going to be doing Sorcery 3, more of Inkle's The Seven Serpents. And then tomorrow, we debut D&D with Infinity and Beyond Palace of the Red Pasha. We start Palace of the Red Pasha tomorrow. Very excited for this. Again, this is the high-level campaign of the Tyranny of Dragons crew, 4 of them specifically. Sod, John Helfers, GC Darkside Rob, of course, and Trendane. Those 4 are going to be joining us as the sort of that group that's been there from the beginning. They will be joining us. Dot will not be, because Dot was not in that group, and also she needs a few months to kind of get things sorted out with her Kobold Press gig, etc. Although she will be joining us with our vocalists. So so we've got those 4. That's going to be running for a few months, and then when that is over, we will be going into a new campaign with Eberron. I am pretty confident that we'll get buy-in from most of these players that will be playing in our campaign starting tomorrow for Eberron, but I always double check with them before we start. I never want to assume. And I'm also going to be looking to get Little Red Dot back for that one, because that'll probably be starting somewhere in April or May. And, possibly others as well. We'll see. It also has to be worked around a little bit around my move. Everything, assuming all goes well, knock on wood, with selling our house and buying their house and all that stuff, it all is still on track, but it takes a while. Then my guess is that we will probably be moving somewhere in late March to early April. We will definitely be there no later than April 1st. And that's not a full April Fool's joke. We will definitely be there no later than April 1st, which means that I would be set up. If I just sort of quickly look at the schedule, April 1st is a Thursday. So I would try to stream on Friday the 2nd. But we have to set up the internet, and there's a whole bunch of shenanigans, and it probably won't look anything like it's going to look in the end when I have it set up the way that I want it to be. So we will see. But yeah, so that's what's going to be happening leading up to that. So anyway, that's the schedule for INB. That's going to be happening tomorrow. I'm going to be moving. I just said, Dragon. I just said I'm going to be moving. I said I'm going to be moving late March, early April. And we're going to be moving late March, early April to the new place, assuming, again, that everything clears with us buying it and the people who are buying our place and us buying their place. Everything looks on track right now, but we're just confirming. I cannot wait to share information with all of you about this and show you pictures and oh man, I am super excited, and I feel incredibly blessed and fortunate, but I'll feel more blessed and fortunate when it's actually done, in terms of the sale and everything is finished. So there's a lot to go on before all of that happens. So anyway, that is my hope. Last thing that I need to mention, I think, is just about one other note about scheduling. Because we rescheduled what's up, Rising Tides? Because we rescheduled, did I make sure there's a small guest room? Of course. You didn't get notifications? Because I thought we had it set up to do that, Shadow. What's going on, man? So welcome, Rising Tides, and welcome, Shadowed Mage, and welcome to a new me. I've been working out, as you can see, and now you have all of the I have a new camera. So thank you very much, Shadowed Mage. Thank you for the tier 3 sub, and it's 41 months. Oh my god, man. Thank you so much. No notification since the 12th, really? Oh, that's not good. I need to check that. I thought there was one, because it was supposed to be doing that. Let me hold on just a moment. You're right. Okay, so I'm going to actually put this. Thank you for letting me know. We're going to be adding a different go live channel, but it's not set up yet. And okay. Yeah, well, I don't know about the Twitch app, but the Discord one, the StreamCard one didn't fire. I know that we're working on trying to get a new one sort of set up to make that happen. So we're still sort of in the process of kind of making that happen. Yeah, so anyway, thank you for letting me know that. I'll have to make that adjustment. So anyway, I'll come back to that. So one thing I wanted to note was that because we rescheduled, it means that we are about to have a huge run, and I mean a huge run, of streaming nights in a row. All right, chat, so get ready for this one. Here's the way we're looking as of things right now. Sorcery 3 tonight, D&D with INB, premiere of Palace of the Red Pasha tomorrow. On Sunday, we have Sound Clash the Clampdown, starring, of course, Brendan O'Brien as GM at 6 p.m. Eastern. Now, very important, as Rising Tides can confirm, we have a surprise for you with Sound Clash. You are not going to want to miss the opening, and it'll be, again, during the closing. You will not want to miss the opening of Sound Clash the Clampdown, because we have stepped up. And the only thing I'll say about it is that any of you who supported our fundraiser in November are about to see what it is. Yeah, dude. Oh, man. It is, okay. It's really hype. It is really, really hype. Like, it involves Chrono Wolf, video and music effects, and badassery. It is really good. I mean, Rising Tides can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was dynamite. So he did a great job. And so you will see that on Sunday. That's going to be awesome. So no lightsabers, but it is, the thing is too, it's right online. What's up, Live Suing? Good to see you. It's right online, literally right online with the whole like mode of the campaign. If you've been following Sound Clash, it's got a certain vibe to it. This is right in that vibe. Like, so I'm very happy with it. It went really well. Yes, I know, but I didn't want to give away too much. Yes, I know. It's Chrono Wolf, yes. My poker face is non-existent. I'm not really trying to be that concealed about it. I'm just giving you the basics. People who watch the thing going on, they know what the fundraiser was for. So this is just going to show you, oh, that's not true. I absolutely have a poker face. But I choose not to use it when I'm trying to get you all hyped up about something that you were going to see on Sunday. I have not had reason to use my poker face. Anyway, I'm very excited. It's going to be great. So you would definitely want to be there on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. From that point forward, we go on to literally, I counted this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 consecutive days. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 13 consecutive days of content on this channel, starting tonight. Tomorrow is premiere of Palace of the Red Pasha. Sunday is Sound Clash the Clampdown. Monday is Temple of Elemental Evil, Grumbler's Guide with Sod. Tuesday is Adventures of Middle-earth, Erebor Adventures. Also the final vote on the chat chosen game of the month, by the way. Then D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder. Wednesday, Community D&D with, of course, our good friend DM Shadowed Mage with Rock God and Trifity Mats and Echo Alpha X5 and Hoodie. Dragon of Icespire Peak. Thursday night with our vocalists. Thursday night, an unusual Thursday night stream. Our vocalists with Paper Mario the Origami King. Friday night with the Patreon-fueled chat chosen game of the month, which will have been decided on Tuesday the 19th. Saturday is the premiere of Metroid Prime, which I've been looking forward to for a while. Sunday the 24th is the special joint Speculate Twitch stream Case of the Cindered Seal with Brandon O'Brien Sundays continuing. Monday is Emberwind. Tuesday the 26th is AME again, Erebor Adventures, and Pen and Pixels with the premiere of Talisman Adventures on GOG, sponsored by Pegasus Spiele. We will have, by the way, for that Tuesday stream, we will have giveaways from GOG and from Pegasus Spiele on that Tuesday. So you will not want to miss Pen and Pixels that day. Wednesday, again, Community D&D with DM Shadowed Mage wraps that up. So we have and then there's a day off, Thursday, and then we have Esper Genesis on Friday the 29th. 30th is the second session of Palace of the Red Pasha with INB, and the 31st is Sound Clash the Clampdown, wrapping things up. So we are right now in a stretch where we will be live 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 15 out of the next 17 days. Yeah. So I am excited because this is getting close to my dream of wanting to have content just about all the time, whether it's me or not, having content on this channel. That is my goal. It is what I want to do. I am very excited for it. And so, yeah, it's going to be super great. I'm excited, awesome, pumped up, and all that kind of good stuff. All right. With all that said, though, the time has come finally to bring us into the game. Thank you for all being patient and putting up with my shenanigans with everything else. Good thing I don't have a life. It's the best life. You're living the best life. So that's what we got going on. What's up, Rock God? My other photographer. So I'm gonna not stay on this because I know I've already taken way too long talking about it. But this is my new camera. This is still the acid test. I still do not know whether this is going to work because I don't know if it's going to last for an entire stream, and whether it's going to overheat or whatever. I still have things to tweak in it. But this is a new camera, and I was showing before that the difference between my usual camera, which is this, and this, is pretty significant. So I am very excited for it. And yeah, I already had Prince Justin already sent me some suggestions about wide angle lenses down the line. This is a Canon M200, but again, there's more to do. So it's much more, it's more vivid, and the colors are accurate, and it's smoother. It's like way smoother. So here we go. So I'm hoping for the best. Again, I can't say for sure that it's all systems go until we get through the end of a stream without it shutting down or doing anything like that. So I can't fully commit yet, but this is the acid test to see whether this lasts through our stream. And so with all that said, finally, here we go. Let's make this happen. Oh, wait. All of a sudden I'm like, what happened to my webcam? Because I haven't put the thing back in there. I'm sorry. I've been so busy capturing the other one. Just give me a second. There's my camera. All right, just give me a second as I move it down here. All right. So we want that, but we want it zoomed in like that. Okay, and we're going to do this. Okay, that's awesome, Echo. Yeah, Echo has been working on a really cool spreadsheet, like a Google Doc, Excel spreadsheet of all of the tabletop stuff we do here, and it looks really cool so far. So yes, if there's other information that you need from folks, please let them know, and folks, please do that if you can, because it would be very helpful if people could do that. Okay. Now I just need to adjust my camera, so bear with me. There we go. Perfect. All right. Here we go, people. The time has come. All right. So here is the status that we have. Now, I think all of you have been with me, or most of you have been with me for these, so you know how this works. We are playing this game collectively. This is the greatest game book ever made. Not this one, actually. The next one is the greatest game book ever made. This is part of the greatest game book series ever made, and it is the Seven Serpents, Sorcery Book 3, which was originally written by Steve Jackson. And this is Inkle's version of it. And what Inkle basically has done is take what is already great and make it even better. It's basically like Final Fantasy VII Remake. They just took something great and just made it even better. Exactly, Arendt. What's up, Arendt? Good to see you. So that is the deal. This is the system. We've already gone through books 1 and 2, and we're now in book 3, and this is where Chad is going to be making decisions. And actually, now that I think of it, I do need to, bear with me one second, pull up ARVBot, because I do need to have ARVBot running so that you folks can vote as necessary. There is ARVBot. Load that. Start ARVBot. There we go. There's ARVBot. Everyone say hi to ARVBot, our friendly neighborhood AI. All right, there we go. So what we have done is we are trying to get across this map. We are attempting to get back the Crown of Kings, which was stolen from Analand. Can I get a life, my life for Analand? Analander for life, all right? We are all about Analand. So we had the Crown of Kings, which is a crown that is passed from country to country to improve the quality of its citizens. It's magical, obviously, and when you have this crown, everything improves about your country, and then after a period of time, you then give it to the next country. Peace and prosperity reign. So it creates peace in the world, and it's great, right? So that's the deal. And so that is Analand, and we have it was taken from us by the evil archmage of Mampang, who has taken it back to his fortress of Mampang, where it is there currently sitting. And of course, Analand has fallen into despair, and so an army is never going to work. They're not going to be able to survive the trip. It's going to be too obvious, and so instead, one highly trained adventurer, us, are the ones that are actually crossing the landscape to be able to do this. So we have traveled across the Shamatanti Hills and survived an encounter with a manticore. We have gotten through Kare, the city of traps, which was damnably difficult, and we had to go back and forth through time to do it. And now we are in Kakabad, and we are trying to get from here, the bottom of the map, that's Kare, all the way up to here, which is where the fortress of Mampang can be found. The problem that we have is that while we're getting across, we not only want to get there, but there are also 7 serpents who are servants of the Archmage who have discovered our journey and are trying to get to the Archmage before we do. Some of the 7 serpents are lying in wait for us. Some of them are racing along to the Archmage, and we don't know which ones are which. All we know is that we have to get to all of them. And when we get to all of them, we can't just defeat them by fighting normally. We have to find a weakness to use against them. That is where we have a little bit of good news, because we have gotten a lot of clues about this. We know right now about... Sorry, super loud. We know right now about Arvsid Kaka. Header for life. Analala for life. So we know that there are 7 serpents. We know that there are 7 serpents. We know there are the water serpent, earth serpent, fire serpent, air serpent, and moon serpent. So we know about 5 of them. We don't even know who the other 2 serpents are, but we know about those 5. We also know the weaknesses of those 5, the water serpent, the earth serpent, the fire serpent, the air serpent, and the moon serpent. We know the weakness of all 5 of the ones that we know. We also know the fire serpent is following us and means to catch us, presumably. And we know something else, which is we know the location of the moon serpent. Last time we ran into some centaurs who, after we agreed to cast a luck spell on them, which we actually did do, we were able to find out that the moon serpent is waiting for us, and this is the moon serpent up here. So we know that we have to not only get across this land, but also capture the moon serpent. The last little wrinkle is that right now we are traveling through the broken down landscape of the way things are now, the cursed land. But there was a time when this land was green and fertile and beautiful, and you can see that here in these lovely green fertile spaces, right? But there was this curse. This powerful beacon, which we call a telescope, because that's what it looks like, this powerful beacon, this telescope, basically casts magic which allows us to see what things were like and interact with things what they were like in the past. So right here you can see that there's a bridge here, but if this telescope were not shining on it, it would basically be broken rubble and is impossible to cross otherwise. So the problem is, we know that this right here is also a beacon, and what I hoped was that this would be wide enough. It's that wide angle lens problem, right? We hoped that this would be wide enough so that we could get both the bridge on the bottom left and the telescope on the top right to be visible, so that we get across the bridge, turn on the telescope, and hey presto, fertile and green land in this land. But that didn't work that way because we can't do both. All we can do is shine it on one or the other. So at some point, we're going to have to find a way to teleport or something so we can get back over here, turn this telescope facing this, and then use that, go back across, and turn the telescope to light up this world. So that's basically what we're looking at. But as of right now, what we did right before the last time... What's up, Wibble? Good to see you, man. As of right now, the situation that we're facing is we have just defeated an evil snake charmer. And we do, in fact, have rations. That's a nice change. And we actually ate today in the game, which is a nice change as well. We have 10 gold. We have 11 out of 18 stamina because we just fought those snakes. So we're actually not in terrible shape. The situation where we are now is that it's pretty much like dusk heading into dark, right? So we're going to need to rest somewhere. And when we rest, we will get health back because of the food. But we're also trying to traverse across the landscape. So where we have not been so far is we have not been down here to the village. And we have not been up here to this northeastern part. But there is a village here, which, I don't know about you, my guess is that we could probably rest somewhere near the village. And then we could make a decision about whether we wanted to go up to confront the moon serpent or what else we wanted to do. But that's basically what we're looking at. So we just need to cast Bridge from Ni no Kuni. Yeah, exactly. So now that we know all of that, the question, chat, is where should we go? Do we want to go, and here are your choices. Do you want to go northeast, which is up following this path? Do we want to go east, which is just like, actually that still looks northeast, but it's more east than this is, I guess. East, which is just going straight across the path. Or do we want to head southeast towards the village? And I'm leaving these things out, south and southwest, because we came from there. So there's no reason to go back to where we just came from. So these are the 3 choices that we have. So, first vote of the night. What's it going to be? What is it going to be? I love those crickets. Gondor needs our aid. Oh, can I zoom out? Yes, sorry. At first I thought you meant in my camera. Let me try. But then I saw what you meant. Yes, so there we go. So we've got northeast, east, southeast. I mean, I don't know. Like, we have food for a change. We don't actually have to eat because we have food. So if we rest, we're going to get like 4 stamina points back. So I don't know, but that's just me. Like there, and again, as a reminder, I have played through the book versions of these many times. Again, best game books ever made. But the Inkle version is very different. There are parts that are the same as the books, and the overall idea of it is very different. But this whole thing about time and a beacon and everything, that is completely Inkle's thing, and it's great. The battle that we just had with the Snake Charmer is in the original book, but you don't find him in the same place. So I basically don't know. I'm playing this along with all of you. Yeah, Tunnels and Trolls. So great, Tunnels and Trolls. I have that still, actually. Live suing, that is one of the things, if all goes well, when I have the new place in a couple of months, when I'm moved into the new office and / streaming area in the attic of the place where we are, I'm going to have more room there. If all goes well and we have this place, I'll have more room. And in that incident, I'm going to be putting up a bunch of my games back there. And you better believe Tunnels and Trolls will be one of them. I'm going to be putting a lot of, like, the red box, the, original, like, I don't know if I can face out the original Greyhawk Gazetteer, because I don't have, like, it's not a mansion, so I don't have, like, infinite room. But anyway, certain things like that. No, not end of the month. No. I'm going to be moving, somewhere around, if all goes well, knock on wood, rising tides, we will have closed on the house, and our buyers will have closed on our house, and we will have closed on the house that we're buying in late February, early March. And then we would be moving over the next month to this place. So we would be out of there. We would be out of here no later than April 1st. But we would be probably more, have our stuff there, much of our stuff there by like 3rd, 4th week of March. And actually, Rising Tides, because we were doing a Speculate recording yesterday, of course, Rising Tides is the co-host with Mike Underwood, Turbo Tango, and myself of Speculate. So he had a chance to see. I actually talked a little more about the house with them, so I'm excited about it. I'm not going to have to soundproof it, Dunsel, for the following reason. I am going to be, if all goes well, on the top floor in my own room, a finished attic, what they call a widow's walk, actually. There's steps and then a door at the bottom. So I am not going to have to worry about waking up Little Arv or anyone else. I can just be like, I win a big boss fight in a game, I can be like, woo! I can be like pulling out you walk into a blacksmith, arr, matey, let me tell you what the time... No, that's not good. Let me explain what's happening, you fool. The time has come for you to... Right? I mean, I'm going to be able to pull it all out and not have to worry about waking up the house. So it's going to be very exciting. I may. Well, yes, actually, Wibble, the nice thing about this is that this is going to completely be like my space, although I do hope to I really am excited about making a little reading nook for the kids, because I had that, my dad basically had that as a library that he built, and I really would love a thing where when I'm not streaming, or even when I am, my mini Arv makes too much noise because he's 4.5. But certainly Little Arv could do this, and later on, Mini Arv when he gets older. When I'm streaming, even he could be here. But when I'm not streaming, certainly when I'm just hanging out there doing work, I hope to have this little like reading area, reading nook where they could do stuff. So I'm very excited about being able to read and stuff like that. That said, the era of loud Arv NPCs, exactly. We'll hear the rain, the whole business. It's gonna be exciting. But as far as soundproofing the room with acoustics, I may ask for help from chat and the folks who know. I mean, I'll be honest, like, when I'm buying a house, I mean, granted, I'm buying it because we're selling ours, but still, I'm not going to have a ton of extra funds sitting around to just be like, let's do all this extra stuff. Like, I'm not going to be able to do that, but minor things, like, for instance, this stuff that I have on the side, let me see, how do I show that? Let me do this for a moment. So this stuff that I have here, this kind of acoustic paneling, I don't have nearly enough of it on there, but that, and also on the back door, that stuff over there in the back door, that helps a little, but not very much. I know there's a better way to put that together than the way that I have it, and the only reason that I didn't do that anymore is because I was like, well, so that's a target for a Nerf gun. This is actually soundproofing, but just not enough of it, and so I need much more detail in terms of how to do this. I need to watch way more HGTV. So anyway, I'll have to figure out how to make that happen. Yes, but the thing is, I do like the idea. I don't want to walk into a place that's like. I've recorded in many, many studios in my life, right? Because of doing music stuff. So I've been in many sound studios and stuff. And I think it's always great to go in there, but the whole like completely dead sound is not the most pleasant thing for me anyway, if I'm doing work under normal circumstances. And getting like an isolation booth that just goes like 3/4 like that, again, like the sound is just too deadening, and I don't want that. So I need something that is going to be a natural sound with a little bit of acoustic resonance, but not nutso, and mostly that's affordable. I am going to be, if all goes well, we're going to be pretty near a Lowe's, so we can get some stuff. Anyway, I will need suggestions and help, and I might even do a couple of like IRL like setting up the office / streaming space streams, and that might be fun actually to do. So I'm excited. I can't wait to show you folks around this place if it comes through. It's like I was talking to someone about this. This is very much like the experience of and people in chat who are parents will know this feeling when they always say when we get pregnant. I'll tell you right now, my wife got pregnant, okay, because she put up with it like twice basically. But when my wife got pregnant, you never tell anyone immediately, right? Like you never tell anyone like 2 weeks after you get the positive test, because there's always the possibility of miscarriage and all that. And in fact, my mother used to tell me the story. They had a child before me. They had a miscarriage, and so I obviously was apparently successful in arriving. And so you never tell anyone early. You always tell after a certain point, like after 4 months or 5 months. But it is so hard not to tell people about it at a certain point because you're so freaking excited, right? You're just like it's this incredible change in life, and you want to tell your friends and you want to tell everyone like, oh, there's a new person arriving. Is it going to be my son, my daughter, whatever? And you just can't do it. And so you just have to be like, they're like, how are you doing? And you're like, great. And that's how it feels like with this house. Like I want to be able to share it with everybody because it's really awesome, but I can't do that until we know that everything's closed and all the documents, we have contracts in and everything. But until the closing happens, it could fall through. So you just have to be like, just sort of see how it goes. Oh, you wish you had a big sister, you would have been the third. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see. I do actually have two half sisters who I have no real connection with, and then I have my half brother on my dad's side. But I actually, very long story that I won't get into now, but I actually didn't even know that I had a half brother until I was 17. So I didn't grow up with my brother. And so that was kind of guess what? And so I grew up as an only child, basically. And I would have preferred to have a brother or a sister, especially an older one. I would have preferred to have an older brother or sister that could have watched out for me a little bit, that could have helped me out. And that's one of the things that I'm so happy about is that Mini Arv has Little Arv. Because you all know how great Little Arv is. You know how much Little Arv is amazing. And she's going to be 13. 13 in 5 days. Can you believe she's going to be 13? Chat, can you believe it? Which reminds me, she's going to be on with us for the Our Vocalists hanging out because she loves that show the day after her birthday when she's 13. So if people remember, please make sure to tell her happy birthday when she's here because she will really love that. She's sort of excited and also doesn't know what to make of becoming a teenager. I don't know what to make of the fact she's becoming a teenager. But anyway, she's 13. She's going to be 13 in less than a week. And my son is not 5 yet. So there's an 8.5-year gap, basically. And so what that means is that she really is able to be for him. She really loves him and he really cares about her. And she's really able to be a support for him and a model for him, a role model for him. And it's just nice to know that we wanted to give that to our kids. We're also happy to be done because we don't want 3. 2 is perfect. Thank you. 2 and we're good. Got 1 boy, 1 girl, we're set. But yeah. So it's crazy. Really, a Rudinell? No kidding. I know. She's going to be fit. Well, she's going to be, yeah, she's not going to get her license until she's 17. I'm going to start teaching her just the way my dad started teaching me at 16. I will start teaching her to drive at 16, and then she will get her license at 17. And she already knows that. And she's been driving with me for a long time, like now sitting in the passenger seat because she's such a tall kid, that she's been up front and watched me. And I'd like to think my dad taught me to drive, and I think my dad was a driving instructor, one of his many jobs back in the day before he became a college professor, and he was very good at teaching me, and I'd like to think I'm passing along those same lessons to her, so we'll see. Anyway, it's the same age difference. 8 years. Oh yeah, youngest uncles and aunts. Yeah, what's up, Marworks? So anyway, my apologies, I'm sorry. We need to go back into the game, but you guys got me talking about something. What was I even starting by talking about? Oh, just because of the soundproof in the streaming room. So, yes. Tunnels and Trolls, that's what it was. That's what led us down this rabbit hole, but there will be more Tunnels and Trolls down the line. Oh, interesting, Wibble. Yeah, sometimes there's the classic, the whoops deal, but like, yeah, steps are being taken. There are steps to avoid whoops, if you know what I'm saying. That, we will do our best. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to last call this, and I think it's pretty clear people want to go southeast. All right, let's do it. Southeast it is. Night falls. You need to rest. The ground here is broken, dry mud. Deep cracks and uneven surfaces. Oh my goodness! GC Darkside Rob subscribed to Tier 1. For these folks, first of all, Rob, thank you very much. It's good to see you, dude. Happy New Year. I heard you moved into your new apartment. I can't wait to see a stream from the new place. I hope the move has been okay. As far as but I do have to say, and I'll see you tomorrow, of course, as well for IMB. But I do have to say, it is amazing how much people who haven't bought a house think how fast you think you can do this. Like, when you actually find a house, to sell your house and buy the one is not like I'm going to Micro Center and buying a computer, like I'm using Amazon Prime. There's closings, my dude. I have to go through, we have to close. We have to make sure that our mortgage is good. Their mortgage is good. Our buyers, the sellers, you gotta, so we found a house, we put an offer in on a house, and we've had the offer accepted, and we've even signed contracts, but the closing has to happen, so yes. But I mentioned before you arrived that late March, the closing will be late February, early March, if all goes well, knock on wood, and we would be moving mid to late, probably late March, so we would be out of there no later than April 1st. We'll be in the new place because we have to be. And so we would be in the new place by April 1st. And hopefully before that, maybe a week or two before that. But so, yeah, that's what we're looking at. So we're here in a couple of months. And then I'll be doing what you're doing right now, which is setting up the new place. Except we have to set up a place. You have to set up a place with you. I have to set up a place with me, Mrs. Arv, Little Arv, Mini Arv, and my mother-in-law. So we have to set up all that stuff, but it'll be a good problem to have. Just thank God I'm on sabbatical this semester, though, because I do have research work that I have to do and writing that I'm doing during my sabbatical semester. It's not just like you get free time, but I do have the ability to not have to worry about grading or teaching this semester, and that will give me time to attend to some of this. So it's going to be good. Let's see. Oh, my God, Aren't I know, right? Rudinell. Oh, man. Well, the only thing I'll say to that, ChristianSingleHouses.org, the only thing I'll say to that, Rudinell, is that I'm glad that you ended up here. Well, however it happened, I'm glad that you ended up with us. That's all I know. Sign my name and initials when you close. I need one of those stamps, Aren't. You know what I mean? Like, I could just be like, doosh, doosh, doosh. Like, we had to look for our, old title and send them this and send them that. Oh, and the other thing, I'm going to have to sign, because what happens is when you get when you do a house and you're selling your old one, the people who are picking it up have to look for the title, and they have a title company that basically does a search on the sellers. So they basically sent me this thing, the lawyers for the people who are buying our house, and they were like, we just need to confirm that this is not you, and if not, and they had sent me 3 my names, I have the most common name ever, as you probably will know, right? Gregory Wilson, like Gregory C. Wilson, Gregory E. Wilson, and like they're like, because these following civil judgments were entered against this person. I have no idea who this person is. I'm like, no, I've never lived in any of these four places, and so they were like, okay, we figured, just all you have to do is sign a name affidavit saying that your name is Gregory A. Wilson, and that's fine. I'm like, that's great, that's my name, but it was just so funny. Like, yes, that is also one. Yeah, man. But see, I don't know. Are you a serial killer in Florida, a biology teacher in Michigan, a magician, and a country music singer? Because I am all of these things, apparently. Everyone who calls me James, as my first name, James Robb. I feel like James Robb is like an old, like 19th century poet. Well, the late work of James Robb, you know. I know. I know, Wibble, right? I know. I mean, it doesn't give any personal stuff other than where they lived, which was not here, and like the amount of money, but it did feel like, yeah, it was strange. I mean, it didn't give any like social security numbers or anything, but yeah, but that's how it goes. Is a Roberta James here? Oh, by the way, I'm so sorry to do this, but I just want to show one for 1 second. Rob, welcome to my new camera. I know it's not your setup. I know your setup is even better, but I just wanted to say that going from this to that is a bit of a change. And I can't get your bokeh because I don't have the, but going from, you know, so it's very exciting. This is a Canon M200. And again, it's not your mega material setup stuff, but I love it still, and I'm excited about it. Thank you, Configuration Queen. So I am very pleased with it. I was like very pleased with it. It was one of those things where I'm just kind of like, I got a chance to do this, and this is being captured through my Avermedia. But this is the acid test again about whether or not this is going to last the whole stream without overheating. I don't know, because I've never done this before, and I'm knocking on wood basically. So we will see. Yeah, it's just smoother. Like again, like if you look at like this, right, as compared to, it's just, yeah. So anyway, but again, here's hoping that it does not overheat and that it holds together. We've been up now for about an hour and a half, but this thing has got to last for longer. It's got to be able to go for 4 hours without shutting down. So if it doesn't do that, then what it means is that I'll have to think about a way to get even like I have a dummy battery in there, but I would need to think of something that would make it even like cooler than that. But just if I feel yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel warm. So I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, that is stuff that for another time, and let us hope that everything is okay. So liquid cooling or a fan. There is a patent that Canon put in for. I saw a patent that they're trying to put in for a fan cooled camera. Like a mounted fan and stuff like that. So, I mean, only now though, Arinth, are they really starting to get to the point where they realize that this is a use case that people have, that like this camera was really sold as being partially for vlogging and even for streaming. And because it has this HDMI out and it can do that, it's great. Like, honestly, this shouldn't overheat because it literally all it's doing is just like taking a picture of my face. The wireless is off. I guess the autofocus is on. I guess I could take the autofocus off for even less that it has to do. But like, there's nothing else for it to do, right? And it's just like the video is out. That's all. And so a huge heat sink in it, yeah. So I'll need to think about that. I mean, again, that's why I want to be cautious about getting too crazy about how amazing the camera is until I see whether it does what I need it to do. It ran for 3 hours yesterday, and it was fine, no problems. It ran for about 2 hours last night because I ran it just while I was doing other work just to see. And running it just means it's just on with a picture. Like, this is all it is. It's not feeding out anything. It's not processing anything. It's just showing a picture. And it has clean HDMI out, so yeah, so we'll see. Anyway, okay. Night falls, you need to rest. The ground here is broken, dry mud. Deep cracks and uneven surfaces make it slow going to walk across. All right, let me look at the broken earth. The deep fissures and layers of the mud catch your eye. It is as though the whole plain had been held high in the air and dropped. It must have been very fertile land once. In a few cracks, think clumps of grass. Thank you. Thank you, Rob. Yeah, man. I mean, it's like night and day. For sure. And actually, your setup is one that has always been kind of inspiring to me because it looks so good. So yeah, for sure. Like, once I got the white balance, the color, like, I like the fact that the color is the color, you know, and I like the fact that I can do things like hold this up, right? Have it focus, have that make sense, then go back to me and have it focus on me. And like, it's just all this little quality of life stuff that I think is, and again, it drained the rest of my Patreon, or most of it, I should say. I saved a little in reserve to pay the art vocalist, but most of it, because, you know, that doesn't surprise me because I saved it up to get stuff like this, but this is what it's for. Yeah, well, listen, I know. There are limits, right? But anyway. You swing your foot through one, it hits something quite solid. Squatting down on your heels, you look more closely. Inside a particularly thick clump of grass, you spy something dry, gray, and round. All right, so the question is, chat, what should we do? Clear the grass aside. Yeah, the only reason, what I've been doing, Arenth, is chat agreed. We agreed that whenever there's an option to look at something closer, I can just do that without chat having to weigh in on it because it speeds things up. The only exception to that is when looking at something is like, you can either like stab with your sword or look at what the other guy is doing, like where there's an action that literally looking might leave us open to attack or something. Then I leave it up to chat. But otherwise, if it's just look at something, I will do that. So, or leave it be. All right, chat, what do? Do we clear the grass aside? Do we, oh, I spelled that wrong. That should be lever it, not leave it. That should be lever it, not leave it. Lever it with my sword. Sorry. In fact, you know what? Wait. Let me redo that. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. I realized I said leave it with my sword instead of lever it, which is kind of different. Clear the grass aside, lever it with my sword. Sorry about that. Or leave it be. All right. Now we open the poll. Here we go. What say you, chat? We've decided. All right. What do? Clear the grass aside, lever it with my sword, or leave it be. Clear the grass aside. And we are going to need to rest when we're done with this. And the question is, do we take a chance of going to the village and resting in the village, which seems vaguely safer? Or do we rest right out in the open? I feel like every time we rest out in the open, we have a dream and then a monster attacks us. But maybe we get lucky this time. Anyway, all right. Why can't we lever it? It's true. Okay, last call. Last call. Yes, exactly. So I need to do something like, hot, hot, huh, 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 hot. Right? All right. If it was a tree, we could beaver it. I see what you did there. I also missed something before. Yeah, the lens, there's a wallet destroying. It's like Smith in Poland. Okay. All right. We are going to clear the grass aside. Let's do that. You begin to part the grass and reveal a familiar shape, a human skull, its upper jaw set into the soil. Eesh. It's almost lost beneath the thick grass that grows from the top of the skull. Okay, we're going to look at the skull because we always look at things. The skull appears intact, no wounds or injuries. It is only lightly buried. A little soil spills between the lower front teeth. The eye sockets stare through the thick green grass that covers the scalp. All right. Do we pry the skull free? Do we lever the skull? I will admit to not knowing what the big difference is between those things. Or do we leave the skull? What's it going to be, chat? Pry the skull free, lever the skull, or leave the skull? This is the part where we get a phone call, and then we're like, I have special skulls. Skulls that make it possible for me to deal with... game books like you. Yeah, dude, listen, Shadowed. You know, listen, as the DM of Along with the Rising Tides, Soundclash, and of course Speculate, Twitch, the Case of the Cindered Seal, which I guess those are about the same time. So I'll say that. Emberwind has been longer, so I'm not going to include them. But, you know, along with Brandon's 2 shows, you are your group is one of the big rising stars of the Arvin Eleron family of tabletop RPG experiences. And so as someone who is a rising star, it is important that you measure up in terms of, having the proper headshot. So if you could get one of those professional headshots, and then if you could also in your credits say that you were on Law and Order, that would be great. That's how I know that you're professional, because everyone was in Law and Order at some point. So just keeping that in mind. These are all true statements. Murray will cackle when this guy... Yeah, exactly. I was even on Law and Order. I see what you did there. It is true, though. If you ever watch any off-Broadway or Broadway productions, and it probably will be less so because it's been a while since we've had... I mean, I guess Special Victims Unit is still going, but in terms of, the regular Law and Order, right? It used to be that you would look and literally 50% of the actors in any off-Broadway or Broadway production had been on Law & Order. Because it filmed in New York and they were always looking for actors, right? And they always needed people to do different, bit parts and cameos and NPCs, if you will. So, yeah. Okay. Pry the skull free. The skull is only lightly buried. A good tug should pull it free. You try, but it does not come loose. Okay. So do we pull harder? Or lever the skull? Or leave the skull? Yeah, exactly. It's attached to a whole skeleton. Seems reasonable. Pull harder, strings, martyr. Yeah. Yeah. Paul Robinette. Yep. I love Law and Order. There were absolutely problematic issues with the Law and Order feel because of the whole it has a tendency to glorify cops, but unlike something like Blue Blood, which goes out of its way to just be cops are really great. Have we talked about how great cops are, which is just annoying under the circumstances? There are, and I know because I've taught them, there are some, good cops, but there are, I'm not going to get into this now. There are a lot of problems, and glorifying cops is not what we need to be doing in general, okay? They should be getting credit when they do their job, and that's what they should be doing as their job. Anyway, so there's problems with that, but I loved the format of it because the characters were compelling. It was often good writing, and I love the law stuff. I actually really, or I guess they called it order, but I always thought of it as the law. I loved the legal stuff. I loved all the legal maneuverings and things. I loved watching, and actually... I would argue that the guy who played Ben Stone, who was the first guy before everyone knows Jack McCoy, who's Sam Waterston, who was like the iconic, and he was really good too. But the guy who was first there, Benjamin Stone, who was played by, oh God, what was his name? I'm gonna look it up, or it's gonna bother me. Michael Moriarty, yes, Michael Moriarty was great. There was so much great stuff there, so great. I really love that. Oh, there's a Law and Order. See, the thing is, I like Law and Order, though, when it's doing that dual format. I don't like SVU. I don't, because those are just like police procedurals, and I don't particularly like police procedurals. I like the idea that the police procedural of Law and Order led into then the legal stuff. So I liked the two parts of them. But yeah. And Criminal Intent, he's a weird actor, Vincent D'Onofrio. I mean, I think he's a good actor, but he's strange. So he's like, he can only do certain roles like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I just, I don't know. I never really liked the Law and Orders except for the granddaddy of them all. So as I say, there are, as exactly Configuration Queen, problematic, but the format and the writing was cool. And it did really make you think. They did tackle a lot of big issues too, in fairness to them. So, all right. Chad has decided we must pull harder. All right. You pull harder this time, but the skull still doesn't budge. It seems like it must be attached to something under the soil. Okay, so pull really hard, lever the skull, or leave the skull. Yeah. Oh, the old law. I've heard that's okay, Marworks. Is that any good? I've heard that's okay, but not amazing. Which music reference, Shadowed? Boat, rudder, strange, mountain. Oh, that reference. I thought you were jumping in on the sea shanty. I don't know if anyone. I know that's become the new hot meme is the sea shanty. Until you've seen the Kermit sea shanty meme, you need to find the Kermit sea shanty. That right there. It's okay, yeah. The Kermit one is great. It really is great. Oh man, I wonder if there's Okay, here we go.
The name of the ship was a belly of tea. The winds blew up her bow, dipped down below my billy boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
And it's doing he's doing the Kermit thing, like, oh man, it's so great. That's right, he snaps a fly during the song. Oh man, it's so good. Is there a spell that requires a skull? That is a good question. I will look. I don't think so, but let me look. It's an excellent question, though. Let's see. All right, we need... All right, let's see if there's anything here that we don't... Okay, that requires beeswax. We don't have that. Goblin's tooth. We don't have that. We don't have a vial of glue. We don't have mud, which requires sand. Or we don't have sand for mud. We don't have a skull cap because that guy stole it from us. We don't have a black face mask for Gak because that guy stole it from us too. We don't have God, requires a jewel of gold. We don't have a jewel of gold. We don't have fire water, so we can't do pep. We don't have yellow powder, so we can't do nip. We don't have a staff of oak sapling, so we can't do fix. We don't have a brass pendulum, we can't do nap. Jewel-studded medallion we don't have. We can't do zen. We don't have a pearl ring, so we can't do yaz. We don't have a green ring, so we can't do zip. We don't have a crystal orb, so we can't do far. And that's it. So no, it doesn't look like we need a skull for anything. Looks like a skull is not necessary. Not since Kare, Configuration Queen. We might have in Kare run into sand, maybe. I don't know, but we haven't found any out here. Yeah. Okay, so pull really hard. Get the skull. I'm going to close this because it looks like people want us to pull really hard. You put your full weight into your grip and pull hard on the skull until something seems to snap, and then you are thrown backwards, skull in hand. You leave behind a short gray stake that runs deep into the earth. The skull itself is human, weather-worn, and of no great use. Now let's look at the stake. You poke the stake in the ground. It is a short, stubby neck bone. Someone was buried here. All right, that's what we said. So we just ripped it off his spine. Good job, chat. All right, so the question is, do we keep the skull, or do we, and let's talk about the spells that we could cast. We could cast Sus to sense danger. Desecration. Hopefully they're beyond such modern concepts. God, we don't have that jewel stock thing, so we can't do that. Nope. There is no other... I don't know what that's doing there. R. Oh! We have holy water. We could do this, actually. Uh-oh. Except I don't know whether we can do it now. We do have holy water. We could resurrect the dead, but the problem is I mean, there was no way to get him out, though. If we just... It's too bad we snapped his skull off. But the thing is, if we... Okay. Work this out with me, chat. If we levered the skull off his spine... I keep looking down at what used to be my webcam. I need to look up there. If we keep levering, like, the skull off the spine... The skull snaps off the spine eventually anyway, right? Like, it's not like levering was going to mean that it would then be buried. Like, and if we tried to resurrect him when he's still buried, that doesn't help, right? So I feel like that isn't going to be a problem, I feel like. But we'll see. Anyway, we do have the ability to do this. We just got holy water from the snake caster. From the snake charmer. So we do have that. All right. So we have cast sus, cast res, and I don't think we can do anything else. I completely forgot about that. So, okay, sus, res, or leave the skull. Now, I will say that this is the first holy water we found. But rather than saving it, this feels almost too perfect that we just ran into this. You know? It seems legit, I guess, is what I'm saying. Right, we either get a companion. Maybe what Echo was hoping for, which is that Murray shows up. Maybe this is just a big Planescape Torment, tribute, and we get a skull that follows us around. And there's worse things. Planescape Torment is, amazing, so I hope it's not the Messenger Kit. No, I mean, it seems like it's been there. Someone was buried here, but it seems like it's been there for a long time, I would think. I don't know. I kind of don't think you can cast the spell and then keep the skull, because you're probably going to need the skull for the spell to work, right? For the full thing to be resurrected. I guess we'll find out. It's a good question, Rockgout. I guess we'll find out. Okay, it looks like we're all in favor, so I agree with you. Then we're going to have to dig him out of there. Nope. All right, cross your fingers, chat. They did come out before Torment, sure. You take the vial of holy water from your pack and cast your spell. The water begins to shimmer and shine with an inner light. Here's the problem, though, chat. What do we pour it on? Do we pour water on the bone stake, or do we pour water on the skull? Like, we probably have to pour it on the... What good does it do to pour it on the bone stake, right? I imagine we have to pour it on the skull, don't we? You could just tell me this in chat. Skull. Skull, yeah. Here we go. You drip the water onto the skull, and the jawbone begins to flap sharply. It clacks desperately, but with no throat, it cannot make any sounds. Do we say, "Can you hear me?" or cancel the spell? Skull, can you hear me? I really hope we didn't screw this up by pulling on the skull. But the only other thing we would have tried to do is lever it. That's the thing. We didn't have an option to cast a spell until right that moment that we had it. Okay, can you hear me? Everyone's in favor of. Can you hear me, you ask? The skull's jaw falls still. It stops and makes no reply. So it means you can hear me. What's up, Lego? Good to see you. So can we say, do we want to say that, chat? You can hear me then? Jawbone, can you hear me? Can you help me near you? Jawbone, can you see me? Can you help to cheer you? Ooh, Jawbone. Jawbone. Okay. You can hear, you can. Let's go back and lever. We'll take a look at that, Dunsel. Okay. You can hear me then, you reply. You can. The jaw flaps once, then falls still once more. I don't even know what, but okay. Ask about serpents. For directions. Or cancel the spell. Should have said, what should we do? While you're deciding that, I'm going to quickly look at my spell book. Because I want to see... Resurrection takes some time and will leave the creature dull and dozy. Okay. I was curious. Go back and lever. Yeah, well, so here's the thing. The reason I'm not sure about that is that I've been only doing that in cases where if we die, then we go back. Like, I mean, the game says you could always go back. Because the thing is, I worry about offering that as a choice most of the time. You know what I mean? Because my concern is then anytime something doesn't go the way we like, then we could just be like, let's rewind. And like, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing. The only thing I'm not sure about, I'm actually going to see if I can look this up to see if it makes a big difference. I normally wouldn't do this, but... Okay. Yeah, no, so it's actually good that we didn't lever the skull. Yeah, it's actually good that we didn't lever the skull. Because apparently what it would have done is it would just be the same effect, but it would also dull our weapon. So it would make our weapon less effective. Which is kind of... I understand why, but like, so... Actually, that's fine. Normally I wouldn't do that, but because it was so uncertain to me as well, I was like, you know... So yeah, all right. Last call. Okay, ask about Serpent's Rest for directions. Okay. Yeah, exactly. All right, going once. Going twice. All right, we're going to ask about the serpents. Do you know anything about serpents, you ask? The skull is still, then it flaps its jaw once, then once again. So it said yes and then yes? Maybe we can ask for directions? I guess. I mean, it's either that or... He knows about two of them. That might be what it is, Configuration Queen, yes. You know what else just occurred to me? What about if... I did it again, looking at the webcam, sorry. You know what just occurred to me? What if it happens? What if it turns out to be the case that the... what if in the past this guy was buried and we could rescue him, but we would have to shine the beacon, the telescope, on the area to make it be back in the past. And the problem is we can't do that because right now that tower, the telescope is in ruins. So we need to figure out a way to get across the chasm, turn our telescope on the other side of the chasm towards the telescope, and then get back across without having to use the bridge. So anyway, we are in the present, which is with the whole cursed, ruined landscape right now, Configuration Queen, yeah. But he knows about 2 of the serpents. This whole thing with the skull never happened, by the way, in the original book. This is what I mean. These are wonderful little elements and details that are added on to this place that's just gets passed over in the books. IRL or in-game. Okay, so we're looking at directions. Directions. Is everyone in favor of directions? It sounds like everyone wants directions, I think. Yeah. Disturbing, Critchwitch. Disturbing. It sounds like we're all in favor of directions. Yes? Because directions almost won last time. Okay. As for directions. I'm a traveler, you explain. Why way should I go? I assume that's supposed to be what way. What way should I go? The skull flaps its jaw just once. Okay. Which way is the river? The jaw flaps 3 times, then falls still. Then the spell gives out, the skull topples over sideways in the mud, dead once more. Okay, so we couldn't have done that any differently. So let's look back up here. So, clacks desperately. Can you hear me? Skull's jaw falls still. You can hear me. You can. So flaps once, yes. Do you know anything about serpents? 2 of them. I'm a traveler. Which way should I go? Flaps its jaw just once. Which way is the river? Well, I mean, in fairness, we're also casting it. We're using it on a skull. You know what I mean, Aaron's like... No, it's because the spell didn't... Yeah, like it couldn't do all that stuff. So I'm assuming we're keeping it. Right, Configure Suite. I'm assuming we're keeping the skull with us, yes? There's no reason to leave it here. I'm assuming we're keeping it. Skull, 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 skull. Keep the skull. I'm assuming we're keeping it. Yes. Good to see you, Critchwitch. What's up, man? I understand the reason, but I feel vaguely troubled, Arudnell. I have a personal concern about the use of the name Wilson when it comes to skulls, if you know what I'm saying. Like, I get your reference, but is it a crystal skull? Do not know. But you're not talking about Will. Okay, so we're going to keep the skull. You put the skull into your pack in case it should come in useful later, though for what you cannot think. Okay, so now the question is, chat, do we rest here or move on? We do need to rest, but the question is, do we do it here or do we try to make it to the village, which is right here? We need to rest one of those 2 places. This may also be, I don't know what this is. This village may be like a threat. I have no idea. So we could rest out in the open, and I mean, like, maybe we get lucky this time. So yeah, tell me in chat. But we do need to rest one way or the other. It's just we have to decide under what circumstances we do. So, last poor York, I knew him well. Rest, 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 move. Okay, rest, 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 rest. Welcome back, live. Hang out with the headless corp. What could go wrong? Okay, I have rest, 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 rest. I have 5 rests. I have 1 move, 2 moves. So I have 5 rests and 2 moves. 6 rests and 2 moves. 6 rests and 3 moves. Okay, moving would mean moving to the village. Resting is resting here. So 6 rests and 3 moves. 6 rests, 3 moves. Rest some rest. All right, going once. Going twice. Those 7 rests, 3 moves. Rest it is. It is not the most comfortable place to rest, especially with the body in the ground beside you, but it will suffice. Now, we do not need to eat anything else, chat, because we've already eaten today, And because we're low on rations, my recommendation is we save the one ration that we're left. If you remember, this is the cooked bug. This is the bug. I did it again looking at the webcam. This is the bug, basically, that was cooked on the steam flats back there. So this is our last ration, and we're going to need it probably for tomorrow. So my recommendation is we just close our eyes. But I'll leave it up to chat, of course. It's up to you. But that's my recommendation. Do we eat or do we sleep? Because we're going to get stamina back either way because we did eat today. So eat or sleep. That's true, Rudnell. Lobsters are the cockroaches of the sea. Nappy nap, sleep, 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 sleep. Okay. Sleep it is. You close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. What is left of the night is kept busy with vivid dreams. You see yourself outside your body, reaching forward to touch a blue crystal in a brass socket. For a moment, a beam of light shines upward across the clouds, brilliant and alive. Meanwhile, your body burns and crumples to dust where it stands. And all the while, you hear distant laughter from the east. That sounds like our entire experience playing this game so far. Day 5. During the past day, you used one provision, reached the northern plains, and found 2 new clues. It is ominous. Okay. You get to your feet and brush the dry dust away. You continue to walk. All right, chat. So now we have at this point, it's interesting they don't have a spot directly to the village. All right, so now we have a couple choices. We're still not going to go back up here because we've been, which is to the west because we came from there. We're not going to go southwest. We came from there too. So at this point we have, I would say, 4 choices. We can go north. That's a good point, Dunsel. Maybe that other telescope is trapped. That's a good point. Wow, that's creepy. All right, well, let's think about it. Because the thing is, we touched the blue crystal in the first telescope, excuse me, and then it worked fine. And we in fact, we were healed. So that's interesting, Dunsel. That's a good call. Maybe. I hadn't thought about that. Okay, so we can go north, which puts us directly north. That means that we're just cutting straight across the plains. We can go northeast, which is like this way, basically. We can go directly east, which is like straight towards the Serpent, but it's heading towards these hills, like these foothills here. Or the place that actually would lead us through the village is going south. Whoops. Exactly, yeah. So there we go. So north is up here. Northeast is this way. North is up here. Northeast is this way. Directly east is towards the hills this way. But if you want to go to the village, which is where we were heading, you'd have to go south. And south is also, by the way, where this road is that leads up, at least if I'm reading this map correctly, to here where our friend the Moon Serpent is waiting for us. So we got that. And we have to take out this Moon Serpent. We can't just avoid him. So, yeah, so far, CQ. Hey, Queen, if I ever call you CQ or Queen, are either of those problems? I think calling you configuration is not really an option. But like, for example, I usually refer to Triffid Emats as Triffid. Those are fine. Okay, I just want to make sure. Or I refer to Shadowed Mage as Shadowed. Prince Justin I sometimes refer to as that or just Justin. Although I know, of course, I know his real name. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Okay, last call. South. Northeast. Okay, last call. I agree with everyone, by the way. You know what? I don't think it's going to reach that far, but if it was here, it might. That's actually interesting. Probably it wouldn't be there. It's true. My standard is already taken on Twitch. Yeah. No, that's fine. I've seen longer, to be honest with you. I think one of the longest I've seen is like, well, Ghost of Christmas Future is pretty long. So, I don't know that it reaches, like from here to here probably would reach, but I don't think this one down here would reach up all the way to the Serpent. I don't know, though. I don't know, Aaron. And the other thing is we need to catch this thing. The thing is we need to catch it, and then we're also going to need to have a telescope to shine here so we can cross here, because this is rubble. Like, I don't know, maybe we make our way down here or something, but like, the only other way to get across here is if we get I mean, I guess we could go through here and cross over this way and then down into the Claddaback Steps. We're probably going to have to do that eventually anyway, but as Echo said, oh, look, it's another... Oh, it's a functional beacon. I didn't see that. So there is a beacon down here. If we can get to this side, there's a telescope here we can use to, like, shine it around places. And there is also a telescope here, I note. So we'll need to get to that. There is a telescope here. And is there one up here? There's a telescope here. So there are telescopes in each of these regions. But, and don't forget ECAG. Yeah, that's the longest of all. It's true, Echo. But Echo made the point that this is a little bit like Dragon Age in that it seems very sandboxy. I think the only thing that's pushing us forward, the only thing that's really a concern here, that's just a regular tower, that's not a telescope, is the fact that we do have a little bit of a time limit based upon the fact of the 7 serpents. We do have to try to find the serpents. Now, we've tracked down already. We know that there are 7 of them. We know 5 of them. We know that one of them is going to come to us. The fire serpent is going to come to us. So we need to find an additional 6. And we only know of, besides the fire serpent, 4 others. We don't know what the names of the other 2 are, nor do we know where to find any of them except for the moon serpent. We also know the weaknesses of the 5 that we actually know. So, yeah. Yeah, this is the moon serpent, CQ. This one is the moon serpent, and we found this out from the centaurs. This one is lying in wait for us. And as soon as they told us that, this token appeared on the map, which I'm really happy about because it means that I actually... like, now we know where we're going a little bit, at least one way. So, oh, really, Rock God? That's funny. Okay, we're going to close this poll because I agree with all of you. South makes much more sense. All right, south. You carry on tramping across the dusty plains, watching for signs of life. There are none. The air stirs a little, still cold, but at least fresh. A few hundred yards ahead of you is a camp of covered wagons and carts arranged in a circle. At its center, a fire burns, and you can see figures moving around the camp. Okay, do we approach the camp, or do we slip around it, chat? You can tell me this in chat, because it's only 2 choices. Approach the camp or slip around? Approach or slip? Slip or approach? So that camp is the one that we're looking at. That's the one that we were passing. Like, that camp is this. This is the camp. For what that's worth. Run right in and see if then I'll kill you. Okay, slip, slip, run right in. So I'm going to count that as an approach, Aaron. Approach, 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 approach. So you have 2 slips and 4 approach. 2 slips, 4 approach. Maybe it's the Vistani, you know? 5 approach and 3 slip. 5 approach, 3 slip. Really good to see everyone, by the way. I've been having solid turnout for these, and I hope that continues, because the more people we get in here, the more fun this gets. At all times, but I mean, it's always fun with you folks regardless, don't get me wrong, but it's more fun to have everyone like actively participating with each other. It's just a good time, and when people, even for lurkers, to watch that happening and all that. But it's also fun because you're all great people, but it's also fun because it means we get more back and forth about, wait a minute, should we do this vote or this vote or this vote? So it's great. Oh, well, listen, live suing, I also want to say this to, I've said this before to Rudenel, and I've said this to others, that everyone has their personalities that I really appreciate and that really add something, but I really appreciate the upbeat quality that you bring, live suing. And Triffid is like that too. There are a number of people like that. There are a lot of other people who bring other things, sort of a Zen approach, which I really appreciate. Sometimes like this, you know, the humor, which is obviously a big deal too. So everyone brings something great to the table. The only thing we don't like are the angry trolls that want to make things about themselves and not about the community having a good time. But those people don't hang around here long because they either get here and realize they're not welcome, or they end up coming and realizing it's more fun to interact with people, or just to lurk and watch people having fun with each other. That's also cool. Or they get banned. So that's how that works. Or they get bored. They get bored, I guess. That could be Rogan. Assuming you're not being sarcastic, Rogan. Assuming you're not claiming that. Yeah, they get sniped. Yeah, for sure. Wendy's Baconators with bacon fries? For a minute, I thought you meant literally fries made of bacon. And I'm like, what? But then I realized you meant fries with bacon on it. I got you. Oh, jeez. Sigh. Yeah. Yep. That will continue until they get the message. 3 strikes, and you're out. They've had, frankly, more than 3 strikes. So, okay. So it looks like we are in favor of approach overall. More approach than slip. If it turns out this is wrong, the slip around folks can feel all Arvany smug, if that turns out to be the case. You walk toward the caravans, but stop suddenly when an arrow flies through the air and buries itself in the dust just to your left. Another lands to your right. Okay. Quite friendly, this crew. So, what should we do? Hold up. I mean, it is, you know, everyone's suspicious. The centaurs worked out. Hold up our hands. Our hands. Call out. Or avoid the camp. Well, that's it, right? Like, I don't know. I'm wondering about that. And I should also, before I forget, many of you have that upbeat approach. And all of you that are here have a community focus and love, you know, contribute something awesome to the community. So you're all great is what I'm saying. And the more of us we get, the more great it gets. So, especially for a game like this. But any kind of live, you know, content really makes a difference. So. They just may be super suspicious because we're walking in and this place is like, you know, this place is dangerous now. But we know that we can show them. I mean, we cast a luck spell on the centaurs. What I'm saying is just because they're suspicious doesn't mean that, because if they were really bad guys, they would have just shot us on sight, right? My thought is we go into the camp and maybe like we work things out. But it also could be we work into the camp and they're like, we told you to stop. And then they headshot us, you know, like, I don't know. Can you hear me calling? Over. Thick cut applewood smoked bacon placed on baking sheet. Bacon oven at 400 Fahrenheit to 75%, 80% done. Remove from oven. Brush down bacon with maple syrup, dust with brown sugar. Finish off by frying in pan to finish cooking the bacon and caramelize the syrup and sugar. That sounds delicious. Although I will say that I happen to like crispy bacon, as God intended. There are some who, you know, are good people but are misguided in their belief that bacon is better when it's thick and chewy. That is inaccurate. Bacon is good when it's crispy. But no, I'm just kidding. But yes, that's why it sounds delicious, because crispy bacon is so delicious. Yeah, that sounds... Maybe their sadists want you to believe they're not hostile to just betray your hopes. Could be. Could very well be, Rogan. That's a good possibility. I have to say, too, and I do like bacon, but if I were comparing the two of them, I probably prefer a good sausage. But sometimes sausage can be like not like the texture. So it depends. Like if given a choice between good sausage, either patty or sausage link, or bacon, I probably prefer sausage, but it's close. Like good bacon is really good. And incidentally, good ham, especially ham with honey ham, like I mean good fresh honey ham, that's solid. How many unsub? Unfollow, quit D&D. I have made sausage with bacon. That's good. No, don't get me wrong. This is not me. This is not like a raisins thing with me, okay? Bacon is delicious. Don't get me wrong. Bacon is scrumptious, okay? Chef's kiss. Bacon is great. I'm just saying that, like, if I'm given a choice between good sausage and good bacon, I may choose good sausage. And let me say, good sausage is tremendous. Like, let's be clear. It's not like we're talking about the difference between if I don't have bacon, then I would prefer to have Spam. Like, I mean, we're talking about, or luncheon meat. I mean, we're head cheese. Like, we're talking about legit, sausage is legit. You know what I mean? And I can't have too much of either because I have to be careful because of gallbladder stuff, so. Yeah, like delicious sausage. Good sausage. Yeah. Of course. Good sausage. Sausage and gravy on biscuits. Yeah. Your mom, see, it's funny though. It's funny, CQ. I never liked liver at all. My dad loved liver. And I tried it multiple times and I was always like, ugh. So I don't know. Some people love liver. My dad loved liver. I just, ugh. It always tasted disgusting to me. I think it's like one of those things like cilantro. They say some people love cilantro and some people it tastes like soap. It's just a genetic thing. I think that's partially that too. So liver tastes, ugh. Also, I have a problem eating something which is the source of all chemicals in the body, including stress, from a creature which, of course, was killed before being eaten. I'm just saying. That, of course, is my theory. So, makes you want IHOP? Yeah, or I'll tell you what. I know that it's joke worthy. I know. You can say what you like. The best chain waffles. Now, I'm not talking about if you go to an independent diner. Like there's this place in Seattle. I have to ask my wife about it. I don't remember the name of it, but it's famous for making these like 12 egg omelets or something like crazy. But their pancakes and waffles are the best, are like spectacular, like best I've ever had. Those are amazing. I'm not talking about local restaurants and local diners. Okay, those are different, right? But if you want the best chain waffle, I would still argue it's Waffle House. I know, I understand that, and I grew up on IHOP, and IHOP can be really good too. But, and I know the whole thing about they're cheap and I get it. I'm just telling you, their Waffle House waffles are delicious. They just are. Like, I don't know what to say. And IHOP waffles are good, and pancakes are good. But the pancakes and waffles from Waffle House are legit. I don't know, you know? Your nearby IHOP delivers. Oh, man. So delicious. Yeah. Again, I'm not talking homemade. Those are obviously superior. There is a local cafe to us in Yonkers, actually, New York, called the Pondfield Cafe that isn't too far from, we can drive there, that is delicious as well. I'm not talking about local. Support local businesses. I just mean if you're going to a chain, the best chain I've ever seen in terms of waffles or pancakes is that. I would say the same thing for burgers. The best chain burger is Red Robin that I've ever had. I'm not talking about local. Locals are better. But if you're going to a chain, that's the deal. Cilantro is a similar herb with the right flavor. It doesn't trigger the soap taste. I have never heard of that, really. Cilantro. Yeah, Red Robin spice is really good. I have never heard of that. Okay, call out. Greetings, you call. There is no response, but at least there is not another arrow. Okay, that's good. They're not shooting us yet. Okay. What should we ask? I wish to trade. I need directions. I need somewhere to rest. Yeah, like we're stepping up, right? Life's doing like we began this whole process with arrows being shot in our direction, and now they're not, and that's an improvement. I am going to quickly go and because my daughter is going to bed, so I'm going to tuck her in and kiss her goodnight, and I will be right back to you people while you are making your vote, and I will leave on the awesome sound of wind blowing across the plains. I'll be right back. Stick with us. Okay. Okay. We are back, chat. We are back. Okay. Where were we? So, I was busy being super dad. Yeah, I just had to put little Arv to bed. She was up later than she planned doing work and stuff, but okay, where are we? Yes. So I wish to trade, and it looks like the answer was I need directions. Okay. I need directions. Still nothing. Okay, so now hold up my hands or avoid the camp. Yeah, exactly, Livesoon. Good to see you, Coven. How you doing, man? I'm doing well, Coven. You may notice that I have a new, knock on wood, still holding new camera. New camera, which looks like this, which I think you would agree looks just a wee bit better than this. This was my webcam, and that's the cam now. So it's a little better, by which I mean a lot better. So hopefully, this is the acid test. If it can hold out for an entire stream without, overheating or anything like that, then I'm going to be very excited. But hang in there. Yeah, it really does, live sewing. It's almost like you don't realize it until you see the new one and you're like, oh, It means you have to be really aware of lighting, but also, and they have automatic exposures, but the thing is you don't want to set this cam to automatic exposure for streaming most of the time, because when you turn the light off and you want to create the Halloween effect, this is what you want. You don't want you want it to be dark when it's dark in the room. So yep. Yeah, so what are you reading and listening to, Coven? Okay, so sorry about that. So chat, tell me in chat, please. Hold up our hands or avoid the camp. Do we hold up hands or avoid the camp? Looks like CQ and Mrs. Dunsel have hand. So hold up hand. Oh, no kidding, Coven. Avoid. So I've got 2 for hold up your hands and 1 for avoid so far. You can just tell me this in chat because there's only 2 choices. Avoid, I'm consistent. That's true. So 2 hold up your hands and 2 avoids. 2 hold up your hands and 3 avoids. I'll talk about Dune in a minute after this is over, after this part is over, Coven. 2 hold up your hands, 3 hold up your hands, and 3 avoids. All right. 3 hold up hands and 3 avoids. 4 hold up hands, 5 hold up hands, and 3 avoids. 6 hold up hands. Oh, hold up hands is beginning to pull away. 6 hold up hands and 3 hasn't enough opportunities to wait. Yes, exactly. Or make toast or anything, right? Okay. Making sure everything is okay. Double checking on this. That still seems right. Unsolvable. I make toast so I can go to the office instead of saving innocent people because that's what heroes do. All right, it looks like we're going with hands. No, I was actually just hearing this little hum, although I do have the dad senses. It's very true, Kevin. So what I was going to say about Dune very quickly before we go to holding up the hands is, I have to be honest. I admired the world building a great deal. I liked conceptually a lot of what was going on in the book, but I didn't really enjoy reading Dune. I have to be honest. I found it extremely dense and very, very slow. And obviously I read books like Silmarillion and I've read the Foundation series. No one would ever accuse Asimov of being the world's greatest prose stylist, but it was very slow and ponderous almost. And when I got through with it, the book that I read right afterwards was The Last Wish, which is basically the first Witcher book, essentially. And it was like a breath of fresh air. It was so snappy and quick. Am I going to say that it's a better book than Dune? It's hard to say that. I didn't love Dune. I don't know. I admire the world building, but just in terms of pure enjoyment, I was just I was relieved when I was done reading Dune. I don't know why. I don't know why that was. And you may be right about that, too. It's much easier to listen to. Ironically, Kevin J. Anderson, who has done a lot of the Dune stuff since, Herbert passed away, and also, of course, Herbert's son does it, too. But Kevin J. Anderson actually dictates his books while he's walking into a recorder, and then he has a typist who basically transcribes it onto the page. That's how he writes, which is interesting. But it's unusual because I was thinking about the whole listening to things and how that works. So, yeah. And I mean, again, in no way, listen, Dune in terms of like its scope and its scale, it's amazing. Like, don't get me wrong. This is not a knock on Dune in terms of its world building, but it was I found it very dense and overwrought. I don't know. Just me. For whatever that's worth. Okay. Hold my hands. Yeah, it's crazy. Can you imagine being the transcript person, though? Like the typist who does that? It's like, oof. He loves progressive rock, though, Kevin J. Anderson, so he can't be all bad, right? Never played the video games of Dune, ever. I'd be interested to try any of them. I've never played any of the Dune games. Yeah, I'm interested to see how the new Dune is when the new Dune comes out. Okay, hold up my hands. You raise your hands to signal you are not a threat. There is no response. Dare you step closer? Okay, so we held up our hands. They didn't fire. So do we approach or avoid the camp? You work as a transcriptionist? What do you think, chat? Do we approach or avoid the camp? So we called out. No more arrows. I need directions. No one said anything. We raised our hands. No response. Approach YOLO. I've done transcription work. Yeah. So we've got approach, avoid. 2 approaches and an avoid. Oh, actually, approach YOLO. Approach or avoid. Yeah, it seems like, I mean, transcription work, I can imagine it being interesting, and I've done very little bit of that for some podcast stuff some time ago. I just think for something like that with a novel, I mean, I don't know how he narrates it. Like, maybe he's very clear in his narration, but I don't know. I mean, so. Very true. These are true statements. Are they all adventure-style games, live suing, basically? Right. The Lynch film is a very interesting... The Dune film is it's an interesting failure. I don't think it's a successful movie, but I think it's not bad, and I think the way that it fails is what's interesting about it in a way. Like Patrick Stewart, for example, thought that he was completely wrong for that role. He thought he was miscast as Duncan, what's his face? Sting was cool in that role, but so I don't know. Yeah. Duncan, Idaho. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we have approach. So I have 3 approaches and 1 avoid. Any other approaches? Right. Not just sort of a straight failure, if you know what I mean, CQ. Like, there's movies that you're just like, this movie should not have been made and is garbage. This was not garbage. It's just that it doesn't work really, but it's sort of why it doesn't work that's interesting. And Dune, to me, is much better made as a miniseries anyway. And they've taken a run at that before. It's much better as a Game of Thrones-ish style miniseries. Not a series like Game of Thrones, but a miniseries, I think, than as a single movie, because I think it's too big to do as a full film. I think there's too much going on. So, that is a lot of hats. That's very true. Right. Exactly, Miranda. Yeah. Exactly. Yes, I've seen that. Live suing. I've seen that. The first Dune was an adventure RPG. Yeah, I remember the real-time strategy, but I didn't remember the other part. Okay, so it sounds like we are approaching. You step cautiously forwards. Ooh, there's a map. No more arrows are fired, although as you get closer, you begin to see the bowmen, shafts ready, covering your approach. A crowd is gathering to see who you are. Check this out. Listen, chat. Yeah, I love this part. I love these mini-maps. I am absolutely in love with the visual style of this game. The fact that that you can have a mini-map here and you would have had no way of knowing that you were going to a place that would have a mini-map. It just appears. I adore that. And they're so evocative, these maps. Like, I just, the visual style on this game is awesome. I absolutely love it. My concern of the 3 crosses on the far right, I would agree. Or Eastern European. This could have a sort of Romani. This could have a Romani feel to it, I think. Ranks from the East. Okay. So, chat, now you've seen that. Do we look at the crowd or stride forward? Actually, you know what? I'm going to look at the crowd. Because you always look at stuff. It is a caravan of black elves. Presumably they are traders of some kind, as they are far from home out here in the wastes. The elves eye you suspiciously as you stride into their midst. Now, I do remember this thing with the black elves. This is a thing that you meet in the 7 Serpents, but I've never actually. There was no mini map or anything like that, of course. An elder elf, stouter and better dressed than the others, steps forward to confront you. Okay, do we let the elder speak, hit him, or cast a spell? Now, I know it is the case that some dark elves in this game, or some black elves or dark elves? I think it's not dark elves. I think they call black elves. It's dark elves. These are drow, basically. Are servants of the Archmage of Mampang, but who's our mortal enemy, but not all of them, though. So let the elder speak. Hit him, which is an interesting... Or cast a spell. And here's what we could cast. Vote 1, respect your elders. Yes. We could cast Rap, which allows us to talk all languages. That certainly makes sense. We could cast Rap. We do have the green-haired wig. We could cast Rock and turn him to stone. He comes up and we're like, hi, stone. What could go wrong? I can't see any way that this could be a problem. That he'd be an onyx elf. Nice. Well done. Well done, Coven. Then they could be a rock star elf. I love how we would explain this as our body is being filled with arrows. Tell. I wish that we could read minds because it would super help. And the problem is we had our skull cap stolen, so we can't do that. So that sucks. We could cast Law, which means we control non-intelligent creatures. To be clear, these are intelligent creatures, so this is not going to work. I just want to be clear about that. We could cast... We could create treasure. We could create an illusion of treasure. God is an illusion of worship. We can't do that because we do not have that thing. We could create fear, but we can't do that because, again, we had our face mask stolen, so we can't do that. I think that's all. Cast Law or Dud. Oh, cast... Nope, doesn't require a skull. Required a skull cap. Unless you want to take our skull and make it into a cap quickly. I mean, I'm sure. So we've got Let the Elder Speak, hit him, or we could cast Rap, which allows us to talk all languages. Rock, which is turn him into stone, which I have a feeling that's a bit aggressive. Cast Law, which means that we can... See, the thing is, we may not be able to understand him. If we cast Rap, we can speak languages. I don't know. Law or then Dud allows us to make treasure, an illusion of treasure. I suppose that's to, like, fake bribe them or something. But, yeah. Law would be to control non-intelligent creatures, and these are intelligent, so that's not going to work. We don't speak Elvish, no, unless we use that language. We just speak whatever the common language of the Analand and the Travelers, I don't know what they call it, but that's like the language that we do. So Yap lets us talk with, I think it's, Yap lets us talk with animals, and Rap lets us talk with people, any language that they speak. I don't know, he may speak English too, I don't know, like speak in quotes common or whatever the equivalent would be. You voted to... I was going to say, Miranda, you're voting to hit him, really? He just walks up and then... I love the idea that you're like, I mean you no harm. I mean, what? There's just like 30, you know, 30 black elves, dark elves, or, you know, and there's us. I'm sure it's fine, like... You know. Oh, very cool, Echo. Thank you. Thank you. Status update on the dice. No, that's a good question. It's been shipped, but in terms of tracking to get here, we don't know yet. It could arrive the day, like the Thursday, the day after her birthday, or 2 days after. I'm hoping it doesn't. I'm hoping that it gets here before, and there's a chance that it will. It could basically show up anytime from today. Didn't show up today, but anytime from today through the 22nd. We come in peace, shoot to kill. Look how short they are, a couple inches taller than I am. We cast it and all of a sudden we can understand the song and it's like, and we're going to kill all the travelers, the Archmage is the best, we're going to kill you and consume you, we're going to kill you. That's what it's actually saying. They'll be so surprised at the attack, they'll be stunned for precious seconds while we take the hostage. Is that the Elder? So we just, like, hit him, grab him, like, throw him under our arm, and then run away? And then our long-term plan is to... Then we have a companion of an elf Elder? I don't... Yeah. There's dark elves on the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow. There's dark elves on the starboard bow, starboard bow. It's life, Jim, but not as we know it. Not as we know it. Not as we know it. Yeah, I don't think getting companions by hitting them on the head and forcibly removing them from their people, I'm pretty sure that's not how you get companions. It's life, but not as we know it. All right. Okay, we're going to let him speak. Let the Elder speak. If you seek shelter or food... He pauses to spit on the ground. Then... Okay, and then he stops. So... Then you will offer it. So we're going to, like, interrupt him. Is that the idea? Then it comes... Price? Or let him speak. I mean, so far, he speaks in language we understand. He's just pausing. Then you'll do what I say. Then you will pay the ultimate penalty. Let him speak. Let him speak. Yeah, this seems pretty reasonable to me. Then die. Then face the ultimate... Okay. We're going to close this poll because chat is very definitively in favor of letting him speak. Then, the Elder chews his words for another moment while you wait respectfully. Then you waste your time. The Elder finishes. Looking around the crowd, you see that most of the elves are thin and haggard-looking. Okay. Perhaps some gold will change your mind, although that may also tell them that they can then kill us. I'm here to trade with you. Or I need your help. That ultimate penalty will at some point arrive, Shadowed, and you just wait. You wait for that moment. Give them your one ration. I know. I'm thinking, actually, I could be like, I have here some steamed bug. And they're like, They'd probably be like, awesome, steam bug. And then we can train them how to do it. We can be like, so what you do is you walk up to the side of the fissure, you yell over it and insult the bugs below. Then when they come crawling off, you run them over the steam flats, wait for the steam to burn them, and you've got the more food than you could ever want. That's how it goes. Steam bug. Help, I need somebody, help. Not just anybody, help. Tell them when to get there. Oh, exactly. I will give you a place where you can find your own tasty steam bugs. Simply travel over the impassable ravine, and you will find some steam. Oh man, yeah. Don't oversteam it. Steam buns. All right. Good night, Helmus. Sleep well. And welcome everybody who's here. For those new folks in the chat, because I see we have some more people here. For those new folks in the chat, I hope you are enjoying what you see in here. This is Inkle's Sorcery, Book 3, The Seven Serpents, where chat makes the decisions. You get a chance to actually play through as we're all playing together. My name is Arvin Elleron. I am an author and a college professor, and I focus a lot on story and narrative on my streams. We do a lot of tabletop, Dungeons & Dragons, that sort of thing, games in this channel. We have a bunch more coming over the next week, and this is the first of 13 consecutive days of content on this channel, either from me directly or from one of the campaigns which is hosted on this channel, which I am very excited about. So you're going to get a chance to see a lot more. Tomorrow night we have got the premiere of Palace of the Red Pasha, which is excuse me, the new mini campaign with the Infinity and Beyond crew, my oldest Dungeons & Dragons group that's been running for the longest. 4 intrepid adventurers, Sod, John Helfers, GC Darkside Rob, and Trendane Sparks will be going through and taking their level characters at level 15 and bringing them to mop up, you might say, what's happening with the Cult of the Dragon and what's left over after their successful Tyranny of the Dragons campaign, which concluded a couple of years ago. Once that's done in a few months, then the Infinity and Beyond crew next big campaign will be Eberron. So that's what we've got going on there. And then we have a bunch of other video games and stuff like that we play as well. If you like what you see here, please follow. Check out our channel. Please support us by subscribing to the channel, by helping us out by backing the Patreon. You can get awesome custom sub badges and emotes and inspirations to help the players in the tabletop games, and a copy of my an epic poem written for you. You can get a copy of one of my band's albums. You can get a character background written for you, a whole bunch of cool stuff. Plus the channel gets stuff as well. So thank you all for being here. All right, it looks like we're going with I'm here to trade with you. I'm here to trade with you. The elder raises an eyebrow. Gesturing to one of the caravans, he remarks, Ulu will trade with you. You have the freedom of our camp. He stands aside, and the other elves lower their swords, pikes, and daggers. Okay. Then we just push him aside. We're like, great, thanks, shove. Do we say, thank you? Do we say, what are you doing out here? Or do we push him aside? Could very well be. Although I like, yeah, it might be possible. Although I like to be able to have people, being able to show some things in chat can sometimes be helpful, but possibly. That might, I have to think about that actually. Yeah, thanks, Tramples. What's up, Burner? How you doing, man? It's a very lively camp for a group of thin and haggard, you know, mistrusting people that haven't eaten in a while. Unless, they're, again, what they're singing is like, I'm hungry, super hungry, I wish I had Waffle House right now. Give me crispy bacon, you know. Waffles. With bacon. Yep. So good. So good, these waffles with bacon. As long as they don't trade you an axe for your head. Or if they're like, stranger, we are glad you came to trade with us today. Ever since the one stranger kidnapped our beloved elder's wife and buried her to her neck and then killed her, and we don't know where. We have not been the same. If only we could find the person who might have desecrated her body and ripped off her skull. We're like, you know, hunger rising. Yeah, I've only got crackers up here right now. I didn't have time. Afterwards, I'll probably grab a bowl of cereal and some rye toast. But, yeah. Flash some kind of information about my channel. Uh-oh. Did something happen? Bad information? Is it bad? Something happened? Oh, the Discord notification went off finally? Did it really? I wonder if they addressed that. Okay, okay, cool. That's good. We're still getting those little kinks worked out, but we're out of coffee. Okay, looks like we're gonna say thank you. I wanna thank you for not shooting me in the head with your arrow, because then I'd be dead. Thank you. Alright. Thank you. The elder nods. You move past him into the middle of the camp. Into the camp. The elves return to their huts and caravans. A few make their way to a fire pit in the center and begin to mutter in low voices. The encampment is clearly a foul, impoverished place. They surely cannot survive out here in the Dust Bowl for much longer. We got two choices, chat. The trading tent or the campfire. Dungeon Dragons series with John Wick, right? Wait. The writer of John Wick? No kidding. That's cool. He's also writing on The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Can you imagine if for some reason he had a relationship with Keanu Reeves and we get D&D with Keanu Reeves? How awesome would that be? Okay, tent, trading tents. We have 3 tents and 1 trade. We going to the campfire or the trading tent? Yeah. I figured as much, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. Trade or campfire is what I meant. So trade. That's true, CQ. Trade. Looks like most people are talking trading. Very true, live suing. And also that one of the Wayans brothers was vaguely okay. God, that movie was so bad. I couldn't believe... I mean... And they just got Jeremy Irons out there who was just clearly bored by the whole thing and just wanted to waste his time chewing the scenery. It was terrible. Ugh. So bad. Okay, trade. Everyone looks like they're trading. Trading. Lovely. You make your way to a large caravan guarded by 2 armed elves. As you approach, one knocks on the door and a skinny black face appears from inside. This must be Ulu. Well, greetings, he croons. And what sort of bargain hunter might we have happened across here in the middle of Badubak? Though we're always in the middle of Badubak, it seems. Okay, do we say... I am a traveler. I am a sorcerer. I am starving and in need of aid. I am an Arvanaut. No, I'm just kidding. That's not actually an option. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, they're also starving. Oh, exactly, live suing. Jeremy Irons was terrible in that movie, Echo. Terrible. Dreadful. Like, and I'm talking about, yes, he has nothing to work with, but, like, there were gaps in dialogue you could drive a truck through. Like, he was awful. And I was kind of like, I'm not down with that, honestly. Like, if you are someone of his stature, come to play or don't come at all. Like, if you didn't want to be in the movie, don't be in the movie. It's not like he was hurting for roles. So, I don't know. I mean, and you know what's interesting? Now, this is a different scenario, but it just reminds me. Michael Caine, gifted actor, right? Very well respected. Michael Caine agreed to be Scrooge in the Muppet Christmas Carol. And of course, they took it seriously. He took it seriously, and to this day talks about how much he loves it. You know how easy it would have been easy it would have been for him to mail it in and just be like, oh, whatever. Christopher Reeve always said that was what happened with Marlon Brando in Superman 2. Christopher Reeve always said that Marlon Brando just mailed it in the movie. Or I guess Superman 1. Where he plays, Kal-El. Or no, Zor-El? Jor-El. Where he plays the father. He just mailed it in. So there's some actors, no matter how good they are, that just kind of mail it in. And like, yeah. So, yeah, don't phone it in. Jor-El, yeah. Michael Caine was great. That movie made me cry, right? It's so good, live suing. It really is. I really, of course, A Christmas Carol is my favorite story, short story ever. So I guess it would be, or novella, really. But, long short story or short novella or novelette. My favorite ever. And so you have to do a lot to mess it up. I don't think it's the best version that I've ever seen ever. But it's really got a lot of good stuff with it. And incredible puppet work. Like, so good. I was talking about Jeremy Irons mailing it in for the D&D movie. Like, don't do that. But my point was that, even when Michael Caine was clearly, like, the biggest name in all of that, although he always joked that Kermit was a bigger name, but, he didn't mail it in, and he respected his co-workers, and they did a great job, and he did a great job, and he said to this day, he's so happy he did it. To this day, it's like one of his favorite things to watch. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you were asking me what it actually means. Yeah, that's what it means. Basically, just like, Marlon Brando basically got paid to just read some lines off cue cards. Because Marlon Brando didn't even learn his lines. Literally. And he comes up with this BS about, like, well, it's really important to show sort of an organic experience. Like, come on, dude. You didn't learn your lines because you didn't want to learn your lines because you thought it was Superman and it was beneath you. But you got paid an absolute freaking fortune. Like... And Marlon Brando, great actor. But I thought Reeves' sort of reaction to him was really interesting. Because he said, he's like, it would have been nice if he could have given some of the younger actors something to work with, like some kind of legacy. He's like, but I frankly was very underwhelmed by him. I was just like, wow. That's, woo. So, anyway. Yeah. Okay, so we're saying I am a traveler. I'm a traveler, you tell him. And a human. Well, come inside. Let's see if we can't bargain a little. Over his shoulder, you just make out cluttered shelves. We always want to look at the shelves. You peer inside the caravan and can just make out the flash and gleam of glass, crystal, weapons, and gold from the dusty shelves. It is most intriguing. I can see you're interested, Ulu remarks. Do we enter the caravan or say, I'll stay outside? Enter the caravan or I'll stay outside. Which one? Oh, is that true, Rockod? Yeah, like, and the thing is, I don't know. Like, it doesn't change the fact that he's a great actor. But I do have to say, having seen numerous examples... Excuse me for a moment. Okay, that's good. Having seen numerous examples of very, very fine actors that weren't a pain to deal with, I feel like it's not a requirement. It's like basketball coaches. Like everyone's like, oh, Bobby Knight, Bobby Knight. Like, Bobby Knight's a great coach, and yeah, he can be kind of foul-mouthed sometimes. Bobby Knight hit a kid, smeared feces on a kid's jersey once, and pointed to it and said to all the kids in his locker room, "This is what you all played like tonight." Threw a chair across the court. I don't care how good a coach he is. He's a bad human being. I don't care how good he is as a coach. Mike Krzyzewski never did that. And Mike Krzyzewski was super intense. Don Chaney, who was the coach, longtime coach at Temple, never did that. John Wooden, greatest coach of all time, never did that. So Red Auerbach never had to do that. I mean, that was the pros, but still. I mean, come on. Yeah, like it was outrageous. And there were parents who sent their kids specifically because they're like, oh, I want that discipline. Don't give me that nonsense. He acts like a little Napoleon. And, you know, for all that, Bobby Knight won like 2 national championships, which is great. But there are people who won that and more and didn't act like a piece of garbage. So I've never understood this thing that, like, you know, like, well, you have to understand that they're obnoxious to work with, but, you know, they are great at whatever. You can also be great at whatever and not be a jackass, is my point. Kerm the Firm, really? Yeah. And I mean, and I say that, CQ, as a University of Connecticut fan. Jim Calhoun was our coach and won 3 championships and whatever. And I am very much not a Duke fan. You can't really be a graduate of the University of Connecticut Huskies, care about the team at all, have had season tickets to the games, which I used to have many years ago when I was a student there, and like Duke, you know what I mean? So I'm not a fan of Duke, but I respect Mike Krzyzewski. And I don't know anybody who knows the game of basketball who doesn't respect Mike Krzyzewski. And it's interesting because Krzyzewski was a protege of Knight's, but he would never do that. Again, he could be super intense, but he would never do that. Right. Okay. So I apologize for not having looked at this when it says, okay, enter, 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 go on in. Okay, enter. Enter the caravan. You shove Ulu to one side. What? You shove him to one side and make your way inside his glittering caravan. I don't shove him outside. It takes a moment to adjust to the gloom, but as you do, you realize it is a veritable treasure trove of valuables, magical items, and equipment. Ulu smiles as he sees your reaction. And what is your taste, stranger? Weaponry? Sorcery? Or are you a craftsman? Perhaps some treasures to give to a special someone at the end of your journey? We have it all. You are uncertain where to start looking or how far your 10 gold pieces will go. Okay, so first of all, take a look at this, right? Looks like maybe there's like a gale horn here. There's like I don't know what that is. There's like an axe of some kind. There are some arrows. We've got like a crystal ball. You could use a crystal ball for our spell Far, which allows us to look into... I'll tell you exactly what it lets us look into. Things freaking alphabetical. Okay. So we'll enable the caster to see into the future, is basically what Far would do. So we could do that with that crystal ball. That's 8 gold pieces. That'll be a lot of what we have. It looks like a bag of something. I don't know, 4 gold pieces. We got, I don't know what this is. It looks like a pendant of some kind, which might give us another spell. And then there's Secrets of the Backlands is what this looks like. Secrets of the Backlands looks like maybe like it's a map or a scroll or something. There's a book down here. And then maybe like a cloak. There's like a lot of stuff. Alright, so. Wow, we found like the shop, people. Alright. Do we browse for magical items? Do we browse for weapons and armor? Do we browse for... Sorry. Food? Do we browse for books and scrolls? Do we cast a spell? Or do we leave the shop? And, I will take a look at what spells there are to cast, but for right now, here's your vote, folks. We'll probably be able to do more than one. Just remember, we've only got 10 gold overall. I'm going to take a look at the spells we could cast. So, the spell options are as follows. We could cast a spell to give us an illusion of treasure that requires 1 stamina. If the guy doesn't see through it, we can buy more. But if he does see through it, then he's probably going to be pretty pissed off that we're trying to cheat him. But there's that. We could cause slowness. I guess that means we could create slowness in the guy, and then we could try to grab some stuff and run. I guess. God is an illusion of worship. We can't do that because we don't have that jewel. We could cast Sleepiness. There's a brass pendulum, I think, that's actually there for sale, but we don't have it right now. We don't have that. So we can't do that yet. We could see the future. That requires a crystal orb. So it looks like we could get Doze to create sleepiness. We could probably buy that pendulum here. And we could buy the crystal orb for Far, but we won't be able to get both of those unless we try to cheat the guy. And then the last one is we can't do cause invisibility because we don't have a pearl ring. So basically Dud for treasure, or we could cast Doze for drowsiness. Those are the two spells that we have. So do we browse for magical items, browse for weapons and armor, browse for supplies and food, browse for books and scrolls, cast a spell, or leave the shop? And I think we're going to be able to do more than one of these, unless we do something which obviously antagonizes him. Like, you know, I don't know, like the Dud thing means we could probably get a lot of stuff. Except unless he sees through it and then we're screwed. You know? If he sees through it, then... Right. Right. I agree wholeheartedly on that remaking point. Remake garbage movies, don't remake good ones. Which is reason lumber like 10 million why remaking The Princess Bride is dumb. Don't remake The Princess Bride. There is no reason whatsoever to remake The Princess Bride. That movie is perfect as it is. You do not need to do anything with The Princess Bride. In fact, I think a lot of times people just need to understand better a little bit about the structure of story, and when a story is finished, forget about remaking it, but when a story's done. And a perfect example of that to me is The Matrix. I've never seen two more useless films than The Matrix 2 and 3. Apologies to those who like them. The Matrix is a self-contained story. You literally don't need anything else after The Matrix. It's it. The Matrix is there. Neo's the one. We're good. Like, and I think, yeah. So, that would be nice. Don't remake Back to the Future. Agree. Right. Yeah, and remakes are a sign of creative bankruptcy. Yeah, there's no need for it. The thing is that humans are infinitely creative because they can move things around and alter them and shape them in different ways. There's multiple things that can be done to make great original stories and great movies. You don't need to go back to the well 6 million times. You know? We don't need, you know, multiple bites of the apple for, you know, insert property here. You don't need to do that. You know, how many times do we take a run at the Invisible Hulk? Or the Invisible Hulk. I thought of the Invisible Man and put it together with Hulk. Sorry. The Incredible Hulk. How many Hulk movies have we had? We're up to like 3 takes, right? Do we need another take on the Hulk? Aren't we good? Like... 2 of the Wachowski sisters? Yeah. I mean, listen, the Matrix 1 was a innovative, groundbreaking, fascinating, I found it disturbing, but a fascinating movie that does everything you want it to do. Go make something else. You don't need to make sequels to movies that already were to a story that was finished. Because all it did was enter things into the equation that became sillier and sillier so that we end up with like a rave at the... Like, what are we doing? You don't need these movies. Movie 1 was good. You like the Ang Lee movie? I don't know if I've seen that either, live suing. Yeah, exactly. The Invisible Hulk. I've actually never, I've never seen Dark City, Triffid. I'm not 100% sure I understand. I feel like this XKCD is going over my head. I don't know that I get it. I don't know that I understand it. You strongly recommend Dark City. Remembering that I don't like gooey science fiction and I don't like dystopian science fiction. So the fact that I liked The Matrix was everything because of, I think it was conceptually really well done and constructed. But the subject matter bothers me a lot. And like, I'm not saying it's bad in any way. I just mean it's like not my bag. Keeping that in mind, The Invisible Hulk. I want credit for that. Suddenly something takes you, throws you through 5 buildings, and then says puny God at you. You would know that if it were not for the fact that you're now at negative 75 hit points. You've encountered the Invisible Hulk. Right, live suing. Right. Right. Okay. No, I mean, I believe you. I mean, that's something I'll look into it. Yeah. I definitely love interesting concepts and interesting ideas. I just... Yeesh. I don't like... yeah, maybe more than that. I don't like... I tend not to like very disturbing stuff. And in particular, I don't like basically body horror stuff. You know, like ripping things out of sockets in people's heads and stuff like that. And like, The Matrix came very close to that for me on a couple of occasions. And in fact, there is one in particular scene that people will know who have seen The Matrix. I won't spoil it for people, although it has been out for a long time. But where the whole like phone call and everything, while the person is not like disconnecting them from the machine, you know what I mean, or killing them in the machine. It's just deeply disturbing. So yeah, gooey science fiction, exactly. Gooey, yes. Or another one that's like that is Strange Days. I don't know if anyone's seen Strange Days. A powerful concept, but very disturbing for me. Yeah. Again, and again, this is not in any way making a quality comment on any of it. It's just I don't like horror for similar reasons. I don't like gross, and I don't like stuff that's likely to give me nightmares, basically. So, Strange Days is... Oh, Strange Days? I actually watched this in graduate school as it was basically a class that was talking in part about perspective and point of view. Yeah. Strange Days, 1995. Right. So you know what I mean, CQ. Like, well done, but a little freaky. Okay, I think I closed this poll already. Browse for magical items. You search for magical artifacts on the shelves. There is an excellent selection to choose from. Okay, look at the Orb of Crystal. You lift the crystal orb from the shelf. It glitters and shines. It is in much better condition than Ceris's orb, which you used back in the fields of Loricare. Genuine sea crystal, Uluk says. That one is 8 gold pieces. You peer into the depths of the crystal orb. It is filled with shifted clouds, possibilities, the very currents of time trapped within the glass. You have to pull yourself back sharply not to be drawn into a trance. Okay, so it's a legit crystal orb. So we have that. Actually, let me double check something quick. Oh, wait a minute then. Okay, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I thought... Okay, good. Perfect. All right, good. We're back here. Sorry, I looked at it and I figured that this was just sort of looking at what this was. So, okay. Look at the Orb of Crystal. So that's so we know now that's a legit Orb of Crystal. I guess so, Mirinda. Okay, so we've got Orb of Crystal as a legit crystal. The ring, a pearl ring, Ulo says, from a giant oyster in Dadu Yadu. Yours for a mere 5 gold pieces. Okay, you turn the ring over between your fingers, then lift it up to examine the gem. The central pearl is opalescent and large, about the size of an eyeball. It's clearly valuable, but also is useful for spell casting. Okay, what I'm doing here is I'm looking at these various objects and items, and then I'm going to go back and I'm going to look at these things so we see what there is to buy, because the game's not really giving you the option, and I don't think that's fair. We should be able to examine something before we buy it. So, okay. So, I want to take a look here quickly. The pearl ring. The pearl ring is also used for spellcasting. So the crystal orb is far. That's the thing that allows us to see a little bit of the future. The pearl ring lets us cast Yaz, which lets us become invisible to any reasonably intelligent creature. Less intelligent creatures will only be partially convinced, and creatures with ears will still be able to hear the caster when they move. So a pearl ring would let us turn invisible. Far with this crystal would let us see into the future. But again, far is 8 gold pieces. We only have 10. And Yaz with the pearl ring is 5 gold pieces. So we wouldn't be able to get both of those spell components. Okay. Look elsewhere. All right, so again, I'm going to rewind it. Okay, so we've got that. So we have basically, we have got the Orb of Crystal and we've got the ring. So that's the magical item stuff. Okay. I think what we're going to do is actually to make this make sense. I think what we'll do is, so the options available are, Orb of Crystal. I'm just going to put this up here so we can see it. So I'm not putting this up for a vote. I'm just showing you what there is available. So there's Orb of Crystal, 8 GP. There is Pearl Ring, 5 GP. There is, let's look elsewhere. Under weapons and armor, I think we're going to do it this way because this will be easier. There's an axe and a chainmail shirt. So the axe, you lift the axe from the shelf. Is this intended as a weapon, you ask? The blade seems too heavy, the handle too long and cumbersome. Ulo laughs. Only against trees. It is a hewing axe, blessed for chopping wood. You probably do not need it. How much, you ask? Ulo shrugs. I think 4 gold pieces, he says. Does that suit you? So, hewing axe is 4 GP. Also, side note, this always makes my spidey sense tingle when someone's like, oh, it's probably useless. It's always like the probably useless item that we maybe should have gotten. You know, so I always am like, So we'll see. So anyway, hewing axe. Here's what else we got. Then there's the chainmail shirt. You go to lift the chainmail shirt, but Ulo shakes his head. Sorry, not for sale. Why not? Because life out here is too risky. That is the last armor I own. I will keep it for myself. Sorry. I don't know what it's doing out on the shelves then. Alright, so we've got that. Supplies and food. There's a bag of dry victuals and some curious-looking vials. And I'm putting this up so chat can see what we have as options. We have the bag of victuals, pastry balls with tough dried meat inside that last for a long time. There are enough inside for 4 meals. That's 4 gold pieces, Ulo declares. And they're fresh. Well, reasonably fresh. Okay, so victuals. That's 4 gold pieces. And then on the vials, there are 2 vials on the shelves, one a clear liquid, and the other painted with a label of a hissing snake. The vial is snake bite antidote. Ulo has several. He quotes you a price of 4 gold pieces for each. Snake bite antidote. 4 GP. Oops. Each. If you do not need it, if the 7 serpents bite, no antidote will help. And the vial, you lift the vial and look at the label. Contents are certified as water from the holy springs in Dadulay. Holy water goes off very fast once opened, he advises you. So please, you must buy it first. Okay, is this genuine, you ask? Ulo nods empathically. Empathically? I think they meant to say emphatically. That's a funny typo, chat. They must have meant emphatically. Yes. But empathically, I feel your pain is not what they mean. Anyway, holy water. I, again, am like... I'm going to put that in quotes because, like... Really? Alright, so we've got that. And then books and scrolls. 2 items of interest. A rolled-up scroll and a heavy leather tome. And I've run out of room, so I'm going to combine... I'm going to combine these. Alright, that way I have more room. So we put that, like that, like that. And then 2 items of interest. The leather tome. You lift a heavy leather tome from the shelf and open it, only discovered as a spell book prepared by the chief mage of Analand himself. Whoa, okay, look through it. You turn page after page, recognizing the enchantments within, but then you come across a page with a spell you do not recognize. The name of the spell is Zob, and it appears to be most powerful. You flatten the page to read around the enchantment in detail, but Ulo yelps and grabs the book from your hands. Please, he says smoothly. I am a businessman. I cannot allow you to sully the merchandise. Merchandise? I think we needed a little QA work here, Inkle. Merchandise, it should say, unless you intend to buy. Alright, I'm going to ask, where did you get this? You demand. These books are closely guarded treasures. From a passing traveler, Ulo replies casually. She traded it for a fine sword. She seemed to think only a weapon could keep her alive out here. How much do you... Let's see. How much do you want for it, he asks. It is clearly of value to you, he replies, having seen the interest with which you turn the pages. I think 12 gold pieces. Alright. Thank you for the host, GC Darkside Rob. Welcome back, man. Thank you, dude. So we have that, which we can't afford, but he has this book. And then the scroll, labeled Secrets of the Backlands, a diary. Observing your interest in it, Ulo oozes over. That was written by the great black elf scholar Fizrem, he says. He was a great thinker. Thanks for the host, Rob. What is it about, you ask? It tells of Fizram's great travels in the backlands and the valleys and mountains of this place. It is the sum knowledge accumulated by our kind during our travels in Badu Bak. What happened to him? It is a most moving story. He came upon a sorceress, says... This whole section needed a couple more passes through QA. A sorceress, when he was starving and grievously ill, having been attacked by invisible snaticats. She took him in, and their friendship blossomed. But after only 2 days, he had to leave once more. Ulo counts on his fingers for a moment. The scroll cost just 2 gold pieces, he decides. And why did he leave? It is not recorded, Ulo replies. By the way, I'm doing this, in case you're curious, I'm doing all this so I can have a list of items, and then I'm going to put it up for you folks to vote on what you want to buy. So this is why I'm doing this, so that I don't have to stop every 3 seconds, because it would take forever. So that's why I'm zipping through this part, to come up with the items so you know what we're buying. What happened to Fizram? In the end, Ulo replies, he died of old age like all the wise ones do. You go to untie the ribbon on the scroll, but Ulo gently stays your hand. Please, he says, you must buy it before you read it. So... Okay. So, now that we have this, we're going to leave it behind. Okay. Now we're going to rewind. There we go. All right, chat. So now we have this. What should we buy? So we have the following choices. We have the Orb of Crystal, which is a legit Orb of Crystal. That will allow us to cast our spell far, which lets us see in the future. That's 8 gold pieces. If we get that, we've only got 2 left. The only other thing we could get is the Scroll of Backland Secrets at that point. We could get the Pearl Ring, which would allow us to cast Yaz, which makes us invisible. So we could use that to cast invisibility in the future. That's 5 gold pieces. Then we could also get, not the Orb of Crystal, but we could get one of the other items here on this list. We could get a hewing axe, which is supposedly good for chopping wood. That was the one that my spidey sense tingled about, because I was like, I don't know. Like, he's like, oh, it's not a big deal. And I'm like, I don't know. It seems like it might be worth more than he even thinks, but who knows? I just have this image of us fighting a big tree, and who knows? Victuals are basically more provisions, so that would give us 4 more rations. It would be 4 gold for that. We could, again, those are 4 gold. You can see how much that is. Snakebite Antidote is 4 gold pieces each. He has 2 of those, so we could buy up to 2. We've already been through the snake, but on the other hand, you know, we may fight a lot of serpents, so that may be an option down the line. This holy water, which for me is the spidey sense on this one, is telling me that this is a bunch of nonsense, like it's not real holy water, so I'm really questioning, but maybe it is, who knows. That's 4 gold pieces. That would allow us to cast Res, which resurrects the dead, if it's real holy water and not fake. It could be real holy water, in which case we could talk with our skull friend again, but we don't know. And the last one is this Scroll of Backland Secrets, which is worth 2 gold that we could actually do. If we time rewind and just buy the spell book, interesting. Let me actually check that quickly and see. The leather tome. Oh, you're right, Mirinda. You're right. So we could buy this. You're right. You're right. We just have to buy it first. Good call, Mirinda. Or spellbook. Secrets, which is 2 GP. Or spellbook. Now, the spellbook has this new spell called Zob. I don't know what that does. It does not exist within the original game. But the spellbook, which is an Analand spellbook, so it's technically our spellbook. I mean, it's not ours, but would be 6 gold pieces if we buy that first. So we would do that. So basically, those are our choices. Orb of Crystal lets us cast far. Pearl, which is future. Pearl Ring lets us cast Yaz, which turns us invisible. Hewing Axe is good against wood. He seems to think it's not a big deal. I wonder, but who knows. Victuals, 4 gold pieces. That would give us 4 rations. Snakebite Antidote, he has 2 of those. Each of them are 4 gold pieces. Holy Water, which I worry is fake, but it might be real, is 4 gold pieces. Or a Scroll of Backland Secrets, which gives us supposedly information about the Backlands that might be useful. And or a spell book, which is originally an Analand spell book, which is 6 gold pieces as long as we buy it first. The only thing we can't do is if we buy the Orb of Crystal, the only money that we'll have left to do is to buy the secrets thing. Okay? So that's what we're looking at. So this is basically the option that's before us. Yeah, exactly. So those are the options. A lot of really good choices here, chat. And I don't have any thought about what to do about it. I'm going to rewind it so we go back to where we're supposed to be. All right, what are we going to do? So again, you should vote for the item that you think is most important, okay? And then what we'll do is we'll take that item off the list, and if we have more money, we'll put the rest of them up there. I also should have added that it's also possible that we could buy nothing. You can tell me in chat if you want to vote for that, but I don't think we should buy nothing. Like, it seems like it's not like there's a bunch of shops around here. Like, this is the only place we found that's a shop. So it seems like it makes sense to buy something, at least. Maybe a couple of things. So you tell me what you think is most valuable. There's all kinds of things that I can see this way going, like all kinds of ways. There's value in any of it. And if you choose the Axe Victuals one, I'll just ask you to specify for me if you mean the Axe or the Victuals when you make your vote. I'll just ask you to specify it, and I'll put it down as a note. Victuals are food. They're provisions. They're like these little balls of meat with like corn around them or something. And they are, each one of them is a ration, and they're 4 gold. They're not very good, but they're food. Yeah, exactly, Mirinda, yeah. The only reason I'm rewinding is a part of the mechanic of the game anyway. I'm sorry, but you're allowed to look at items without having to decide to buy them right then. So that's why I don't have a problem looking at them and then rewinding them so we know what they are. So buy the Master Sword. Sadly, Nonstop, that sword is not available here, even though it is dangerous to go alone. Yeah, so what do you think? Orb of Crystal, Pearl Ring, Hewing Axe / Vittles, Snakebite Antidote, Holy Water, and or Secrets or Spellbook. And you put in what you think is the most important thing. We will buy whatever that is. And then we'll, with the money that's left, we'll add that as a possibility. What's up, Regnar? Welcome. It is Sorcery 3, indeed. So tell me, chat, of the people who voted Secrets. So right now I have CQ, Arudinel, and Echo Alpha voted it. For those, first of all, everyone else keep voting, please, while I'm asking this question. But CQ, Arudinel, and Echo, did you want to buy the Secrets book or the spell book? You know what, Regnor? I have to be honest. I don't know if it's the best of the Inkle books because I haven't played Game 4 yet, The Crown of Kings. My opinion, I own the original books, and I've played them multiple times. I think Seven Serpents is second best behind Crown of Kings, which I think is the best game book ever made. I think Crown of Kings is an absolute triumph. Seven Serpents, though, is great. Like, I actually think they're good in reverse order. I think Crown of Kings is the best. Seven Serpents for me is second. Kare is third, and Shamatanti Hills, which is still good, but that's the most traditional, and that's fourth for me. But as far as Inkle is concerned, so far this has definitely been the best of the three games. I liked Kare a lot, but I thought it got a touch repetitive. Shamatanti Hills was great. It was just a little, short or whatever, but it was fine. I like that too. I've liked all of these, though. This whole series is amazing. Scroll of Backland Secrets only tells us about things that the Black Elf found in the land. So it gives us like information about the Backlands that we're traveling through, Echo, that the Dark Elves collected. But I don't actually know because he won't let us read it because, all I know is that some of the things are definitely legit. Seems like a lot of them are legit, so. Okay, that's interesting, Miranda. Oh, interesting. I will be interested to see what you think, Regnar, then when, I'll be interested to sort of test that out. And the other thing is, I'm really glad that you're here to play this with us. Just one quick reminder, I'm sure you know, please feel free to vote and take part. Like, that's awesome. Please do that. Just don't spoil it for anyone having played the game. And Miranda's doing this too, I think. Don't spoil the game and be like, oh, do this because otherwise you die instantly. I'm sure you wouldn't do that, but I'm just letting you know. But definitely feel free to vote along with us. That's totally cool. Well, the thing is, CQ, the spell book has a spell which is enormously powerful called Zob, which we don't have. And it says that. That's why I checked it to make sure. So that spell, I don't know what it even does. Cool. The books are so good, by the way. If you ever get a chance to get them, they stand on their own as being great, too. Really, really good. These, which I'm always happy to show off. These are the books. Sorry. The Shamatanti Hills. Let me turn off my light for a minute. So it doesn't... No, I probably need... Okay, I need a little bit of light. Come on, focus. There we go. The Shamatanti Hills. There we go. Shamatanti Hills. Amazing. Kare, City Port of Traps, is great. Really, really great. And very difficult. I think Kare is one of the hardest, actually. It may even be harder than Crown of Kings. I'd have to think about that. But maybe Crown of Kings is harder. But Kare is really hard. And I think it's harder even than Seven Serpents. Seven Serpents. And again, the art is just awesome. It's so good. And Crown of Kings. Which, and I've talked about this before... Here we go. Crown of Kings. Crown of Kings has 800 entries. 800 entries. That is legit. These books are great. And they are different, Miranda. I mean, there are definitely... You're still trying to do the same thing. You're trying to get the Crown of Kings. There are definitely aspects of them. They don't have the time mechanic in the Seven Serpents in the same way. They don't... So just be aware of that, right? But they're so atmospheric. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, they're just works of art. Like I consider myself an expert on game books. I've played literally hundreds, and on chat on this stream I've played easily 30 or 35 game books or more with chat on here. And I've played all different versions of them in all different series. And the Fighting Fantasy series is great, and Lone Wolf series is great, and they're a great series. But these are just on another level. They're great. And the art is just so, like, and some of the art they kept, but the art is so strange and amazing. Like, look at that. It's like this complex woodcut. Lone Wolf is funny. It's hard to explain. It's like there's so much detail, and yet there's so much strangeness about it. And like the scene, I really love it. And the picture that's in our thing that you were looking at right here, by which I mean right here, this thing. Whoops, too much. There's too much. Let me sum up. Okay, sounds good, Echo. That's cool. But the art that you see right here, that's also the same artist. That's that kind of art. So, okay, so yeah, two different people. Although, you know what's funny about that? I've talked about this before, Shadowed. What's funny about that is that Steve Jackson actually wrote one of the Fighting Fantasy books, the one from Texas. So it makes it even more confusing. I've mentioned before that I was on a panel with Steve Jackson, but like everybody knows him from GURPS and from Car Wars and Munchkin, but like an Ogre, but like he actually wrote one for Fighting Fantasy, so it's super confusing. Okay, so let's see. Last call. Okay, so and I apologize for asking this again, but I missed it. Can you tell me in chat, Arudinel, Lone Wolf, Regnar, and Rogan, can you tell me in chat, please, because this is the one I had to do that was a double. Are you voting for the Scroll of Secrets, or are you voting for the Spellbook? Because there are two options here. You want Zob, so Spellbook. Yeah, I kind of want Zob too. Both or the book. Okay, because for sure you might even be able to get both, actually. Aren't there two Steve Jacksons? Oh, maybe. I don't know. I'm sure there's many Steve Jacksons, but those are the ones that are game famous that I know of anyway. Secrets, to be honest, but I don't know. Scroll or both. Okay. Sounds like people want both. All right. Okay, so what we're going to do is we'll make this real simple. So it sounds like we're going with that. So I will let chat vote for that. So the winner of this early one, and don't fret, chat, because you're going to get a chance to do more of this. So just chat, separate vote now. Tell me in chat, we're going to get either the Secrets book or the Spell book or both. The Secret Scroll, the Spell book, or both. So if we get the Secret Scroll, that's 2 gold pieces. If we get the Spell book, that's 6 gold pieces. If we get both of them, that's 8 gold pieces. And that would be all that we would be able to afford here. So if we want to get, so tell me in chat, do you want both the Scroll or the Spellbook? So both Scroll or Spellbook. So I have 4 votes for both, 1 vote for Scroll, 4 votes for both, 2 votes for Scroll. 5 votes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 votes for both, 2 votes for Scroll. 6 votes for both, 2 votes for Scroll. Okay. Six votes for both, 2 votes for Scroll. Okay, going once. Going twice. 6 votes for both, 2 votes for Scroll. I am too, CQ, but honestly, like, I feel like that Secrets thing, to me, is calling out to me more, you know? Like, I'm just kind of like, give to me the secrets. I hope we don't open it up and it's like, the secret to living in the Backlands. Don't get dead. Signed, Fitzblam, Dark Elf of the thing. At that point, I'd just be like, then I would turn around and be like, where's that elder? I'm going to go punch him in the face. Oh, man. All right. So the answer is both. All right, we're going to vote. We're going to do both. So we want to get the spell book first. We're going to get the leather tome first. How much is it? Buy it. You take the book from the shelf. You do not need a second spell book, and to carry a spare one around invites disaster, so you must destroy it as soon as possible. Let us look through the book. You realize your gold has not been wasted. This book contains a spell you have not seen before. You will have to study it later. You can put the book into your pack. All right, let's take a look at what this does, chat. All right, let's take a look. Zob. What the hell is Zob? Rock Demon. Requires a rock demon tooth. Casting this spell requires the tooth of a rock demon, and when cast will summon a new demon whom the caster may control. Wow. Yeah, because we wrote it to our spellbook, CQ. I agree, Echo. It's very much like Arcanum, yeah. Alright, so we need to find a rock demon, but Zob. So we can summon that thing. Cool. Alright. That's worth it. Listen, we may want a rock demon, you know? Like, who knows? Alright, very cool. Okay, so we bought that. Very cool. And now we also want to buy the scroll. So we look at the scroll. Written by the Great Black Elf, Scholar Fizrum. 2 gold pieces, and we're going to buy it. Purchase will all but clean you out, but the scroll might contain some information of use. You hand over 2 gold pieces. I don't know. We might have found 1 Ragnar, but I don't remember, to be honest with you, because we played it like over a year ago, so I don't remember. Okay, let's read it. You open the scroll immediately and scan over it. Most is written in a tiny, spidery, illegible hand. He was very ill when he wrote it, Ulo says apologetically. Some parts are clearer than others. Oh boy. We already have a rock demon. He's a god. He rocks his photos. Rock god. I subscribe because I love quills. Thank you for the resub, Echo. Thank you, man. 36 months. Or rather, 34 total months. Thank you, thank you. No. That's all it means. Just tells you what it is. That's all that means, Mirinda. You can see what you got, basically. The spellbook thing. So, chat, do we study it or do we ask Ulo to read it to you? Unless he tells us the wrong thing, which would be obnoxious, but... Thank you very, very much, Echo. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think we're good. So, study it or ask him to read to you. Trust no one. Study it. So, ask him to read to you. Study. He's like, it says... There are many secrets in the Backlands, and they're secret because they're good, but secrets exist, and so... Study. It's not like he hasn't had a chance to read it before. It's true. So CQ suggests not studying, unless I'm misunderstanding. It sounds like you're saying... So are you saying for him to read it or to study it, CQ? Study. Can't tell you it's a secret. Okay. So we have 4 study and 2 read. Secret to surviving is be poor enough such that bandits won't attack you, so give your gold. Exactly. Hence, ask to read. Right, okay, right. So ask to read, study. Okay, so it looks like we have 5 studies, 2 ask to read. Ask Ulo. Yep, gotcha, CQ. So I got you as one of the 2 down. It's you and Shadowed right now. 5 studies, 2 ask to read. 5 studies, 2 ask to read. 5 studies, 3 ask to read. If you subscribe to the Arvanauts, I'll read it in its entirety. He like, all of a sudden, Ulo's like, I'm going to give you a tier 3 sub. 6 study, 3 read. Okay, 6 study. All right, we're going once. Going twice. Okay. Study it is. You peer closely at the scribbled scroll, but most is illegible. The only details you can make out are about 2 sorceresses. One called the Sham, who travels the mountains disguised as a gnome, and another called Fenestra, who lives in the forest of Snata. Now, I do want to point out, chat, I'm going to ask you if you remember something about the Sham in a minute. The romance between Fenestra and Fizram is a great romantic tale, Ulo says wistfully. A love that could split a world. Okay, now before I give you a choice of what we're going to do next, chat, my question is, Do you remember, because I do, the Sham? Do you remember the Sham, hearing that name before? I've danced the Shim Sham. I remember a joke about Shamo. I meant in these books, specifically. There's also Shazam, but I'm not talking about that. Shamo. Well, yeah, not you, Ragnar, yeah. Yes, you can count. Shamo's great. Oh, Shamo. Okay. All right, Miranda, let's take a look at those clues. Please note, chat. You were given a clue about the Backlands. For sleeping of the sleepless ram, seek the one they call the Sham. So it wasn't our boy Shadrach the Hermit, but it's another guy. So that's the Sham. That is where the name came from again. So with that in mind, yep. So with that in mind, I'm going to make a comment about this whole interaction in a minute once we're done with it. But what happened? Do these, and Fenestra, that's promising. Do these sorceresses still live? Lu. To read it. Thank him. All right, what should we say? Not ask. Should we ask him what happened? Should we ask, do these sorceresses still live? Do we ask him to read it, or do we thank him? Sam the Sham. Yeah, the Sham one. Sham, wow. Shamu the whale. I had a plush run from SeaWorld when I was a kid. Shamu! Shamu! And then Blackfish. Alright. Last call here. It is good to know, though, I mean, one bit of information that we learned from this regardless is that the Sham, seek out the one they call the Sham, that the Sham is disguised as a gnome. So that's really important either way. If we're trying to find the Sham and we see this gnome, there's, a chance that we might be actually looking for this person that we're supposed to find, at some point. So that's a good clue, even if nothing else happens here. Which is one of the things I'm going to talk about when I get to one of the reasons I think that Inkle has done this exceedingly well. This is very well constructed, and I'm going to explain why in just a moment. All right, we're going to ask him to read it. You hand it to him. Perhaps you could tell me what it says. Ulo shrugs. Very well, but on one condition, that once I have told you I may keep the scroll. He smiles. To sell it again, you understand? Give him the scroll or put the scroll into my pack. Interesting. This is a tough call because I think all we want is the info from it, right? So in a way, it's not like keeping it, we're going to forget what he tells us. If he's being honest about it, which it sounds like he is, like he's actually telling us the story, which is why I brought up to it, then there's probably no reason to keep it, right? I mean, I think it's not like a magic scroll that you use it and then all of a sudden, like, it's going to be recorded as a clue for us in our clue list. So I'm just guessing, but like, change vote to give. All right. So we've got 1 give. How about he buy it from us? Yeah, 1 give. So we have 1 forgive, 1 for keep. 1 forgive, 2 for keep. 2, 3 forgive, 2 for keep. And you changed it, so 4 forgive, 1 for keep. We recorded the scroll exactly nonstop. The song, not the bandwidth. Right, exactly, Runa, yeah. 4 forgive, 1 for keep. 4 forgive, 2 for keep. Someone else may be better at reading it. True. 4 forgive, 2 for keep. It could be a component for something later. That's true. I guess so. But 4 forgive, 2 for keep. 4 forgive, 3 for keep. I could see this going either way. Yeah, 4 forgive. 4 in favor of give. And 3 for keep. I don't usually have forgive as an option in one of these things. Forgive the creep? Yeah. 4 in favor of give, 3 for keep. Going once. 4 in favor of give, 3 for keep. Going twice. 4. I mean, sort of, but he never promised that he's going to read it to us. This is why I think it's, we give him money, they keep scroll. But the thing is, if we're giving him the money and we're paying for the story, isn't that the same effect, Rogan? Like if he's, because we read it and we're like, okay, like most is illegible, so. Yeah. All right, so it looks like Chad is leaning in favor of give. So we're going to go with that. You hand the scroll back, and Nulo props a scrying glass into his eye to read it. Let me see, he murmurs. Here, he talks about sorceresses. Fizra met 2. First, the great Sham who travels the mountains disguised as a simple gnome. Then secondly, he talks about Fenestra in the forest of Snada. I agree with you that generally, Rogan, that's probably true. But I was just thinking in terms of the reality of what we can get or not. I don't know. Fizram was lost in the forest for many days, but never regretted it once he met Fenestra. Okay, so then, do we ask, do these sorceresses still live, or yes, but what else? Because he did already tell us that that's true. So still live, or yes, but what else? Yes, but what else would probably be asking him to tell us more stuff, I'm guessing. Fenestra, I don't know. What else is my vote? So we have still live, still live. We have what else, what else, what else, what else. 2 for still live, 4 for what else. Sham, sham, sham. Also, I'd like to point out that if it's true that that happened in the past, if we can send our beacon over the forest and then find Fenestra, in the past. No, that was, let's defenestrate. Very nice, Triffin. Okay, so we have 3 still live, and I think we have 4 for what else, I believe. No, that was, I keep saying, I want to say her name is Elphaba, but that's the freaking bad witch from Wicked. It's, Eltheria? Etheria? Elthara, thank you. Charm. Alright, so let's see, we have still live, so we have still live, what else? 2 for still live, 1 for what else? Still for 2 lives, 2 for what else? Still for 2 live, 3 for what else? Still for, 2 for still live, 3 for what else? 2 for still live, 4 for what else? 2 for still live, 5 for what else? 3 for still live, 5 for what else? 4 for still live, 5 for what else? Yeah, I know, I messed that up. 4 for still live, 5 for what else? Okay, going once. Going twice. Alright. Alright, Aerith tied us up at the last second. Alright, 5 and 5. 5 and 5. I'm guessing we might be able to ask him both, actually, if we start with what else and then go to sorceresses, but I don't know. That's a guess. 5 by 5. We have 5 each. We need someone to break this tie. Okay. Change vote to live. All right. Sounds good, Echo, also. Do these sorceresses still live, you ask? Powerful sorceresses might well know about the serpents. Oh, most likely, Ulo replies. Sorceresses live for aeons compared to us poor black elves. It is one of the great sadnesses of this tale. Fizram knew he would die of old age when his beloved would barely have aged at all. Well, damn it, now we don't know what else. You thank him, you turn your attention back to the shelves. Crap. So we got a big old maybe for that. Ugh. Cast a spell. Wait. What? No, there is a spell that will let us, there is a spell that's dangerous, which I'm going to put out. Yeah, but we don't have, they stole the skull cap, Ragnar, so we don't have tell. Our skull cap was stolen. So, here's the thing. So, that is what it is, unfortunately. So, here's the deal with casting a spell. We're down to 2 gold, so we can't afford anything else. But there's one exception, which is, he's charging us more than what's the attack, exactly. I think that's it, Triffid, basically. So, there's one other thing we could do. We could cast Yaz, which causes invisibility. We don't have a Pearl Ring. We could cast Far, which is a crystal ball. We don't have that. We could cast Nap. We don't have the brass pendulum, so we can't do that. He was trying to milk us, I know, right? So what we do have is, and this is the only spell that I think, there's basically 2 things we could cast. There is Doze, which causes slowness. I guess we would obviously cast that on him. Or we could cast, and both of these are high risk, chat. We could cast Dud, which would be the illusion of treasure. Now, if we cast Dud, that would give us the chance to buy more stuff, unless he sees through it, in which case we're screwed. So, and we can't afford anything else, as we said. So we either have to cast Doze, or cast Dud, or we have to leave the shop, because we do not have coin. We have 2 gold left. Now, I guess you could make an argument that he's tried to basically, he's ripped us off, so turnabout's fair play. But, you know, the difference is there's a bunch of heavily armed dark elves outside. I don't know. So, I thought I looked at F or G. Because the 2 that we have there, Far is FAR, and we don't have that because you need a crystal ball for that. Yeah, that's FAR. Can't cast it because we need a crystal orb, which we can't afford because he has one and we don't. And the other one is G, which is God, and that is Illusion of Worship, which requires a Jewel of Gold, and we don't have that one either. So we don't have either one of those, unfortunately. So these are the only ones that we can cast at the moment. So Doze, which causes slowness, my guess is that what he means is like, we cast Doze, he slows, we like grab something and run, in which case we better just book it out of the camp. Or the second theory is that we cast Dud, hoping we can give him a ton of treasure, and then be like, hey, we got a bunch of gold, and then we can buy more stuff, and then the hope is that he doesn't see through it. Or the third option is we just bail. Those are our choices. It really does, Echo, I know, that screwed me up like 3 or 4 times. Now, the thing I want to say about this section... Actually, no, I won't say it until we leave this... I won't say it until we leave the store. I'm going to wait. But I have a narrative comment about this in a moment. I'm wondering what Korga would think about it. That is a good point. Now, Korga, in fairness, Korga is the god of grace. He is bountiful, generous, and full of great cheer, but he does not approve of ill will or evil doing. That is a good point. So, I mean, I don't know whether this counts as a lot of ill will or just a little bit, but that is a good point. I mean, what we don't want is Korga to remove, like, his grace from us, but I don't know. I mean, the dude did cheat us. I didn't cheat us. I shouldn't say that. He kind of did a little bit of bait and switch. A bit. Yeah. Korga was a big part of the end of the Kare book, actually. Alright, last call on this. But that's a good call, Miranda. And I brought that up because of that. You can find another god. Torgo. Nothing can stop Torg. True, indeed. That was Regnar. Thank you for the follow, Regnar. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thanks, Regnar. And welcome, welcome. All right. We are going to leave the shop. You step back from the shelf. I must go now. Ulo shrugs politely, and then you leave his little shop. You have found 2 new clues, and a clue has been updated. Oh, God. No, 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 no. I almost made a mistake. My bad. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to look at clues. Because I wanted us to see these clues that we have, and then I want to make a comment about the narrative here. So, Fenestra the Sorceress. We must find Fenestra the Sorceress in the forest of Snata. That's good information. She would know about the serpents, so that will help us. And the sham is really named, Dentainta of the Slopes. She usually travels disguised as a gnome. Okay, so that did give us more information even than just the gnome part. Now we know her name. So that's not terrible, honestly. That could have gone a lot worse. So we've updated a lot of these things. That's cool. Okay. Good stuff. All right, now, I want to make a comment about the section that we just went into. This entire section, let me drop this a little bit. Okay. This entire section is demonstrative of why this is why this game is so well done. This is extremely, extremely well done, and you got to sense why here. This is a section which typically, in most games and most books even, will take, it's sort of hand-waved, right? All you're really doing is gathering information and supplies, and maybe some supplies will be useful for some things and not as useful for others, and you're reading the game book and deciding I want to buy this, or I want to buy the other, and I'm trying to decide what to do and whatever, right? Typically that's what happens in a game like this, or in a role-playing environment. You go into a shop and you buy, you know, maybe you look at the sword and you get the sword because it's like a magical sword that does +3 damage or whatever, and you spend that over getting a helmet that's this or whatever. Like that, we're all used to that if we've played role-playing games, right? Video or otherwise. What makes this so special is that it adds a level of nuance and complexity where you begin to wonder, can we trust Ulo? What about Ulo's personality? Is Ulo trying to swindle us or not? What about Ulo makes this a legitimate transaction? Do we ask him to read it? Even that section we just had about asking whether he should read it or asking what kind of question to ask. The fact that we left without having asked what else, instead we asked, do the sorceresses still live? Is that a problem? Maybe not. It means that we know that Fenestra is someone we have to find, so maybe that did give us information. All of that kind of work is extremely... It gives you a sense of detail and richness to the world without adding tons of extra space and time, but it gives you this feeling of what we call verisimilitude, right? This feeling of truth, that you really are in this place and the world is real and three-dimensional, and it's not just, you know, we have like a shop and you go in there and buy stuff because that's the merchant guy. Like now you know what Ulo is about. Really, really nice, nuanced, good writing there. And I mean good design of the game as well, because you leave it having had it be a memorable experience, even though it was literally just, we bought some stuff from a dude. Like, how many times do we do that in role-playing games? How many of you in tabletop or role video games have been like, I'm buying some stuff from a guy? Click, 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 3 gold, click, click, 2 gold, right? We do this constantly. So really interesting that they made more of it than that in this particular case. Really neat. Good stuff. Right, right. And they leave a sense of mystery about what did not happen and what could have happened. And if you really wanted to, they don't shame you for rewinding. We're just not doing that on things that, like, I use the rewind mechanic because I think it's perfectly reasonable to look at an object and decide if you want to buy it and not be like, either you buy it now or without looking at anything else, or you give up on it. That I'm not a fan of. So that's why we rewound it, and that was totally fine. It doesn't affect the game. It doesn't change the difficulty level at all. But we're doing that. We're not going to do it where we did a decision we don't care for, and so we're going to rewind. We're only going to rewind if clearly a decision that's made is not what the text led us to think was going to happen, or if we're rewinding from a death, in which case we have to keep playing the game. So even the mechanic that's set is designed in this way. So the physical books, Marinda, are honestly done in a similar way because there used to be a de facto rewind, and it was called put a bookmark. You know, you put a bookmark in the page and you go somewhere else and check it out. I mean, a lot of people played it that way, you know. Exactly what Ragnar just said. Rewind is the hold your finger in a page of the online game. Exactly. Exactly. And there are other mechanics that do this interestingly. I think Tin Man does a version of this where you can spend a certain amount of points. You can like have a certain amount of points and you can spend them on using a bookmark, but once you use up those bookmarks, they're used. Like you get 3 bookmarks, say, and once you use them up, they're used for the whole book, so they're like a limited resource. There's different ways to handle it. So that you got it, Coven. You got it. Pretty much that exactly. Right. Yeah, that's a good question. So, good stuff. Okay, folks, we're going to play for about another 10 minutes or so, and then we're going to close up shop. But I'm really enjoying this so much. And I'm glad to see that there are a lot of people in here, and I hope you folks are as well. Really enjoying the experience of playing these. It's a lot of fun. All right. Where should we go? Actually, this one I don't even have to ask you in the poll. I can just do it in chat. I'm glad Live So and you like it. I really enjoy it. Before toilet paper is more valuable than oil. Exactly. All right. Do we go up to the campfire, chat, or do we go down to leaving the camp? Do we leave the camp or do we go to the campfire? And this is a mini map in, zooming out, a larger map. We didn't know that this existed. If we were to zoom in here, to the tower, 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 and we went back here, there's a mini map of this tower. But you don't know it until you get there. In here, we see the mini-map because we're in this place. Zoom in, and suddenly mini-map. It's just beautifully well nested and done. That's a good one, Arudnell. That's a good one. It's a cool rewind rule for sure. Okay, so chat. Fire or leave? Campfire or leave? You can tell me this in chat. Campfire or leave? Arudnell. Campfire or leave? Fire. Also, straight up, one of the best times to play this, and I'm looking forward to doing this. Actually, you know what I'm really looking forward to? I'm looking forward to next year, if everything goes well with my new home, in the new place, for reasons I can only tell you when I tell you about the new home, which I'm not going to tell you about until there's actually closed. We've closed on it. With snow in the winter falling outside, playing a book like this. Or the equivalent, like a D&D something. That is my jam. You want to talk about living in nostalgia? Snow outside, listening to The Hobbit. Or snow outside, playing a fantasy game book. Sign me the flip up. Like, that is so... That's, the best. It's the best. It really is. I miss snow. Everyone can have my snow. Yeah, school days. Actually, being out of school days. You know, the snow day world. Okay, fire. Fire. It looks fire. I have not, Ragnar. That's the one with the person with the archaeologist, right? Who with the languages and stuff. I read about that, but I haven't played it. I have played Around the World in 80 Days. I've played that. But is that what that is, Ragnar? That's something I could see myself playing. Yeah. I wish that Inkle would get their stuff on GOG. I don't know why. This would be perfectly well suited for GOG. The GOG audience would love this. I don't understand it. Like, they should because they also, if they could, because Around the World in 80 Days is on GOG. That's where I played it. And I don't think Heaven's Vault is on GOG. Actually, I should double check that. Is Heaven's Vault on GOG? Have you played Heaven's Vault, Ragnar? What did you think? It looked really interesting, but... Oh, it's on GOG. I take that back completely. It's on GOG. Interesting. Interesting. That's interesting, because I was thinking of a game to play after Mission Critical, because I'm almost done with Vaporum Lockdown, and then I'm going to be doing Mission Critical, which is, I don't know, 4 sessions maybe at most. Interesting. That's interesting. I don't know that I would do everyone, like... I'm not sure if I would have chat play through it the way that I do for this, because it might take too long. Yeah, that's my affiliate link. That's right, you can use that. Oh, just too bad, Lone Wolf. That sucks. But yeah, that's interesting, Ragnar. I'll have to think about that. Heaven's Vault. I'll have to think about that. I could do a speed run on GOG. I could, although, I mean, the thing is, Triffid, I can request games from GOG as long as I'm playing them on stream, and I don't have to play them through all the way through. I have to stream them once. So if I, basically, and no one tells me that, it's the rule that I set for myself, ethically. So I could, I mean, I can ask for any code for any GOG game, so I could ask for it and get it on, get it free or whatever. But the question is whether I would do it on GOG as an exploratory game, or whether I could do it on GOG as a game that I play through but people are watching. Because I don't know, because I love doing it this way, but I can stream for much longer. I only get 3 hours a week on that channel, so I have to think a little bit about... It might slow things down too much. I don't know. I'll think about it. Anyway, it sounds like we are going to the fire. I may stand next to your fire. You head over to the fire pit in the center of the camp. A few black elves lounge around it, throwing dice and drinking. Okay, do we greet them or sit and listen? You think it might work with this format? It could. But not on where to go. I'd have to see... Yeah, I'd have to get more details about it, Ragnar, because I'm very familiar with these books, as I said, as we talked about. But obviously, Heaven's Vault is its own thing, so I'll have to look. Inkle is one of those studios that does good stuff like this, and I'd like to see... more from them, but they're a small studio and they produce things at a slow pace, and that's fine. There are several companies like this that I'm reminded of. Fail Better Games. They do all the Sunless Sea, Sunless Skies, London, Undercity London, or Sunless Line, whatever the hell it was called. They're a company like that. Inkle, obviously Tin Man Games I've talked about. I have quite a bit of admiration for Fatbot Games, which is a small team that does stuff like this. So there's a few teams like this that are Nomad Games, although Nomad's a bit bigger, but in that same ballpark. So just unlike Fallen London, that's it. Thank you, Marinda. Linguistic aspect of Heaven's Vault. Yeah, exactly, Shadow Dad. Interesting. Okay, so do we greet them or do we sit and listen? So Aaron says sit. Live Swing says sit. Yeah, and I liked Sunless Seas quite a bit, but that's because it's a really good Halloween game, like very low-key, spooky. I don't know that I don't love Cthulhu Mythos stuff very much. I'm not big on Lovecraftian stuff, but I did like the pace of Sunless Seas. I have to be in the right mood for it. Because it ties in a lot of Edgar Allan Poe, which I do like a lot, so. Expensive substance per gram. Twitch subs. Antimatter, 100 trillion per gram. I'd have to think about that, actually, Ragnar. Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to sit and listen. Stay a while and listen. You ignore them and seat yourself a little distance away, but the black elves are not about to leave you in peace. A few nudge each other until eventually one, a black elf woman, gets up and walks over to where you are. Okay. Do we threaten her? Welcome her? Wait for her to speak? I was gonna say unobtainium. Yes, we're gonna go until we leave the camp, Shadowed, and then we're gonna stop. Because I'm also partially doing a test here, a tech test. So, and how you doing? That's how we're gonna do it. Arudnell, $$. I vote two. Welcomer. Okay. I'm gonna last call this. It seemed pretty definitive early on. Threaten her, welcome her, wait for her to speak. We wait for her to speak, and she says, "If you had welcomed me, stranger, I would have killed you where you sat." No. Fortunately, you did not do the deadly insult of welcoming a dark elf. You can, if you want to vote, this is an actual ARVBot vote, Crit Twitch, so it's $$sign vote space, and then 3 would be if you want to vote for wait for her to speak. It's double fine. Yeah. Yeah, once in a while. I noticed that about something else. We played, though, Ragnar, a game the other day that my mod, Arudnell, will tell you he hated with a passion, which was this game called Way of the Tiger Assassin. We actually haven't finished it yet. We have one more session to play. He tolerates it, and the reason is because it really is trying to be a novel, and yet the person obviously was like, you have to write a game book and then try to write a novel. Because there is so much railroading in that game. This is the opposite. Like, this is basically the anti-that, this game book. Because this game book gives you many, many choices. No, I don't think anyone here feels railroaded by the plot for the most part. Yeah, like that was just, ugh. No problem. Triffid votes for Threatener. Yeah, it really is. It's somehow open world, which is, it's extraordinary achievement. It really is great. Okay, we're going to close the poll. All right, we will welcome her. You nod to indicate she should sit. She looks at you sidelong. They say you're walking through the wastes, she says. I'm thinking, are you exiled? A criminal? Or are you crazy? And then we look at her, and we give her the Sam Elliott. I'm the worst criminal there is, ma'am. Or we give her the Batman. I'm the worst criminal there is. So basically, we give her the Sam Elliott. I'm the worst criminal there is. Or we give her the Batman. Or actually the Joker. Actually, I'm quite deranged. Or we give her the Batman. I have my reasons to be here. Someone like you. Someone who will rattle their cage. Or we give the classic Blues Brothers. I'm on a quest. Yes, agree, Wibble. Yeah, I agree. There's a little bit of that. But then they would argue that the rewind feature makes that more accessible, but I still agree with you, Wibble. The rewind, though, it feels to me corrects a lot of that. Like, I would have found what we just went through, because it doesn't have save anywhere, which is annoying. I understand why they do it, but it's still frustrating. But honestly, because you can rewind to any point, that mitigates that problem so much that it reduces it to a minor annoyance. This is not a perfect game. But that is a game that I would just frankly have been like, no, I'm not playing, if it were not for the fact that the rewind mechanic is so robust. So, I actually feel about this the way I feel a little bit about God Mode and Hades, for those of you familiar with that game. Again, I don't know how much I'm going to play Hades. I liked it. I didn't adore it, but I do like it. And the God Mode that I chose immediately on the recommendation of Commander Dunsel, and he was right to give me this recommendation, is because I do not want to... I don't like roguelikes usually, and I don't want to spend my entire time beating my head against a wall for 1 billion hours. Some people love that. People love the Dark Souls thing of just fight over and over and over and over. I am not one of those people. So God Mode is good because you always feel like you're making some progress, and it mitigates a lot of problems. Not all of them, but it mitigates a lot of the problems of the roguelike. To me, the rewind mechanic in this game mitigates a lot of the no save anywhere problem that exists. Not perfect, but yeah. Heaven's Vault can feel like this without rewind, to be honest. I don't know. There's not as much to do. Okay, yeah. I got you. You're already a god in 80s. It's true. But now I'm going into the mode that says I'm a god coming. All right, gonna last call this. It sounds like we're going with I'm on a quest. Okay. I'm on a quest. I'm on a mission from God. I'm on a quest, you reply, seriously. A quest, she hoots. To her fellows she calls. Did you hear that? He's on a quest. What for? Go on, you can tell us. Okay, let's tread carefully with this one, chat. What should we say? Do we say... Should we say, I'm heading for Mampang. I'm heading for Lake Ilk Lala. Or it's none of your concern. I'm heading for Mampang. We are actually heading for Mampang. It's just... Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I honestly don't know here. Except that I know that the honesty has been the best policy. I don't know what to do with this. Maybe... I don't know. Lake Oklala. Why do we sing of its fame? This is not developing into a romantic interlude. No, it doesn't sound like it. So if we say, like, I'm heading for Lake Ilklala, you don't think CQ she's going to be like, Lake Ilklala? Well, my mother died there in a terrible accident. Now I'd say, that is horrible. Sometimes fate deals us the worst of hands. I, too, have lost those I care about deeply. Yet, for me, if I could but see the depth of the blueness of that lake, it might give me a sense, only a faint echo, of the depth of your grief that I wish I could assuage in some small particular if I could. You don't think it's likely to go that way? At which point she goes... And then I look at the camera and I'm like... At which point I look at the camera and I go... Oh, man. And then suddenly Otis Redding is playing in the back. Sitting in the morning sun. Oh, I'll be sitting when the evening comes. I'll sit and watch them in. Then sit and watch them go away again. Sitting on the dock of that lake, watching the tide roll away. On Ilklamoor Batate, wasting time. All of a sudden all the music stops, right? And we just cut back to that and everyone's just like everyone in the camp is just like, hello, good people. Oh, man. It's not that kind of game. Oh, man. There, somewhere is the Leisure Suit Larry of game books, right? At some point. All right. We're telling. I'm heading for Mampang. I'm heading for Mampang. Her eyes grow wide. You're the Analander, she murmurs. We heard of you. Heard from whom? Heard from the Serpents. Or you are mistaken. He's a loony. This is the point, by the way, or before this, where I would be standing up and making sure that my back is to something as I'm looking, right? Or I'm looking up and I'm scanning for exits. I'm like, if I bail and go straight west, you know, like... Uh-oh. Arvbot seems to have... Oh, there we go. You always check the exit before you sit down. That's true. I guess I should have assumed that our head is always on a swivel, Triffid. Like, we're just always like... Whomst? There may be an ancient actually, Shadow, it would know this too. There's an older ancient version of it, but it's not... Yeah, exactly. It's archaic form. But I mean, like, it's not... I mean, I frankly would not even know how to grammatically use it, to be perfectly honest. So... You're an owl. All right. Last calling. Oh god, what is this? Jeez. That is disturbing, okay? That's either Arv lull or Arv creep. That's one of those. That's the way that looks. Like that's archaic. You're talking to DOS. In terrifying HD. I know. In terrifying 1920 by 1080 full HD. Oh. Wouldst thou... But see, wouldst thou is more likely to fit whomst, because whom already is one that a lot of people don't understand, and it gets misused quite a bit. So whomst is really adding an extra. That's Arvany is outside your window. Yeah, exactly. That is Arvany is in your nightmares now. Alright, heard from whom? Who do you think, she replies. From the Serpents. They're hunting you. She walks back across the circle and rejoins her friends, though a backward glance suggests you might join them if you wished. Alright, chat. Tell me in chat. Do we follow her or do we let her go? This is another... Again, this is another fascinating interaction. Fascinating, and it's small, but it's engaging. Right. I mean, you can almost default to who at this point in a lot of ways. So I think it's going to go that way anyway, Ragnar, to be honest with you. Eventually, English will make that decision. Hunting us. No, we're hunting them. No, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. All right. Follow, follow, follow. Okay, everyone agrees. Follow, yeah. You follow her, taking a seat in the circle. A few of the elves around the fire are throwing dice. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay. What should we say? We could say, are you playing Swindlestones? We could burn the duplicate spellbook, because remember, we already know the spell. And we said we didn't want it to be found by anyone else. Tell a joke? Or leave the fireside? Yeah. Such great tension. And the thing is, it's tension that doesn't feel exhausting. It's engaging tension. It's interesting. It doesn't hand wave stuff away. For the most part. Now again, not perfect, because there are some cases where, which I think Wibble, pointed out, that where, you do something and it means you can't do something else. But again, that's mitigated to me by the rewind mechanic. Really interesting. To whom do I owe the pleasure? No, that's just you being slick, man. That's all that is. All right, so what do? Do we playing Swindlestones, burn the duplicate spellbook, tell a joke, or leave the fireside? We should just see what joke. So, 2 dark elves, a Snatacat, an archmage, and a hero from Analand walk into a bar. Swindlestones is a lot of fun. You know, I have to say, and it's like super, super simple, but Swindlestones is a game which, honestly, I kind of think is just sort of fun to play, and I have to say this. So everyone knows that Gwent was a spin-off game, obviously, from The Witcher 3, right? And I like Gwent, and I played an entire game on GOG. Not only did I play The Witcher 3, which is one of the better RPGs ever made, on GOG, but I also played Thronebreaker, which is a whole Gwent game that was also really well done, okay? So I'm specifying that. Having said that, I think Swindlestones is more fun than Gwent. I mean, like, and it's a simple, simple game, but it's like, it feels like there's not as much investment, so you just, and it's not as much like just brain melting. You just sit there and you have like basics of, I don't know, it sort of reminds me of, for me, I enjoy puzzles quite a bit. I like to think I can manage abstract stuff fairly well. I kind of, you know, live in that world since I teach literature and abstract things in many cases. But honestly, like for me, chess and backgammon, I prefer backgammon because chess I find that I can play it and I understand the rules and I understand the moves, and then like about 5 turns in, I'm like, what? I'm like, there's 80 million possibilities, and my mind just gets tired, basically. And I often find that at the certain point when I'm playing a chess player, I like to do a move that just makes no sense to me, and that's when they'll all be like, you know, and then all of a sudden they like go into the tank for 20 minutes because they're trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing, I guess. Whereas backgammon, I think, has much more, it's not just the pace, but obviously there's chance to it. But honestly, people who think that you just like roll some dice and like futz around, those people suck at backgammon. Good backgammon players know how to play the odds in a certain way. Same thing with something like Texas Hold'em poker or whatever. So that's the deal with that. Yeah, no, I know Sorcery didn't invent it, although it's Liar's Dice, right? Yeah, Liar's Dice. I did go to the Halls of Lada. Yep. Yes, I did. Nice, no. Yeah, I still say whom in certain cases, but what I mean is it's not one of those ones that is the most... Like, a pet peeve of mine is the contraction versus the possessive form of its, because people get that wrong all the time. It apostrophe s does not mean the whatever's thing. It is a contraction for it is. So when you say its claws, you're not saying the creature's claws, you're saying it is claws. And like, so that just is one of those ones that like for me is nails grating on a chalkboard, and I'm just like, you know, but everyone has their own, you know, little like hang-ups that are difficult for them to be able to get that as well. Running from some snakes and ran to a strange elf camp. Agree, Triffid, yeah. Oh god, you created another Arvany creep? That's getting worse, Echo. That's getting far worse. We are moving into creep land that I don't know about that. You'd probably crush me, Dragon. I was pretty good back in the day. I used to like play backgammon and I just kind of futzed around, and then it was actually my music director in high school who taught me that like backgammon isn't just screw around, it's playing the odds. And then I got much, much better at it. There was a point when I was pretty good, but I honestly have gotten out of it, and you would probably like much more now. I still like it here and there, but I feel like you'd probably obliterate me. You outsmart yourself with intricate plans. Nice. No apostrophe at all, Lone Wolf. You don't need to have it. It's just its. You don't need to have an apostrophe all the time for possessive. Just its clause without an apostrophe. You don't need to have it there. It is exactly right, Wibble. Because if you play it out, that would stand for it is its, unless you mean it is, in which case it's it apostrophe s. It's it apostrophe s. Good. Yep. When they pronounce sherbet, I think I still do, because it's not sherbet, right? It's shebert or it's sorbet. It's sorbet. Hate the sorbet. I always called it sherbet. Sherbet. I always called it as opposed to sherbet. Yeah, sherbet. You know what screws me up that way, actually, are Welsh or Celtic words sometimes. Like, the pronunciation of the name Siobhain still throws me off to this day. Same thing with a lot of those, actually, either Welsh or Celtic names. Brandon, actually, O'Brien does this to me a lot, where he'll be like last night we were playing this thing, he's like, oh, it's this, and I think he pronounced it Schlock or Siak, which is like, and then you look and it's like a million consonants and a vowel occasionally, and you're just like, what? Like, I don't... Yes. Exactly, Shadowed. Siobhan. Yeah, that's right. So SIOB becomes basically shove, essentially. But I still, that is something which my brain and that does not click together. Siobhan, yeah. But something about that SIOB, I just, like, making that into SH is just, like... With learning Gaelic? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to close the poll. Are you playing Swindlestones? You ask. The elves look up at you. You play, one asks? Chat, are we going to play Swindlestones? Are we playing some Swindlestones, chat? We playing some stones? Yes? Hell yeah. I like me some Swindlestones. Alright, let's do it. I'll play, you declare. Excellent, the elves reply, clearing a space for you. The stake is 4 gold pieces. Ah, it's more than you have, but perhaps they would not need to know that. So, chat, do we agree and we just make sure that we don't lose? Or do we say that's too much? Do we agree? And we just don't lose, that's all, right? Oh yeah, I can cover that. Maybe we can win... You know what? What if we win enough money and then we can go back to the freaking trade tent and buy another, buy like one of the spell components or something? Man. So what do we do? What's the worst that could happen? We lose. Or fight your way out. So what do we say? Do we agree or that's too much? Ragnar says agree. What's the worst that could happen? I'm going to say that's an agree. You could rewind. Yeah, I'm trying not to do that in case of serious issues, but yes. Oh, God. I don't even know, Coven. That's Kiva? See, that's what it means. C-A-O-I-M-H-E. That somehow becomes Kiva. Oh, my God. I mean, it's beautiful, but it's also, like, it just messes with my head. So you lose everything, including your dignity. All right. You agree to the stake and begin the game. Black Elf counts out 4 dice each and waves you to bid. Now, for those of you who don't remember, the way the game works is we roll 4 dice at the beginning. Each of us have 4 dice. We then bid on a certain number of dice that we think is currently on the table between the 2 of us. So out of the 8 dice, how many of either 1, 2, 3, or 4 do we have? And we bid a certain number. Like 2 2s means that we think that between the 2 of us, there are 2 2s. And then the person can either raise that bid and go, okay, well, I'm going to say 2 3s, 2 4s, or go to a higher number of dice that have that number. So I say 2 2s, and they say, okay, I say 3 2s, right? You can either call them, which means that there are not enough of those dice, or more of them that are out there, basically. Or you can bid higher. So, no, they're D8s, but... No, see, I don't think so. This was the thing that we talked about the other day, Ragnar, and I think actually the diagram is confusing, or the description's confusing, because the description clearly says 4-sided dice. It says 4-sided dice, but the diagram looks like 8-sided dice with double 4s. That's what it looks like. But the description says it says very clearly 4-sided dice, so I don't know which to believe. Yeah, Triffid, yeah. Favorite Irish name is still... And how is E-O-I-N? Is that Owen? It's not Owen, right? It is Owen. Hey, I got one. First time. So anyway. Okay. So that's how we do it. Roll dice. All right, we got 3 2s. Okay. So we're going to bid at... This also is good, too, because we get something else. What do you know of the 7 Serpents? Let's go with... I'm going to lead with 1 4. Oh, sorry. I'll move it. Sorry about that. My bad. We left our village in the cloud-capped mountains for a better life, he says. So he says there are 3 2s. Well, I got more than that, my dude. That means that we've got to have at least... There've got to be 4 2s out there. We do not talk about the mistakes of our parents. Call. Only 3 2s. He completely bluffed. Wow. That was impressive, because I didn't even bid a 2. So he completely bluffed the 3 2s. That was complete out of his butt, because I had 3 2s already. If he had 1 2 there, I win that one. That is nutso. Alright. This might be rigged. You must be wealthy traveling out here alone. 1, let's see, 2 1s. I'm gonna guess 2 4s. What makes you say that? We were wealthy once, it's all gone now. 3 2s. 3 2s. This is dangerous here. Because, so, 3 2s, I have 1 2. If he has 2 2s, then he wins. If I call him on that. If he has no 2s, or if he has 1 2, so basically the question is, does he have 2 2s out of that group? I could bid 3 4s, because I've got 1 of them, but that means that he has to have 2 4s, and that's risky. I could also bid 4 1s, but 4 1s is really risky, because it means he's got to have 3 1s, or I'm in trouble. So... the thing is that 2 2s is quite possible. So I think I'm going to bid 3 3s, even though... I mean, 3 4s, even though it's dangerous. Things disappear out here. Gold, food, elves, hope. Damn it. But see, I was screwed there, because if I called him, I would have lost that round. Because he was bidding the same thing. So far, I am getting beat. Alright, let me lead at bid 1 1. One 4. I'm going to assume 2 4s. Give me 1 4. Show me 1 4. Nice. Got it. Okay. 2 to 3. I beat him that time. Okay, he bids 2 2s. I don't love that. That means he's got to have 2 2s, or he's just full of it. So I either call him here, which is risky, because it's quite possible he could have that, or I bid 2 3s, which is a fairly good bet that one of those 3 is likely to be a 3. So I'm going to bid 2 3s here, because I know I have one. Three 2s. Okay, so now we're in an interesting spot, chat. If he rolled 3 2s, then he's going to win this round if I call him. But if he's bluffing and he doesn't have 3 2s there, I win because I don't have any 2s. So the right call here is to call. I have to call him here. But this is definitely, he could have 3 2s and I'm just screwed. But I'm going to call him here. Yep. Got him again. All right. Now we're 2 to 2 here. Outstanding. All right, here we go. A 4 and a 2. Let me open with... I'm going to bid a 2. He bids 2 1s. Okay, same spot here, chat. Same spot. So, he could have rolled 2 1s. That's quite possible. He has a 25% chance on each of those dice. So some brilliant statistician here can tell me what that works out to. If he's got a 25% chance on each of those dice, the chances that he rolled a 1 out of 4 on both of them. It's 1 out of 16? Yeah. So that's his chance. So if I bid 2 2s here, he calls me on it, then he better have a 2 or I'm out. If I bid 1 4, or rather 2 4s, same deal. And his dice do shape his bets. That's right, Ragnar. So the question is, does he take a chance on that bid, or is he bluffing on me? I mean, he could have 2 1s, but I think we saw the bluff before, and I'm going to call him here. I think I play the odds here, even assuming that it shaped his bet. God damn it. He had it. He had 2 1s. Crap. Well, it can happen. He bid 2 4s. So this is tough. Again, I have to either call him here. If he has 2 4s, I'm in trouble. So the question is, do I... But the thing is, what do I raise him to? Because I can't, you know... If I raise to... I may be sort of, like, boxed in by the bet. Because if I raise him here to 3 1s, then the assumption is that he's got 2 1s sitting there and that he completely bluffed. So I think I have to call here, but I agree that I'm probably screwed. I'm not screwed. Only 1 4. It's 1 to 1. All right, chat. It's 1 to 1. Okay. I'm going to bid 1 3 here. There's a tell? There's legit a tell, really. What's the tell? He says something BS when he bluffs, really? Interesting. So I bid 1 3 here, and here's why. If he calls me, basically, if he has a 25% chance of winning at this point, if he essentially. Because if he calls me and he's got a 3, rather, then... Yeah. This is the way to go. 2 3s. Yeah. I think that tells me he rolled a 3 and I'm screwed. Have to call him, though. God damn it. Crap. Shoot. So close. I never said I never lose. I said we can't lose, not that I never lose. All right, chat. What do we say? Play again, double or nothing, or I do not have enough. We may have to rewind this, depending on how this goes. No, I'm not giving you rewind as an option. No. We'll rewind depending on what happens. We have to play out first. So are we playing again, double or nothing, or I do not have enough? What's up, Fifth Redemption? Yeah, sorry, I'm not doing a poll on that. I'm going quickly because I think we can do this without double and nothing. Okay, so that's what I thought. Most people are double. Double or nothing. I knew it. You don't have the gold. He's on you before you can draw your blade from its scabbard. Oh, boy. We bury cheats in the earth and leave them there, the Black Elf growls. That's what happened to the guy. The skull. Whoopsie. Look out, the woman cries, and the Black Elf reacts smartly. You leap forward, grabbing his skull with both hands and headbutting him. He lifts his guard to cover himself. You drop back, lifting your fist to protect your body. A rodent, are you? Taunts the black elf. Hiding your nose? Okay, good night, Shadow. You do not reply. We may be lost, we aren't losers. I assume that means but we aren't losers, cries the black elf. He comes at you regardless, but for all his bravado, you block his haymaker blows, leaving him panting. He paces left. Enough of this. You grab him by the scruff of his neck, then knee him in the groin. Quickly, he covers himself. The black elf chuckles with pleasure at escaping unharmed. He beckons to you with a long, hooked finger. You narrow your eyes. You shove him backward across the smoldering fire and almost out of the circle of caravans. He ducks and avoids the blow. The black elf spots to spit blood into the fire. Ah, I could have done that. Muscles in the elf's arm tightens. You drop back, lifting your fist to protect your body. Cloud him, exclaims one of the black elf men from beside the fire. He lumbers towards you carelessly. You deflect his farmhand's blows, leaving him gasping. 3 stamina lost. You grab a loose stone from near the fire and smash it against his head. The final punch ends the fight. The black elf spins twice, then hits the ground. That's fine. The elf woman is more cautious and draws a long blade before approaching. You will find I am not so careless, she spits. And once I have your head, I look forward to the Archmage's reward. Black elf lifts its short sword. Yeah, it was great, Dragon Spear. And grins in the firelight, but then she startles and changes her mind, dropping back and cowering behind the fire pit. You waste no time and swing for her throat. She floats quickly up and out of reach. She narrows her thin eyes, ready for a strong blow. You drop back to the other side of the body, raising your sword to protect your body. The black elf darts towards you regardless. You toss her slashing blade aside, leaving her stumbling. Damn it. Black elf gets the better of you, sweeping wide, leaves you open, and she jumps forward, jabbing with that cruel blade. You stagger. The black elf cackles. Good of you to entertain us, she cries. She shifts left across the yard. Enough of this. You power a savage blow at her heart, but she has enough balance to turn and deflect most of the force of the blow. The black elf is badly bruised. You circle the fire pit away from the black elf and her blade. Shimmering in close for an instant, she nicks at you with a lightning-fast blade. Stay still, she complains. How can I best you if you keep moving? She dodges right. You feel a bloodlust upon you. You leap forward, cutting down on her, but she is cautious enough to catch and rebuff most of the impact. The black elf gasps, then spins her sword in the hand, resettling her grip. You see blood trickling from under her clothing. The black elf leaps a little way back. You drop back, raising your sword to protect your chest. The black elf steps back shakily. Too afraid to face me, she goads, despite her own defensive play. She cowers and quiet. You sense an opening. Stomping forwards, you ready a heavy swing, good to cleave her in two, but she rushes back out of reach behind the brazier. The black elf gasps in pain before staunching a wound in her arm by pulling tight an armlet. She readies herself. You press forward away from the black elf. She rushes towards you. You dodge out of the way of her swinging blade in the nick of time. The black elf cackles as she sees you stagger and stumble. Enough of this. You spin around, bringing your sword backwards across her skull. The black elf grasps her last as you run her through. 6 stamina lost. Shameful. The elf falls onto the dust of the plain. The last elf takes one look at his fallen comrades and flees to one of the nearby caravans. You most likely only have a moment before the entire camp attacks. Alright, we have to rewind this, chat. This is not going to work. Okay. So, yeah, we had to rewind it. Sorry, chat. Like, this was like going way, way out of hand. So, okay. So, I think what we're going to end up doing is play again. So if we do this, it would be sit and listen. Welcome her. On a quest. Heading for Mampang. Heard from whom? Follower. Playing Swindlestones. I'll play. Agree. Okay. One last time on this, and then regardless of what happens, we're going to call it after here, check, because it's late. It is late. How about we lead at... 3 ones. Let's go with 4 ones. 5 ones. One, 4, whatever I have. Yeah. 5 ones. I bet he probably has this, but I can't bet higher than that. Yep. Wow. Crazy. Crazy go nuts talk. 2 ones. 3 ones. Yeah, both hands combined. 4 ones. Son of a biscuit. I think I did this wrong again. No. I'm playing badly. I'm playing very badly in this round. I'm gonna be bold. Give me a 3. Show me a 3. No 3s. This is going about as well as I would have expected. Yeah, I know. I'm not playing this well. I was gonna replay this one more time. I don't know. 2 2s, sure. Call, which means you have no 2s, right? Yeah, okay. Right. Let's try that again. Yeah. No, yeah. Welcomer. On a quest. Mampang. Heard from whom. Follower. Swindlestones. I'll play. And agree. Two 2s, 2 3s. Let's go with 1 2 to begin with. 3 1s. You might have that. I'm going to say 3 2s. Because you have no 2s, is that why? You have a 2? Ha! Suck it. Kapow. That's nice. You're bidding 2 3s? I am bidding 3 2s. What do you got, my bro? 4 2s. I gotta bid 5 2s. 6 2s? Wow, I think I lost here. 5 2s. Woo! I don't know what he was doing. That was crazy talk. Sometimes, yeah. Yeah. I'm still working out the strategy of this, but I find it enjoyable somehow. Let's see. Let's go with... Let's bid a 3. One 4. How about 2 3s? 2, you have 2 4s, huh? He bid 1 4, and then he bid 2 4s. Which means that if I raise him to 3 4s, he's got to call. Yep. So I raise him to 3 4s here, he's got to call me. 4 fours. You just screwed yourself, my dude, because I've got one of them. Congratulations, you played yourself. Bang. Yep. He bid 1-3. I'm going to bid... Let's see. I'm going to bid... 1-4. He's going to bid 2 3s. Guess who just got crushed? We would reach their western edge by now. Nice try, my dude. 4-0. You got obliterated. You flick the Black Elf's final die off the ground with a grin. I win, you tell him. You beckon for the Black Elf to hand over your winnings, which he does, but with clear reluctance. Hell yeah. Another, asked the elf. For this game, let's make it 3 gold pieces. Do we agree, chat, or do we get the hell out? Do we get the hell out? Yeah, no. I mean, we got 6 gold. Don't we get the hell out here? We won. We got 6 gold. Let's go buy something and get the hell out of here. Right? Ragnar says play. Dragonspear says play. Save and agree. Agree. Get out. So I have 3 agrees and 3 get out. So the deal is we have 6 gold right now. The thing is we can't save and agree. I mean, I guess we could quit. No, we still can't, though. Yeah, although I have come back a couple times playing this, though, Miranda, I do have to say. I came back even from 2 dice down, actually. So the question here is, we have 6 gold, which means we could go back to the trading place, and we could get, that would be enough for us to get, like, the pearl ring, I think. It would probably be enough for us to get provisions. We could probably get, we wouldn't have enough to get the crystal ball, but we could get, like, the hewing axe. Yeah. So we could do that. But, I mean, the only reason we would stay, I think, is if we wanted to get up to 8 gold so we could buy the crystal ball. But other than that, I don't know that there's any real purpose for us to be playing through this. I don't know if we can go back to the trader. I don't know. We may not be able to. Which is another reason as to why we wouldn't do this. So, yeah, that's right, Coven. That's definitely true. Save and agree. So, agree. Hell out. Agree. Hell out. We don't really have the option to save and agree. So it's either agree or get out. Agree. Get out. 2 agree. 3 agree and win. Well, I mean, that's the plan. 3 agree and 3 get the hell out. Save state. No. Stop with the save state. No. 4 agree. You guys are killing me, Smalls. I guess worst comes to worst. If we lose, then we lose, and whatever. That's the stake. All right. 4 agree. Going once. Fine. All right. All right. Let's lead with a 1. 2 1s, huh? How about 3 2s? Three 4s. So I've already got 1 4. He would need to have 2 4s there. And I think he had a 4 in that bid cycle. It's a good bet, though, because it means that I have to bet to get above that. I've got to go with 4 ones, which I'm not going to do. I think my best play here is either to raise him and say 4 4s, or to try for basically either 4 3s or 4 4s. And he hasn't made any 3-bit unless he's bluffing completely. My guess is he wins if I call this, so I'm going to try 4 4s and see what happens. That's risky, but 5 4s. That means that he rolled 4 4s. I'm going to call him on that. I think he overbid there. I have 1 4, but he would have to have 4 4s in his group. I think that's very unlikely. And not even close, yeah. That's what I thought. I was like, what? Although here we have a really interesting setup. 2 3s. Nice. I will bid 2 4s. Have you really, Ragnar? I could see that between the two of you. 3 3s. How about 3 4s? Call. Thank you. I'll take that. Yeah, like that just, I don't know. All right. So, let's go with a 2. Two 3s, huh? That means that he rolled 2 3s there. How about... Oh, I wish I could bid. Yeah. I mean, he bid 3 3s. Oh, yeah, he bid 3 3s. No, my dude. That is not accurate. I'm glad that I saw that. Yeah, yeah. Woo! All right. Here we go. 2 2s, a 3, and a 5. I'll open with 2 1s. No, you won't, my friend. No, you won't. Enjoy the loss. Wow. Freaking face crushed this guy. You take the elf's money off him once more. You're getting better, the elf lies. Let's play another. He counts on his fingers for a moment, for a stake of 2 gold pieces. Now we have the money, chat, to get the crystal. We do have the money for anything we want back at the trader if we do this. So do we agree or do we get the hell out? Because he's probably not going to be happy if we take all of his money. I'd say we bail. I agree. There's a hustle going on here somewhere or something. So do we agree or do we get out? Also keep in mind that I do need to go to bed. So live streaming says enough. Rogan says go away. Live streaming kids get out. This is the hustle, get done. Yeah, this is like the white man can't jump, except here it's dark elves can't play dice. Like, that's how this is. Mr. Scoobs. Thank you, Mr. Scoobs. Get out. In that case, stay up and play. Thanks, Lone Wolf. Alright, it looks like we have enough chat that is going to agree that we played enough. Because, yeah. We got our 9 gold. We did what we need to do. You shake your head. The elves shrug and begin a game between themselves instead. The elves pass around a flask of something, but they don't offer any to you. Okay. So, chat. Do we... Again, we're doing this until we leave the camp. What should we do? Do we burn the duplicate spellbook? Tell a joke? What if we tell an offensive joke? Or leave the fireside? Burn the duplicate spellbook, tell the joke, or leave the fireside. Yeah, Coven, right? Coven, are you the Minnesota Fats of pool players? Is that the case? Are you the guy from? Are you Paul Newman's character in? Oh God, what is that? What is that money? What's the pool? The movie about pool with Paul Newman and Tom Cruise, and it's something money. Minnesota Fats of Minnesota. There you go. Yeah, not quite. I had a one of those pool cues that you could screw together, like the portable ones that I played with a little while. I used to be okay at darts and okay at pool, like in my college days, and yeah, I'm really good at geometry. Well, hey, there you go. All right, last call in this chat. Last call. You know what's funny is that the place that we looked at does have a billiards table in the house, but I'm pretty sure that that goes with the owners. I don't think we get that, but it was literally there. Like for a while, my son referred to that house as like, "Is that the house with the balls on the table?" Because that's what he remembered it as. So, okay, we are going to leave the fireside. Get to your feet and leave the fireside. Okay, so it turns out we can't, chat, go into this place. But we got 9 gold, and that's more. We're leaving with only 1 less gold than we came in with, and with a lot more information. So, you head to the edge of the camp to continue your journey across the wastes. Suddenly there is a shrill whistle. A signal? You have only a moment to consider the possibility before you were caught. Elves surge over you from both sides, grabbing you by the arms. The elder approaches with a miserable smile. God damn it. Do we say release me, or what is this, chat? Yeah, it would be right, Live? I mean, not depending on what happens here, so. Release me, or what is this? What do we say, chat? What is this? What is this? New Swindlestone. What is this? What this? New Swindlestone. What is this? What is this? What? I'm ashamed that nobody used an Arvany what there. Like that's the actual reaction. Like that we'd be like, what is this? Was ist los? All right. What is this? The 7 serpents are looking for you, the old elf replies darkly, which makes you of great value. He gestures to the elves. You know what to do, he declares. Oh man, we're on one of the crosses. You are dragged across the dust to the back of the caravan. The guards set to work making a tall wooden X from 2 long planks of wood. Please, do not mistake us for servants of the Archmage, the elf leader says as you're thrown down on one of the frames. We are not, but we would be his friends? Yeah, I was a little worried about that too, Marinda. What should we say? I will... Whoops, nope, shoot. Sorry. What should we say? I will burn your caravan to ashes. Set me free, and I will help you. Or, yeah, I see it. I know, bedtime, I know. The Archmage is evil. What do we say? Call Pyron, yeah, exactly. Free, set me free. Free, set me. If you need somebody, call my name. If you want someone to protect you from the Archmage, you can do the same. Okay. Last call. All right. And set me free. Set me free and I will help you. You will help me just as you are, the leader replies. From his pocket he takes a long black flag which he ties to the top of the frame. The elf leader jerks a thumb. Hoist him up, my elves, and there's a ration of beer for all of you. For a brief instant, the eager elves release your wrists. Okay. Let's see what spells we have to cast. Honorary Dwarven Priestess. Okay, we could cast... We don't have that, so we could cast... Zen, but we don't have that because we don't have the jewel-studded medallion. We could cast Zip, but unfortunately we don't have the green ring either. That's going to be Gak. That would be really useful, except we don't have the black face mask. Could cast... This is going to be Yaz, but we don't have the Pearl Ring, because we didn't buy that one. We could cast... I already did Zen. Well, crap. Can't cast M, leads to nothing, right? Yeah. Zip, God. Or Gak, rather. Yeah. So we have none of these things. We can't pray for help. We can run, plead, or there's no spell to cast, chat. We can't cast any of them. So this is actually just a two-choice thing. I know, right? Seriously, if we had one of those. Run or plead. I'm guessing, I mean, yeah, run or plead. Run, run away, brave Sir Robin. You can you can select them, but you can't cast them if you can't even, it doesn't let you cast it. Run, 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 yeah. You try to scramble away, but the elves react immediately, grabbing at your arms and throwing you back under the frame. Thick ropes lash your wrists, cutting deep. Then the frame is hoisted up into the air, and as you hang from the cross, arms unscrewing from their sockets, the caravan packs up and rolls away into the wastes. You are powerless to prevent them from leaving you behind. Thank God, chat, we have an option. Because we have the ability to pray. Korga is still available to us. So we still have a chance. We can pray for aid. So, what should we do? Should we cry out? Should we wait? Or should we pray for aid? We actually do have our boy Korga is in our corner. This is why using Korga for healing is something we don't want to do for precisely a situation like this. We should have been able to turn the leader to stone. Yeah. You know, sometimes they don't give you all those options, although they did the first choice you were disappointed. Yeah, I guess so. I guess they could have done that. But, I mean, like, as far as that goes, you could also give people the choice to use Hot, which is Fireball, or, you know, Zap, which is Lightning Bolt. Like, there's those things, too, you know? Oh, in this series, and I not use it? All right, last call, last call. This is rough, because there was basically nothing we could have done about that. The only real problem here is that it's going to use up Korga, but, you know, this is what you save him for, though. Fireball, their precious wagon. Yeah, exactly. At least everyone goes then, I guess. All right, and we will pray for aid. You close your eyes, clearing your mind and praying to your graceful God for rescue. Oh my God, look at that stamina. Are you heard? You cannot tell. Nothing seems to change. The air moves a little, still icy but fresh. On the cross, day 6. During the past day you become weak, lost a little gold, -1, and found 2 new clues. No one comes to your aid. A group of buzzards discovers your position and begins to circle, no doubt daring one another to strike out your eyes. But the thing is, we did pray to Korga, and he heard us, so... This, I don't know. This may not be what we think it is, though. Call out to them. Should we wait and conserve our strength? What do we do, chat? Yeah. While trying to find a serpent. Man, we ever find these black elves again, they will pay. Wait and conserve my strength. Call out to them. Call out and taunt them, eat me. All right, I'm going to last call this. Call out to them or wait and conserve our strength. Need someone to break this tie. It's a tough call. Wait and conserve our strength. Call out to them or shout for help. All right, going once. Going twice. All right, wait and conserve our strength it is. You wait, conserving your strength. And then, by some miracle, someone approaches. A creature on horseback rides up with a bow slung over its shoulder. Black elves, it calls, unslinging its bow. I hate their kind. Notching an arrow, he takes aim at you. Interesting. All right. Well. Do we say, I am no elf? Spare me, and I will reward you? Or I hate them too? I mean, I guess the only completely true statement is the I am no elf part, I guess. I mean, we could also reward him, probably. That's what I'm hoping is the case, Mirinda. I am no elf. Can't believe it. It's interesting that they left me their money. They left me almost dead, but they also left me their money. Which is unfortunate. Alright, I am no elf, or I hate them too. Last call. I'm moving this along a little bit faster because I do want to get out of this camp. Come, we will hunt them as they stole 1 gold piece from me. Exactly. Well, I mean, and like 10 stamina and almost like destroyed me. Like, maybe so, live suing. It's interesting they pack up the whole caravan. Why wouldn't they just leave it there, like move the caravan a little further away and then just hang out there until the buzzards take you or whatever? All right, and I am no elf. I am no elf, you shout. I'm not blind, the creature calls back gruffly. It draws back the bowstring to its full extent. I think he's shooting at the ropes. I think that Mirinda's 100% right. I think that's what he's doing. Pray for aid. I mean, we've already prayed for aid. Or cry out. Okay. I mean, I bet that's what he's doing. I think he's firing at the ropes. I wonder if that creature on horseback, I wonder if that's one of the horsemen that we gave the luck spell to. Because it says creature on horseback. Yeah, I think he's helping. I agree with you, Live. I think that's my play on this too. I think that's what he's doing. And if we're wrong, we're dead, so. Yep. We did, Ragnar, yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot. We are in a rather limited situation. As, like Wesley says in The Princess Bride, that does seem to put rather a damper on our relationship. Yeah, I know what you're saying. All right, close my eyes. You screw shut your eyes as the creature... Your screw shut? I really need to do a little spelling check on this. You screw shut your eyes as the creature releases the arrow. It flies straight and true with perfect aim, the tip slicing clean through the rope tied around your wrist. A second arrow frees one leg, leaving you able to reach over and untie the other bonds. Your fingers shake and shiver as they work. You work your arms and legs free and tumble to the ground. Got 1 point of health, yo. Get up. You get to your feet, gasping, ready to crawl away into the desert. The creature who has saved you raises a hand and then gallops away across the dirt. You recognize its receding outline. A man and horse joined at the waist. This was one of the horsemen you met earlier. The night is dark, but there is nowhere in this ghastly plain to rest. Okay, we have got to figure out what we're going to do here, chat, food-wise. I think what we may need to do here... I don't know if we can even cast Doc here. Because we have 1 point of stamina. I don't think we have anything we can do here. Like, we have Doc, which can heal us. It means we won't have a counterspell, which would have been nice. But... we could eat our we did need to eat anyway. So we could eat one of our rations because it'll give us a little bit. We do have a ration left. Yeah, you're right. I was thinking of it as being like stuff that would heal us. So we need to eat, chat, right? I mean, it's possible we'll fall into a place and get all our health back, but that's bad odds. We need to try to eat, right? Is chat in agreement with me doing this? Could drink the healing potion. Do we have a healing potion? Oh, we have blimberry juice. That's true. So, do we, chat, eat? Do we eat and then do blimberry juice? For both? Maybe eat first? Save the blimberry and eat? Okay. 4. Okay. For Doc if you need it. Can you example the spare spell book? What do you mean? Oh, examine it. Yeah, it's just a copy of the spell book. Yeah, no problem, Miranda. I know what you mean, but yeah, we're okay with that. Okay. So we could drink the blimberry juice, but it's the only one we have, and we're using up Doc. Do we take a chance with the 4 out of 18 now that we've eaten? Yeah, see, look, it says Korga is sitting back, contentedly asleep, and unwilling to aid you now. That's because Korga helped us. So Korga did come and help us. So he did save us. We saunter on, right? Okay. Well, there's no place else to go, so... you crawl away from the camp. All right. And that's going to be a good place to stop. Wow, chat. That was intense. Like, we got out of there. Obviously, our stamina is... we're okay for food because we've eaten, so we don't need to worry about that for another day. Our stamina is in disastrous shape. But on the other hand, we came out of this with adapted clues. We now know about Fenestra the Sorceress, which we didn't know about before. We know more about the Sham. We didn't know about that before. We know about the fact that the Serpents, that we have to be careful around Black Elves because they could be risky and stuff like that. We also happened to get this duplicate spellbook that gave us another spell, which we didn't have before. We got 9 gold, so we only lost 1 gold from that whole encounter. So the biggest issue is the fact that we lost, coming into that, like 7 stamina, which was rough. And so the camp, it could have gone better, but I've seen worse. We could have been worse situation as well, Miranda. And one of the points I want to make here is that despite everything, there was tension all the way through that. That took us much of the session, and yet it still ended up being awesome. And when we next play the game, we will be able to head either southeast to basically take this path up into the mountains, directly east, or head south to go back to this rubble telescope, although probably we don't want to do that because we've already been over here. So we want to stay away from the plains probably anyway. It's also a good thing we didn't get into a fight with the horsemen, because that would have made this even worse, by the way. The horsemen that we gave the luck spell to. So we'll be able to go southeast or east, and that will be what happens when we play the next game. But that is not going to happen right now because it is late, and we played longer than I planned to a little bit, although what I really wanted to do was to be able to test this out, and it was successful, chat. This thing performed like a champ. Absolutely like a champ. We will have ended up playing, we streamed for about 5.5 hours. Camera, golden. No problem. So This camera is as good as advertised, as I was hoping it was. It did not overheat. Granted, we haven't yet played with this camera in a very hot environment, but I don't have it freezing, like it's room temperature here. And so this came out really, really well. So I'm super, super excited about it. What a great night. Like, I had a great time playing this game, and I feel really happy that this worked out the way that I was hoping it would with the camera and everything else. So I'm very excited. But most of all, chat, seriously, thank you for what was really a great, I really enjoyed this tonight, and I hope you folks did as well. It was really awesome. Also, exactly, Aaron. I don't know what the heat situation is going to be like, but it's not like it was wavering and right on the edge of heating. This thing is fine. Like, I mean, no problem. And the interesting thing is that there's always, and they note this in the sort of details about it, that there's always a little like red thing, which is supposed to be an overheating sensor, except that it blinks from about like 10 minutes after you start it. And it's been doing that. I mean, the LCD screen is off, but if I click it on, it'll be doing that. But I'm just feeling around the camera and around the body of the camera right nearby. Nothing. It's slightly warm. So I will probably, after this is over, take the camera off and test the dummy battery to see, like, just pull it out to see whether it's hot or not. But when I did this yesterday, it was warm. So warm is fine. Like, we can deal with warm. And the thing is, the camera really doesn't have to work hard in this setup because it's only going through HDMI, right? It's not doing USB. So it's just the image. So all the processing, everything here is being handled by the computer. It's being handled by the card, by the AverMedia Live Gamer Duo. So I am very excited. I'm very pleased that this worked out. So it was great. So last thing I want to show everybody, though, or just remind everyone about, is this, which is our next game. This is something, since you've been voting a lot. Thank you, Arudinel. I had a great time. I really enjoyed it. You folks made it a great stream. This is the game that I'm going to be playing next Friday. So I'm going to be, the final vote the vote will close down by Tuesday. This coming Tuesday is when the vote will close down. So if this is the game that I'm going to be playing on Friday, a week from today. So get your vote in now. It is World of Goo, Growlancer 2, and Time Spinner. Currently, World of Goo has got 5 votes. Growlancer 2 has 2. Time Spinner has 1. So get your votes in. Anyone can vote and add in. You can only vote once, obviously, but anyone can get in and vote. And we will see what happens next time. But please do that, because that would be good. Get in your votes. And all that kind of good stuff. So, yeah, really enjoyed the stream tonight. This was great. Now, schedule-wise, just a quick note here. Schedule-wise, we are going to be here until... Okay, good. I was like, why does my eye look weird? And I'm like, my eye doesn't feel weird. Maybe it's just because I'm a little tired. But anyway, so we are going to be here tomorrow, or later on today, I guess, for the premiere of Palace of the Red Pasha, which is the high-level Tyranny of Dragons campaign for the D&D with Infinity and Beyond crew. That's going to be happening somewhere around 7 Eastern. I've never seen my own eyes in HD. Yes, exactly. But anyway, so that's going to be happening at 7 Eastern. And I am very excited to open that up and have this happen. So, yeah, no, I know, it's late. Exactly. That's the real reason left. So that's going to be happening at 7 p.m. Eastern, so you'll want to be here for that. Then Sunday, we have Sound Clash the Clampdown at 6 p.m. Eastern, which is our awesome Forged in the Dark based, but it's on a game designed by Brandon O'Brien, The Rising Tides, with our amazing crew of players, the Sound Crew. And we have a surprise for all of you. Those of you who were here for the fundraiser or who contributed to it in this past November will know something a little bit about what this surprise is about. So it's going to be sweet. So definitely you'll want to be here for Sunday. And then Monday, we have Sod with a Grumbler's Guide to Temple of Elemental Evil. And then Tuesday, Adventures of Middle Earth and D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder over on GOG. So that's what we've got going on over the next few days. If you liked what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please check out the YouTube with !ArvTube. Please subscribe to me over there. I'm trying to get that number up to 1,000 subscribers so that I can stream over there, so I can monetize it, so I can stream over there if need be, if there's ever a problem with Twitch. Not that I'm expecting it, but just in case. So it's free for you to do that. So if you can do that, that would be lovely. But either way, that will help you to check out past broadcasts of this and other streams, including the previous Sorcery books, by the way. Exclamation point, so there's that. Exclamation point Arv Cord is the Discord channel, which is new and improved thanks to Terry Tunes and Elv. So please go over there and check that out. We have about 214 members now, continuing to grow. So please do that. Exclamation point Arv Cord for that. Exclamation point Arv tweets for my Twitter, so please make sure to check that out because that would be much appreciated as well. Then website Praise the Sun. Arv tweets. Exactly. That's funny. Exclamation point Arv. That's funny. That's what it is. Praise the Sun. Oh, that was a good command just to throw out there, I think, Arudnell, just separately. Website for all this is arvineleron.com. On the financial side, exclamation point Arv Shop is my merchandise area where you can get stuff from my Infinity and Beyond crew and also stuff from my Adventures of Middle-earth crew. Exclamation point Arv Treon is the Patreon, which is right there. Right there. 21 patrons, 187 per month. We're trying to build that. That's really the financial backbone of the channel. So any support people can give, which allowed me to get something like this awesome camera, which hopefully builds the stream quality for all of you. All of that is helpful, and it also allows you to get inspirations for the players. You can get epic poems written about you, character backgrounds, stuff like that by supporting us there. So please do that, and please also consider supporting us by subscribing to the channel, as a few of you did tonight, or resubbing to the channel, which allows you to get custom sub badges and emotes and things like that too. I just heard something. I don't know what that is. I'm going to make sure that I stop. So, because maybe I'm overheating and I don't want to do that. So that's going to do it for me. Thank you, everybody. We are, I think, going to do... Oh, no, that wasn't. That was the brakes squealing. See, I'm so hyper paranoid. I'm like, don't overheat. It wasn't overheating. It was the freaking truck squeaking brakes out there. I am paranoid. All right. Anyway, last, certainly about least, I want to talk about very quickly the publishing stuff, exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. More details about that soon. Please check that out for more details. That is on sale at Amazon, so you want to check that out if you can, and definitely support that. I know Sticker Glue did that recently. Exclamation point Icarus was that exclamation point. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. It's in just as a past customs, then it'll be shipped out to places. It's happening. So from Alligator Alley, please do that and check that out. It's available on DriveThruRPG in digital form right now as we speak. And exclamation point Greyshade KS for details about my Greyshade Kickstarter. Very big Kickstarter coming up. Book, board game, tabletop role-playing game, and audiobook at the least, plus some surprises. Very excited about that. More details about that coming soon. That'll be launching sometime in mid to late February, so you'll definitely want to be here for that. And more details about that soon. Lastly, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, because it is extremely important to affirm and assert that they do. Resources linked there. And exclamation point help now for the World Health Organization suicide prevention page. Also really important in a very difficult time that we're living in, to be able to reach out to each other if we need help and to reach out to others as well. Now, last thing is going to be the raid. I'm going to go there and then I'm going to head out to bed. If we're going to do a raid, if you are a sub, not a sub, you do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Arvany Hype, Twitch raid, Arvany Roar, and you can do that. If you are a sub, please do that when you are brought over auto-magically to the place that we're going to be. Thank you to the amazing viewers today for a wonderful stream today. Really enjoyed it. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Arudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Triffity Mets, and Coven Guy. Thank you as well to my subscribers, Arudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God. Yeah, sounds good, Arudnell. Yeah. No. Go get some sleep, man. Go get some sleep. Always within reason. Arudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Triffity Mets, Echo Alphix 5, Arenth, Live Suing, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Wibble NZ, and X Rogan. Thank you as well to all my Patreon supporters in this crew. Thank you to another TT viewer, Artjom, Carbit. Thank you to Commander Root, Droop Dog, Gigafrost, Harlequin, Idalara, Iscariot, Paladin, Leoreek, Marinda, Mr. Creeper. Troubling. Mr. Scoobs, Raidens, Regnar, thanks for the follow tonight, Regnar. Thank you to Tom Toms, U Christensen, V&K, Virgo Praz, Wenchkin as always, and Zach Clay. That is what's going on, and yeah, I am going to be on my way in just a moment, so stick around for the raid. Otherwise, thanks everybody, much love. More of this game to come later in the month, but tomorrow, the premiere of Palace of the Red Pasha D&D with INB, 7 p.m. Eastern. Do not miss it. Until next time, everyone be good to each other. Much love. See you soon. Honk.